Allá en el sendero nos conectamos con la naturaleza, nos sentimos más libres.
Puedes hablar con las plantas, ver los animales cantar, como los pájaros, ver las mariposas.
Uno aprende muchas cosas con las plantas porque uno ve cosas bonitas en la naturaleza. Las hojas, las plantas, animales y hay algunas flores bonitas.
Sendero es una parte muy esencial de nuestra tierra, que es Santa Marta.
El sendero es un pulmón de mi ciudad.
Samarios, respetemos el bosque.
El proyecto Conviviendo con el Río Sinú de la institución educativa Juan 23 es un proyecto de convivencia ambiental en el cual hacen parte alumnos de los grados cuarto, quinto, 9, 10 y 11 que tengan problemas comportamentales y problemas académicos. Esto con el fin de que ellos mejoren sus relaciones interpersonales y a la vez los reconciliemos con la protección al medio ambiente, recuperando así nuestra majestuosa cuenca hidrográfica del río Sinú por medio de la siembra de árboles forestales nativos, como campano, orejero, ceiba colorada y muchas especies más que se encuentran en vía de extinción.
Este proyecto nos ha ayudado a tener más compañerismo entre nosotros. Hemos empezado a sembrar árboles por las orillas del río Sinú para evitar la erosión de nuestra cuenca hidrográfica. Esto ha formado que tengamos más compañerismo entre nosotros y entre compañeros con los que antes no hablábamos.
Un árbol para nosotras es como para la vida, porque ella es la que nos da el oxígeno.
Hemos transversalizado el área con el proyecto Conviviendo con el río Sinú. Hemos implementado una estrategia que hemos denominado ciclosiembra, la cual consiste en desplazarse al lugar de siembra en bicicleta, acción que requiere de una preparación e implementación y que enriquece y fortalece el proceso de convivencia entre los estudiantes.
Bienvenidos a la Institución Técnica Agropecuaria de Tomarrazón.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Jimena Fuentes, junto con mi compañera Yariani Miguel. Cursamos el grado 11 de la Institución Técnica Agropecuaria de Tomarrazón, zona rural del distrito de Riohacha, departamento de La Guajira. Hoy vamos a contarles nuestra experiencia significativa titulada El uso de las zonas verdes de los cultivos ecológicos. En nuestra institución contamos con muchas zonas verdes. Esto ocasionaba que los estudiantes en tiempo de recreo arrojaban la basura y los residuos comestibles que compraban en la cooperativa. Después de buscar muchas estrategias se nos vino la idea de utilizar los cultivos ecológicos y que a la vez sirvieran como estudio de aprendizaje o laboratorio de práctica en la modalidad agropecuaria.
Y que el segundo es embellecer la institución. El tercero, tener laboratorios de práctica para los futuros bachilleres técnicos agropecuarios. El cuarto, apoyar a los campesinos en asesoría con la modalidad de cultivos ecológicos. El quinto, producir alimentos agrícolas libres de químicos. El sexto, integrar en las áreas del saber con la modalidad agropecuaria. En la institución contamos con 1.200 estudiantes y 9 sedes en diferentes corregimientos y veredas. Somos los jóvenes ecologistas de la IERTAC. Muchas gracias.
Somos la institución educativa Las Acacias. Estamos ubicados en el departamento del Huila, zona rural del municipio de La Plata. Prestamos los servicios de educación pública a campesinos, indígenas, desplazados y demás población que requiera nuestra atención. Nuestra institución cuenta con 10 sedes educativas y atendemos 420 estudiantes en los grados preescolar, básica primaria, básica secundaria y media. La planta de personal cuenta con un rector, una secretaria pagadora y 21 docentes. Las mallas curriculares se adaptan a nuestro contexto, transversalizando los contenidos en todas las áreas, enfocadas en los proyectos pedagógicos, como el PRAE, donde buscamos formar ciudadanos preocupados por el medio ambiente, con formación en valores, como respeto, responsabilidad, solidaridad, que permitan resguardar la naturaleza y ayudar a transformar el pensamiento y actuación de la comunidad, vinculándolos de manera activa en las actividades programadas. Nuestro sector cuenta con gran riqueza en biodiversidad, nacimientos de agua, variedad de clima. Estamos cerca del páramo de Puracé, donde nace el río Aguacatal, que recorre por nuestras veredas hasta llegar al río Magdalena. Pero también somos afectados por la explotación de madera, ampliación de parcelas para ganadería y agricultura, que conllevan a la pérdida de especies vegetales nativas y la migración de fauna silvestre. La tala indiscriminada de bosques ha dado como consecuencia deslizamientos de tierra, afectando a nuestras sedes educativas, encontrándonos en un alto nivel de riesgo. Por este motivo, los entes gubernamentales desde el año 2016 no pueden invertir recursos y la planta física se encuentra cada día más deteriorada.
Mi nombre es Alicia Rojas, coordinadora de la institución educativa Norí, y soy en este momento la docente líder del grupo ecológico Ecuanorí. Ecuanorí surgió del PRAE. Bueno, llevamos ya una trayectoria de 10 años desde que se replanteó el PRAE de la institución. Desde entonces se ha venido fortaleciendo el trabajo del medio ambiente con los chicos a nivel institucional y a nivel municipal. Llevamos algunas iniciativas realizadas que han sido fortalecidas desde la mesa ambiental y la administración municipal. También se ha reconocido pues el trabajo de los muchachos los últimos años. También creamos el grupo de Guardianas de la Naturaleza que apoya a otra compañera. Este grupo pues ya a nivel municipal es muy reconocido. Desde el territorio también los chicos han venido haciendo una labor muy interesante porque se han apropiado del quehacer, del sentido de pertenencia por su entorno, y así sucesivamente se viene generando un sentido a nivel institucional de que tenemos, que somos como municipio biodiverso.
Allá en el sendero nos conectamos con la naturaleza, nos sentimos más libres.
Puedes hablar con las plantas, ver los animales cantar, como los pájaros, ver las mariposas.
Uno aprende muchas cosas con las plantas porque uno ve cosas bonitas en la naturaleza. Las hojas, las plantas, animales, y hay algunas flores bonitas.
Sendero es una parte muy esencial de de nuestra tierra que es Santa Marta.
El sendero es un pulmón de mi ciudad.
Samarios, respetemos el bosque.
First Summit Green Generation, educating and inspiring leaders for sustainability of tomorrow. Today we have our second session with the purpose of strengthening education in sustainability and empowerment of young people and adults vis-a-vis the transformation in climate change. Yesterday, we had a very interesting session. We hope we have one very fruitful one today. Did you know that to do things in internet generates a carbon footprint? Well, let me tell you that after today's session, we will calculate the carbon footprint generated over the past 2 years, and we will compensate it by planting trees in the municipality of Chía. So you are from now invited to follow us via all the networks of the Ministry of the Environment and the channels of Rochester School on Saturday, 29 May, planting trees. Now we will have the words of our Minister of Education in Colombia. María Victoria Angulo has more than 20 years of experience in social policies with special emphasis on education, 16 years in the Colombian public sector and entities like the National Planning Department, the Ministry of Development and the National Education Ministry, where she was Director of Development and Assistant Director for Support of Institutions. Subsequently, she was the Executive Director of the Foundation Empresarios por la Educación, and then as Secretariat of Education of Bogotá. So let's give a warm welcome to our Minister of Education. Special greetings and thank you for allowing me to share with you this space. I would like to express my gratitude to the directors of Rochester School, the network of Green Schools, the Ministry of the Environment, the Colombian Green Building Council, and especially all teachers and young people who are connected today to talk about environmental education. It is important to remember the law in the areas where there was a premise for construction, a special curriculum. We know that in Colombia there is a curriculum freedom, but there are basic areas which turn into the basic pillars. And with the years, in 2002, the environmental education policy started. They work with the PRAE, the Ministry of the Environment and Education. And I remember that at that point, we started talking about the development of cross-cutting skills. We talked about citizenship, social-emotional skills. We talked about context competences. And today, more than ever, the country is committed. The Minister of the Environment and the President has established very ambitious goals as far as climate change and protection to the environment. So how is this developed? Precisely within a curriculum where you not only deal with concepts, but also understanding nationally and internationally what sustainable development implies, so development of cities, communities. If we go to the education sector, and here we have the Colombian Green Building Council, I remember at other points in my working life to start with them and some other players in the civil societies, the construction of parameters so that these environments are sustainable, where you can incorporate proper management of environmental resources and the culture around management and impact on the environment of our actions to be part of the day-to-day actions. In Colombia, these institutions built with these premises are making programs. We in the administration of President Duque have given all the importance for these spaces of learning, which are life spaces, and we talk about how they can be incorporated into these spaces of cities and to the management of different resources. In these 4 years, we're going to leave to Colombia 12,000 classrooms, 2,000 improvements. And if we talk about the difference between the urban and rural context, there are many challenges. It requires the help from all of us, not only to properly manage the environments, but also the learning environments, so that young kids feel in those spaces better relations, and as the UNESCO says, to learn to live together and learn to manage natural resources. I think this is also incorporated clearly in the sustainable goals of the UN. ODS 4, which is education, is totally related to sustainability. We precisely have been discussing with the Minister of the Environment and Agriculture how to generate, depending of the vocation of each school, these environments which can foster everything having to do with climate change and appropriate the concepts which make this policy sustainable and apply it not only in the day-to-day activities of education institutions, but also as citizens, adding to this goal of Colombia by 2050. Recently, the ministry participated in the World Conference of UNESCO, education, precisely education for sustainable development. And they highlighted the power of cosmovisions to face the great challenges of sustainability. And this forum, this encounter or summit led by Rochester School, establishes a pillar, a principle, which has to be recurrent in all institutional educations in the country. Climate change and sustainable development, as I said before, are two great challenges led by our president, Ivan Duque, and which allows you to see the commitment with the new generations, with education as an essential element to respond to this challenge that the country has established internationally. In sum, this event is a great opportunity, and it opens many possibilities to talk about the policy of environmental education from the national system. I know we are here together with the Ministry of the Environment to carry out this work. So when we talk about PRAE, the school programs, we talk about what each school does around learning and knowing and transforming. And under this awareness, we have a very rich agenda for this summit, and it has to be a perspective of the line of work for all environmental institutions, topics as important as the quality of air, circular economy, conservation of the Amazon region, and the recognition of our biodiversity. And something that is always reiterated by UNESCO under this concept of sustainability is to precisely learn to live together and relate ourselves positively with parameters of development and environment. Thank you very much. The conclusions of this event will be very positive for a political and ample work that we need to develop between the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Education, education institutions, and all the universities and research centers of the country. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Minister Maria Victoria Angulo, for your words. We now give the floor to Anissa Hemming, director of the Center for Green Schools. She will have 20 minutes where she will talk about the project Inspiration of Green Schools of the Globe. At the end, we will have 10 minutes for questions and answers. Anissa. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Voy a hablar. I am going.
I'm going to share with you some examples from around the world of green schools that can inspire you to bring these kind of strategies to your schools, whether you are a student or a teacher or an administrator or a community member who's supporting your schools. And so we will dive right in. I'm going to share a presentation. Okay. So first I'll tell you a little bit about the Center for Green Schools so that you can lean on our resources as you need them. The Center for Green Schools was founded about 10 years ago, and we are part of an organization called the U.S. Green Building Council. And the U.S. Green Building Council is a nonprofit in the United States that is focused on the built environment, so buildings, communities, and places that people spend time that are better for the environment and better for people's health. So USGBC is best known for the development of the LEED rating system for buildings, and that is a system that certifies buildings and lets communities know that environmental and health goals were achieved in the building. The council is made up of a wide range of member organizations from all over the building industry who care about making things that are better for our planet and the people that live here. And the U.S. Green Building Council founded the Center for Green Schools because we understand that in schools, we're looking for results that have to do with the educational space. So we're looking for a green school, we're looking for reduced environmental impacts, increased health and wellness, and we're looking for an increase in environmental and sustainability literacy. So the reasons that we care about this, obviously, for the environmental and sustainability literacy, we need to make sure that our young people understand and know how to handle the impacts of a warming climate. And so the impacts are well documented of a warming climate, and we want to make sure that young people understand how to live in and lead in a world that is changing. Not only that, but we need young people to understand how they can act as civilians, and we also need young people to be able to pull sustainability and climate awareness, climate change awareness into whatever job they decide to pursue. The other reason for green schools that is so important is for the health of our students and our teachers. And there are various ways that a school environment impacts health. It impacts the biology of our bodies, what is around us, the daylight around us, the air quality around us. It affects biology. Then it also affects our cognition, the way that our brains work, and that has to do with the biology, but it's a different impact. And then because the school environment and what's around us impacts how we're thinking, it also obviously then impacts how we're able to learn and perform on our academic pursuits. And the first of those pillars that I went through was the reduced environmental impact. And this is especially important because buildings themselves across the world use a lot of resources. And so if we can figure out how to use fewer resources in our buildings, we are going to get further in our climate goals if we can focus on buildings and their impact. So US Green Building Council created this rating system that takes all of these things into account for the building itself, and gives some framework to work within to improve various aspects of the building. So there are examples of this all over the world. We have about 2,000, a little over 2,000 certified schools in the United States, and around 350 or so certified schools around the world. And so I thought I'd pick out a few buildings that you can see from around the world. This is Country Day School in Costa Rica. The building focuses on maximizing the orientation of the building to maximize natural light and make sure that it can take advantage of natural ventilation so that it doesn't have to use air conditioning and heating as much. It also focused on native landscaping, so planting plants that don't take as much water to manage and are sort of meant to be in that place for the ecology of the place and for all the wildlife that depend on the school. All of the trees that were on site before the school was built were replanted on the site. So they were also focused on trying to make the least amount of impact on the site when the school building was built. This is a school in India that's LEED Gold certified. This school focused a lot on the student and the student's needs and built spaces that were specifically meant for different size children. So depending on the students' size and capabilities, the focus was on making a healthy place that supported students no matter what their age or abilities. And this is a certified school in Beirut. This one was the first certified project in Lebanon. The school focused a lot on indoor air quality, used healthy materials when it was being built, low VOC paints, and that means paints that don't have an odor that is harmful to people. They used sustainable wood, so wood from forests that are maintained sustainably. And they focused a lot on energy efficiency within this building. So these are the results that we're looking for in a green school. But in order to get to these results, we have to be able to support every effort we're making through the place, like what I just showed you, these green buildings, through a place, through the education itself, and through a culture that supports sustainability at the school. And those three things can be present anywhere, not just in a new school building. So I just showed you some very nice green school buildings that are new, but these efforts can happen in any school as long as they are supported by efforts to make the place more sustainable, efforts to make the educational program tie in climate change and sustainability, and a culture that supports continual learning and ensuring that people can bring forward good ideas for how to make their schools more sustainable. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples of that in my remaining time with you. So this is one school that another speaker today might also speak about. It's a leading school in the United States. This school is LEED certified as a building. It's also net zero energy, which means that it doesn't use any more energy than it produces through solar panels on the roof. So it's very sustainable. It's also a school that is a model of a sustainable culture within the school. So yes, it has 1,706 solar panels on the roof. It saves $100,000 a year in energy costs by being net zero energy. It has in the front here, in front of the school, you can see some bioretention areas where the storm water from the site is is allowed to naturally go back into the ground instead of through the stormwater system. And it's incorporating sustainable strategies throughout the whole building. The reason this school is so sustainable, though, is that it is not just the building, it's also the educational program, and it's also a culture that is supported by the principal and others within the school that lift up sustainability as a primary driver for the whole program at the school. So the reason that Discovery Elementary is able to be this leader is because of this foundation of all of the aspects of a school that make it green. There is some fun things in the school too that sort of encourage connection between the students and creativity for the teaching staff to be able to pull students into learning groups that are beneficial to the students and can target learning where it needs to, when it needs to be targeted. Another example is the Washington, D.C. school system. So here I'm showing one of the buildings in the Washington, D.C. school system. About 12 years ago, this school system was in terrible shape. And the city decided that it would restructure funding so that it could target more funding to the school buildings. And it started a huge rebuilding campaign. And one of those buildings is this Dunbar High School. It's the highest scoring LEED certified projects in the world. And this is a high school that houses about 1,000 students. It's a big school within the Washington, D.C. area. And it incorporates all the aspects of sustainability as a place. Washington, D.C., though, is also now focused a lot on the health of these buildings, the health of the people that are in the buildings, I should say, the design of the buildings to make them healthy places. And this is interesting because the strategies that they're using can be used in any building, not just a new school. So the strategies that they're using is following this integrated process for health promotion. So this is a process that identifies where the resources are within a community to support health within the school system. And that this community of health is brought to the schools to ensure that they are supporting school students in their day-to-day lives with all of the resources that the community can use to support that. So in Washington, D.C., what this looks like is bringing in an internal team of the health and physical education staff, the food and nutrition staff, the facilities professionals that are going to be building these buildings, people from both the school system and also from the city services departments. So they're brought together to understand how they can make sure that those services are accessible to students within their buildings. And they're doing this for new schools, but the process is going to be used across all the schools when they sort of are able to pilot it in these few schools that they're working on right now. So this is an example where they started by trying to make the buildings sustainable and better for the planet. And then they realized, okay, we need to make sure that these schools are also healthy for students, but we're not doing that to the fullest extent we can. So we need to bring in our community and help us do that. And that is going to support students feeling healthy and ready to learn within these buildings. And then my final point that I wanted to make today is around what existing schools are doing to improve environmental impacts, health impacts, and environmental sustainability literacy through these strategies I've been talking about, right? Through the education, through the place, and through the culture of the school. So they're using these strategies to get to those results of a green school. Now, this is one example, Boston Latin School. So this school is a very old school. It's the oldest high school in the United States. And they have registered for LEED for Operations and Maintenance certification. So this is a certification that Rochester School is actually working on right now. And they are tracking all of the things that they're doing within the school to be more sustainable. And the important thing to know about Boston Latin School is that they are also deeply involving their students. So the students established a youth leadership group in 2007. So it's been running for a long time. It's called Youth Can. They host a summit every year. The students are responsible for having gotten solar panels on the school building. They also were able to work with their facilities team to get a vegetated roof area so that some of their storm water that falls on the school can be captured. They also were able to implement a lighting retrofit at the school to bring in LED lights, and that saves the school $30,000 every year through that lighting retrofit. So they've implemented a lot of things at the school, and they've done this while tracking their progress and recording what they're doing and how far they've come. So the reason I have information to share with you about how much money they saved and how many solar panels, they've also introduced a waste, a trash and recycling management program that's reduced their landfill trash by 50%. The reason I'm able to have these numbers is that they've been tracking what they've done. So here you can see actually some handheld air quality monitors that the students have been using to monitor air quality in their classrooms. And they've been tracking, improvements over time. They've been tracking where there are problems and trying to identify what's the problem, how could we, help our facilities team fix the problem. And so they've been doing all of this data, and the data is what helps these students understand that their efforts matter. So without the data, it's very hard to understand what kind of impact you've had. So here they are weighing their trash and recycling, and they've also started a compost program. So they weigh the different amounts of those, the trash, recycling, and composting to understand if the school is getting better or worse at sorting their trash. Boston Latin School is using this free tool that we have called ARC. It's a sustainability benchmarking tool that helps you understand how your data is looking in comparison to other buildings, in comparison to a global average, and also in comparison to yourself over time. So you can see improvements over time. And again, this is a free tool to use that any school can get into and use. There are others that are using this tool. There's a school system in Hawaii that has been using air quality monitors, as you can see in the middle photo, and also has been doing surveys around transportation to understand transportation impacts, who's driving to school, who's biking, who might be carpooling with other students. So they're tracking that data over time and then doing education with their peers to help reduce those impacts over time. And then finally, another example of the several schools that are using ARC. Another example from Lincoln, Nebraska within the United States. And Lincoln has been doing very similar efforts and showing the results to their student body to help the students understand their progress over time and track that progress. So as we discussed, as I've elaborated on, you have goals that relate to green schools, reduced environmental impact, increased health and wellness, and increased environmental sustainability literacy. To get to these goals, all the goals have to be supported by the place by the education and by a supportive culture that encourages this type of action and this type of continual learning. Just to leave you with some things, I think you might be able to get these links later. I might put them in the notes. We have some education around air quality related to COVID that I wanted to make sure that we put in front of you. It's very timely information that is necessary information. These are education sessions from experts from the United States. And we also have a conference that I wanted to make sure you knew about at the end of June. This is the Green Schools Conference. All are welcome. They build on several events that we've had throughout the spring. And June 28th and 29th, we invite you to join us for the Green Schools Conference. And that is all. Thank you for having me.
Anissa, muchísimas gracias por tus palabras.
Anissa, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation and the knowledge you have just shared. We have lots of questions. Let's begin with the first one. How can other schools, whether they're private or public, at an international level, how can they become a green school?
So I was waiting for the interpretation, so thank you for the pause. To become a green school really takes some commitment from a champion within the school. That can be a teacher, it can be a student. You can start anywhere. You can start by examining what your school is already doing and trying to build on any success that the school is already having related to its environmental impact, its health and wellness impact, or its education. You can build on the success, or you can notice where the gaps are and try to gather some additional support for doing some efforts related to the gaps within your efforts. But by understanding where you are now, you can identify where you want to go. So I would say the very first step is to gather some data about your school, understand, what is being taught already, what's going on in the waste stream and in your energy and water use, and what's happening related to health programming, helping students and teachers stay healthy, maybe eat healthy, stay active. If you can do some benchmarking of where you are, then you can figure out where you want to go and target your efforts, and do start with one thing that you think you might be able to be successful at to get the school community moving in that direction.
Siguiente pregunta. ¿Cuáles son los requerimientos para ser un colegio verde?
Sorry, there wasn't an interpretation.
Again. Can you repeat? Sí.
What are the requirements to be?
Ya tengo el módulo. What are the requirements to become a green school? Sorry, I lost the module for a minute.
No problem. So so it depends on what you want to use as the definition that you're striving toward. So we use for new schools and for schools that are trying to achieve LEED certification for operations and maintenance, we use the LEED rating system. And this rating system, you can go online and find the list of things that are needed in order to achieve that certification. And that includes reduced energy use, reduced water use, air quality that is healthy for students, reduced waste going to landfill. So items like that are the moving toward those goals that I laid out. That's one way of becoming a green school, though, and there are other certifications you can strive for. There are other frameworks you can work within, other assessments. So the LEED rating system is the one that I know best because that's the one that our organization creates with a community of experts, but it does really focus on the building and the built environment. And so if you're looking for an assessment that relates to how the teaching and learning is happening to increase sustainability literacy, then you'll want to look for other tools. And I believe that Jenny Seidel later today might talk about some ways to assess how your school is doing related to that.
Bueno, esta es una pregunta importante.
Well, this is a very important question. It requires does it require a lot of economic resources to become a green school?
That's a very important question. Yes. So it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. There's another school that I could have shown you that is a public school in Colombia that is LEED certified, and it was built with the resources that were available for the school to be built. It requires the building design and construction school team to really understand what the goals are and be very targeted at trying to get to those goals when you're building a new school. If you're an existing school that is not building a new building, really it takes heart. It takes the will of students and teachers and the leadership to get to these goals. You can actually save money by reducing energy usage, reducing water usage, and reducing the amount of trash that you have to pay to get taken away from your school. So there are opportunities to actually save money in doing these strategies. It takes willpower, and it takes time to plan and assess and understand how to make those changes so that the school can get to its goals. So it depends would be the answer, but it certainly does not have to cost money to be a green school.
Anissa, ¿qué beneficios trae ser
Anissa, what benefits does it bring to have a green school for the environment and for integral health?
Lots of benefits. So I know that we just talked about the environmental and financial benefits that can come from a health perspective. There has been a lot of really strong research to show the benefits to students and the ways that our brains work and the way that our brains learn. The benefits of increased daylight and increased ventilation, fresh air. It helps us focus. It helps us retain information that we're learning in school. And it helps us stay alert and awake. So for instance, daylight, a lot of us think of when we bring in increased daylight, it's better for maybe our eyes, and we can turn off the lights so we could save some money. But also daylight, interestingly, affects our hormones. So our sleep and our wake cycles are affected by the daylight. And so without daylight within our schools, students actually, their hormones get sort of off, and it's harder to stay alert because their bodies don't actually sort of sense that it is daytime and it's time to be awake and alert. And so there's biological influences that come into our bodies from the environment, and that's the kind of health impacts that a green school can target. And again, it depends on what the goals of the school leadership and the school community are, what you want to target, what you want to benefit, and then you zoom in on that benefit, and there are many strategies to achieve the specific benefits that a school is looking for.
En estos colegios sostenibles se considera la
In these sustainable schools, do you consider also or take into account healthy nutrition policies?
Yeah, so yes, that is definitely part of a green school. Nutritional policies are sort of part of that health and wellness pillar. Within the LEED rating system, we don't have anything related to nutrition because it's focused on buildings. But the goals of a green school that are sort of the wider goals of a green school include everything that relates to health and wellness for students and teachers. So that includes, you know, where the food is also where it's coming from, and those impacts on the people that are producing the food, for instance, and also the impact that that food is having on people's bodies. There are some good resources that I know of in the United States, at least, for understanding, you know, how to get back to cooking from scratch for students. You know, there's a lot of there was a movement in the last maybe 15 years to go toward like prepared meals that are shipped to schools or whatever, or, you know, boxes and bags of things. And so there's now a movement to go back to cooking from scratch and educating students about where their food comes from, how to fix it for themselves, you know, what the nutritional benefits are of fresh foods. And that is certainly part of the Green Schools goals.
Anissa, pues muchísimas gracias. Pero
Anissa, well, thank you very much. They're asking me how people can have access to these presentations and the data that is so interesting that you've given us. What can we do? How can they find those?
Yes, so the Center for Green Schools website is probably the best place to go for that kind of information. So that is centerforgreenschools.org. And we have the research on that site. We have some sample presentation slides that you can download and use for your school. We have reports there and toolkits for you to use to save energy and understand how to get started. And that's all on that website, centerforgreenschools.org.
And tenemos también un congreso en
we
junio.
also have then a congress you mentioned on June. In how
Yes.
can they have access? People have access to not lose it, not miss it.
Yes, that's what I was going to, I had forgotten. Yes, the Green Schools Conference. So that website is greenschoolsconference.org. And you can see what kind of content is going to be available. It's up on the website. So you can see if the education that we'll offer there is going to be interesting to you. We just announced our keynote, who's a TV personality in the United States, advocating for engineering and science education for students of color. And he's very energetic and awesome. So that's going to be our keynote. So you can go there and register. There's a cost to register. However, there are also scholarships available to attend at no cost. So if you go to registration on the website, you can go to the bottom of the registration area, and you can click to apply for a scholarship if you can't afford the cost of registration. We would love to have you there with us.
Pues gracias, Anissa, por su intervención.
Thank you, Anissa, for your great presentation. Now, let us remind you that you can write all your questions via chat, YouTube. Now, we will give the floor to Rosamira Guillén, the director of the Foundation of the Cotton Top Tamarins, educating for friendly communities with the Cotton Top Tamarin. We will also have a space of 10 minutes for questions and answers. Rosamira, welcome. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
We're not seeing you. Can you turn on your camera? Okay, great. Here I am. Good morning, everyone. Special
Good morning,
greetings
Juliana,
to
and all the
Juliana and all
people
the
that are
people who are
listening to
listening to
us.
us.
We
We
want
want
to
to
thank
thank
you
you on
on
behalf of
behalf of the
the
TT
Cotton
Project for this
Tamarind,
invitation to
Cotton
share
Tamarind,
the
and
work
the invitation
about
to share
this
with this
little
little
friend that
friend
I
I have
have
here
with
with
me.
me. I am going to share my
I have it
screen.
on the screen. I want to tell you a little bit about this small animal, the white-head PD. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what this is about for those people who do not know it. It lives in this beautiful forested, dry tropical forest of the Colombian Caribbean, and it has the size of a squirrel. It's so small, but for the difference of size, is very similar to us humans, and they live in family groups: father, mother, and children. And the babies learn everything from their parents as we do, for good or for bad. But it's the same as us. When they grow, when they're young, either they leave their home voluntarily, or the group says, "Okay, it's time for you to leave the family." And so they go look for a territory, a couple, and they create their own family. Very, very similar to humans. And they're also very territorial, as we are. They protect their homes and their families, and we defend our people. And they have a very sophisticated system of communication. Obviously, this allows them, when there is a threat or they need to know where to go, how to protect themselves, alarms, or hugs and love. This all forms part of their daily life. So they also play a very important role in the forest because they consume a lot of fruit. Most of them are eat fruit, and when they have when they go to the pupu, the seeds fall on into the forest, so they're very important in this ecosystem of the dry forest of the Colombian Caribbean. One thing that I wanted or want you to remember is that the TT is only in that very red small spot that we have in the map of our planet, which is our country, Colombia. And in our country, not even in the whole country, only on that little piece in black that you see on the other part of the map of Colombia, which is a small piece or a small part of the Colombian Caribbean: Atlántico, Bolívar, Sucre, Córdoba, and Choco. We don't find that monkey anywhere else in Colombia or in the world. So it is very, very unique. It's 100% costeño, but 100% Colombian. And the second thing that I want you to remember is that this is a species that is threatened, very sadly to say that, as many other species in our local fauna. And the reason for this is associated to deforestation that is so extensive of their tropical dry forest in the Caribbean, for cattle growing or for agriculture, and because of the consumption of wood, domestic use for the sale of wood, and farmers use it for cooking or for fences or to build their homes. And it's very sad that they lose their homes for illegal trade. The titi is one of the animals that we love most in Colombia because this is where it exists, but because we really don't know how important this species is for us. So the fact that it's only in our country have this primate in a critical condition or in critical danger because it's about to be extinguished. We estimate that in Colombia we have about 7,000 of them. The number doesn't say much because it seems to be a lot, but when we see the amount of forest left, which about 8% according to the Humboldt Institute, but of that percentage left only 1/3, about 2% is what really the DT can use, where they can find resources, food, and space in order to use them as a home. So Colombians, we are at the very edge of the species to disappear. And this is the reason of being of our work, of the organization that I work, which is called Organización Proyecto TT, TT Project Organization. Four fundamental pillars are the support, as you see in the image, that supports the conservation of the TT. the scientific research. This started about 30 years ago with a North American biologist, Dr. Anne Salenge, that came to Colombia. And she didn't speak a word of Spanish, and she wanted to study the titis in their natural environment. And this is the main threat. But a social component also, which is the other pillars, is working with people in the communities to try to reduce the impact towards the forest where the titis will live. And this is the purpose of my talk today, the education, creating leaders, people that are aware, and to plant seeds of conservation in young people, because so that in the future we can have these TT species not to be extinguished. I'm going to talk about the pillars that I am mentioning, and I am going to focus on our educational work. These are the areas where we are present right now. The last one is waiting for the pandemic to allow us to go there, to Sucre. But we are present, or we have been present in Santa Catalina and in San Juan de Nepomuceno for many years. In the map, you can see those little dots, little green dots that you see there. That is what is left of forest for the TT. So you can see here that the situation is very serious. It's not only because of deforestation, but that this is being fragmented. And this is a very serious situation for the TT because they live on the top of the trees. They never come down to the floor. So if they're in an island of wood, this generates a lot of problems, biological, genetical, and environmental. But we have been studying the TTs for a long time, as I told you when we were watching the video, and we have learned this through many years observing the TTs, and we do using a telemetry, this methodology. We put a transmitter on the back of the TT, and it sends a signal, and then we receive the signal, and they take notes in the iPad, and you record everything that you watch every day. This is the office of our colleagues. These are the field assistants that go every day to the woods to study the TTs, because we have to learn and know the species, because otherwise we will not be able to educate others or generate strategies for their conservation. And this is what I really like about the TT project, because this is science to apply to conservation. It's not science just to have the knowledge, but to be able to apply it or to conserve a species and ecosystem. And as part of our work, also, we have done census, as Dana does here in Colombia for people. We do it for the TTs. And so we have a clear idea of what is left in many of those census. The last one was 10 years ago. We have to start from zero to see what has happened in the last 10 years, trusting that the answer will be positive to all the effort that we have been carrying out with the support of many friends and people and entities that accompany us in this process. The second pillar, which is the forest conservation. We have done this with the environmental authorities. We have created 4 protected areas in Mexico and Bolivar, more than 5,400 hectares. And in San Juan de Nepomuceno, we are also protecting like 260 hectares. And the other strategies to work with the farmers. So, because these are like green highways, conservation highways, to keep these forests that remain isolated, that generate many problems, so that these species of the TT and for the fauna, they create a lot of problems. So we're trying to do some conservation learning with the farmers. You can see here that we have these corridors that we see in the yellow lines. We fill them with trees, and we plant the seeds with the support of the farmers. And these trees, when they grow, will provide food and shelter for the TTs. And this is what we have learned during these studies. So we make sure that this is a forest that will be useful for the TT, and it's more than 60 species. We're working now with 35 of them. So we make sure that the fauna will have food and shelter, and they help us to plant the plantules and monitor them in the long term. This becomes a very effective way to connect the people with these restoration processes. What you see in the video is what we want. So that we have woods or forests, so that the TT from the top of the trees, they can move looking for their food and their territory and create their own families when they leave their homes or their family. When we talk about TT, because this is what moves us, but saving the forest for the TT, restore the forest and protect it. This is a forest not only for the TTs, but for other biodiversity species in Colombian uh, forests. So the TT is a symbol for a project that is looking to protect an ecosystem where many other species are benefited in our fauna and flora, native fauna and flora, not only the animals, but ourselves also. We understand that forests are water reservoirs, food reservoirs, and if we use them in a sustainable way, we're going to have them there for our own benefit. And this is where we try to create that connection that we all need to understand, because we always see the forest, sort of like far away. We live in the city, and that has nothing to do with me. But when we see that everything is interconnected and everything that you lose generates an opposite effect to the benefit of ourselves, we start understanding why it is important for the conservation of these forests and the main character, which is the TT. So there we connect with the communities and we start to find things that are relevant for each stakeholder. For the indigenous, the situation is I have to hunt animals to sell them and generate my income and cut trees. So we're going to generate other income opportunities. So we have these kind of bags that are made by the indigenous with recycled stuff, with recycled materials. So this is a way to generate income for these families that need opportunities. They can do that from their homes, and they do beautiful work. And they've been even in fashion shows, and they also have build, or they also do these different toys, and they do it in different sizes, showing that TTs are not a pet. So they also receive some income in order to sell, to plant these trees, etc. And we hope that as soon as the pandemic is over, we can reactivate all these so that we can go back to look at the TT, because we know that this is something that is very important for us to see the TT in their natural environment. Another thing, and the most important thing of our talk, is our work to create leaders. The purpose of our educational programs and also the community programs is to create friendly communities for the TT. For our team, this is a friendly community with a TT that doesn't hunt it, does not throw stones at them, and they can live in harmony with the animal, not harassing it or anything like that. So we have created in our educational strategies sort of like a pyramid that begins at the beginning with increasing the knowledge. I'm an architect working in landscape, and I had never heard about TT when I received a job to remodel the zoo in Barranquilla. And I think it was funny because we know about elephants and other tigers and things that are not in our country, but it is very important to understand that it exists and it's only in Colombia. And the first program of that, the basis of the pyramid, is a program with elementary kids. Of course, we have to we use puppets and games and different ludic strategies to change the concept, from a wild animal to a domestic animal. And it's incredible how the concept is not clear in these rural communities. So after doing all this role playing, where children understand how awful it is for these TTs to be away from their family, not having their food or having their friends or sleep in their nests or in their spaces, they understand this very clearly. And we can see this in the graph of the pre and post evaluations we carry out. So in this case, we were able to understand that this is a wild animal and not a domestic animal. So you can see the post bar growing after the program that allows us to understand how effective our strategy is so that children would understand that the tea is a wild animal and bringing it home is terrible. Let's leave it in their forests and we stay at home with our families. So then this program is given to about 1,000 children every year. Then we had a small group of children that is called the Anikwao. This is to reinforce the concept that our pets are domestic animals like dogs. And it's a beautiful program where children learn to train their dogs for certain behaviors that also help them to have a better treatment, to sit down, to roll over, to jump. And it also helps to strengthen the relationship with a domestic animal because dogs are poorly treated in these rural communities. They use them as vigilance animals, but if they create a link with their domestic animals, understanding that they're intelligent and good company, it's good in order to strengthen the relationship with domestic animals and demotivate the desire of having a wild animal at home. So then in the pyramid, we have another work with this higher school, junior high school children, and it has 10 units. And in 10 units, it's like a story. We tell them a story about one of the aspects that we have to increase that knowledge. And this program has something that's very specific, is that they come to the forest to watch the titis. And they sometimes have seen the animals in the natural environment. Is like an arrow to your heart because you're marveled with the beauty of the nature and how difficult and how terrible it must be for especially to be either tied up or in a cage in our homes. So these are pre-pandemic images and we hope we can return soon. They have a very active day in the forest. All these children, they visit all the most important trees and they talk about all the stories about TTs and all this knowledge and experience. We turn it, at a higher age or when they become adolescents in actions for the conservation of these TT with either a puppet that you could share with your brothers or a poster that you have at the door in your house, or the commitment of telling to your family not to have wild animals as pets. So children show us in the pre and post evaluation how what they learn in this program increases significantly. Then the pyramid starts to reduce, and then we have environmental leadership. This is one of the most motivated children. Not everyone feels the same motivation, but they start carrying out actions in their community. They tell their people, that what a pet is. They plant trees or they do recycling campaigns, whatever they can think of from their own initiative. So from here, we have some characters that are very valuable for us in the Fundación. Children like Rosa. Rosa was one of the leaders that went through all the programs, and now she's one of our teachers. And she's educating the children in her community in Louruaco about what she learned. So work, development, and she's studying environmental education. And Nelson also, he has been with us half of his life. Now he's about 22. He started at the program and little before the pandemics because he was one of the educational leaders in the Jaime Duque Park, and now he's studying to be an environmental education professor. So this is all celebrated on the TT Day in August every year. And the objective is to connect people and to have you even if you do not continue in an environment career, is to sort of like keep the seal of our students so that they become ambassadors or leaders or citizens that are aware of the environment, and especially with wild fauna. The story of this gentleman who saved the TT and was returned to its family, and to achieve the objective of reducing fauna traffic and having these wild animals at home, the appreciation for these species and the social and environmental value of the TT in the Caribbean forest. So I want to invite you, if you want to know more about this, you can accompany us in our social networks in the TT network and the group that makes this possible. Rosamira, thank you very much. And congratulations for that wonderful work that you're doing that is so important. We also have questions for you. I want to start with the first question. What has been the work with the Santa Catalina community and the limits so that they motivate for the conservation of the TT? Thank you, Juliana. Yes, we have found in so many years of work that what is important is to find the connection point between the needs of these communities and conservation. We have learned that the importance is the relevance of the message that you communicate to different audiences for the community. It's a survival matter, the need to have income. So we find ways for them to supply for that need. So once they have the opportunity of having an income, they can contribute to the conservation through a commitment, which is not having TTs as pets. Now, on the side of the students, the small ones want to have fun, and for them, the families are important. So we use the topic about how important it is for you to be with your family, and that TT also need to be in the woods with their own families. For the older ones, is having fun, finding what they want to do, so awaken the spark of what they want to do. And if I'm motivating with conservation, we can have a conservation to generate change. So I think in Santa Catalina and all its limits have been allies with our foundation. They are our friends and our colleagues in the mission. And with them, we have learned together, and we have been able to have lots of changes in favor of the TT that are reflected with time in more action in favor of the TT, more commitment from the community, and more protected forests. And that's the objective that we want to reach with our work. What can you do if you discover that someone has a TT as a pet? That's a wonderful question, because that is something that we see every day. As the foundation has become more visible, we get more information about people that want to help the cause. We are a non-profit organization, and we are forced to work with environmental authorities. So we usually try to persuade the person that has the TT because they didn't know, or they didn't know it was illegal, or that he was causing so much harm. So the idea is to do a voluntary return of the TT, and this has to do together with the authorities, so that this person will return the species, and the authority will find a place where the TT can live in a nice way. When things become more aggressive, we have to apply the authority and call environmental police and the environmental authority to recover the species. Sometimes we have been able to return the animal to the natural environment if they have been recently captured. So with the authorities, we were able to return them to the natural environment, as I showed you in my images. But what is important is not to let the information go by. We have to inform. We are not authorities, so we cannot act, but we can collaborate and connect the people with the authority, the competent authority, to be able to take an action in favor of the TT. Why is it important to maintain and protect this species? Once again, as I said before, the TT is one species that has these two characteristics, which is it only exists in Colombia and it's critically threatened. But in reality, the TT is representing a whole ecosystem. So the connection point is always that the TT represents an ecosystem. If we protect the forest for the TT, we protect it for many other animals. And if we protect it for the other animals, we're protecting it for ourselves, so that we can have water sources and food, and to have environmental health also. So there's why it is so important to have this educational message, to connect the message in your mind, and have a relevant discourse for each person. For the farmers, it's critical. Water is critical for them. So when we talk to them that if we save the TT and we save the forest, we'll give them more water, they say, well, I'm interested. So of course I can help. I really want the water, but I can help also protecting a species. So it's like a symbol of a conservation approach that can help us to protect our resources and to guarantee that we can all benefit from that for our communities and for our families and for our humanity. What strategies can be used to educate more people about these species in our country? Well, we're focused on communities, the nearby communities where we have protected areas, forest areas, and the 3 areas where we work around. But we're in a crusade now to expand all that effort and everything that we have learned in more than 12 years of educational work in these communities, which is to create packages that we can share with schools where we're not present, in communities where we can replicate remotely these educational exercises and work with teachers in other scenes, but to find allies also like the Rochester School, which for us, the school connected with our cause and have made of TT a symbol of the work of environmental sensitization that they do with their students. So as a Rochester, we have other friend schools, but we need to create a network of schools that are connected with this cause and that use the TT as a symbol of a whole broad approach of protection and conservation of resources, and also the education and creation of citizens that are sensitive and that are aware with the environmental topic and whose behavior will support and favor the conservation of our and mainly no TTs as pets. We have to support the cause in order to protect the species. Your mic is off, Juliana. Now that you talk about the work done by the Rochester School, how does the ministry help with the conservation of the forest and the protection of the TT? Well, I was mentioning about the importance of the connection of the work, like an organization like ours, which is a nonprofit organization. This is a private organization, but together with the environmental authorities in our country, it's more experience on a daily basis with the environmental authorities, but through the ministry, also through policies and orienting the importance of applying the environmental laws and controls and surveillance that we need in the territories and the planning of strategies. For example, when we present all the arguments so that the TT was to be considered as a species in critical danger, having the support of the ministry was important in order to draw the attention on a species that few people knew and that not many people were working with or were interested to work with. So this is critical. This institutional support and parallel strategies like the ones we have of planting so many trees that motivates and mobilizes the communities nationwide to start restoring the forest and recovering areas that had been lost to favor different species like the TT in the case of Colombian Caribbean, but we have many species because our country is very biodiverse. So this is a teamwork, and the alliances move these processes forward with all sectors, the communities, the authorities, the academy, with the donors that sponsor the work that we do and that help us achieve these conservation objectives. Thank you very much, Rosamira, for your contribution, especially for the procedures that you're giving us. Now we have Jennifer Seguier, Executive Director of the National Network of Green Schools in the U.S., and she will explain to us how the conditions to have healthy, sustainable schools and more equitable schools. She's going to talk about that. Jennifer, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me? Is everything working well? I'm hoping that we're all working well.
Está funcionando bien. Te oímos. Muy bien.
Excellent, excellent. So I am speaking to you from Madison, Wisconsin. I am actually on vacation, which is quite nice. The work that we do with the Green Schools National Network keeps me busy year round. And so I'm here in Madison visiting a place where I used to live and love. I'm in a beautiful park in the middle of a tall grass prairie, which is one of my favorite ecosystems on the planet. So I am going to share a PowerPoint presentation. Want to make sure that you can see this. And it appears that everything is set, but I'm on the wrong slide, so let me get back quickly. So the Green Schools National Network was founded in 2007 as a network of public charter schools that had a focus of environmental education as a thread that wove their curriculum together at all levels from kindergarten through 12th grade. And a few years after that, the purpose of that network was to share best practices. And a few years after that, we launched the national conference, which Anissa has spoken about, which is now the Green Schools Conference and Expo. And since the USGBC has taken over production of the conference, we have invested our time and energy in building a network of schools and school districts across the country, as well as resources that are helping schools and school districts transform throughout. So we support whole systems change. Our vision is that that our work ensures that future generations can thrive by shaping sustainable schools. 50% of the people in the United States are influenced every day by our public education system. 20%, almost 20% of the people in this country go to work, learn, or play in a school every day. But when you look at the relationships of families and grandparents, and our public education system is influencing 50% of the people. And we believe that that public education and all schools are actually the most important lever of change when it comes to preparing ourselves to live sustainably with the planet and with each other over time. So our mission is that we create the conditions for change so that every learner in the US, but eventually across the countries or across the planet. So we're very excited to be a part of this conference with Columbia, the Ministry of the Environment, and with Rochester School, because we believe that every learner on this planet should attend a healthy, equitable, and sustainable school. So the work that we do right now, we launched this network just 5 years ago. And so the work that we do with our schools and school districts is really grounded in transforming all of the operating systems of the school. And I'll identify and talk a little bit about that. But we work in very deep partnership with our schools and school districts to help them transform all of the impact systems that exist so that everybody, faculty, staff, and students understand their role as global citizens. We also, at the same time we launched the network, we found that there was a need for well-vetted, well-documented case studies and research related to healthy, equitable, and sustainable schools. And so we launched the Green Schools Catalyst Quarterly, and you can see the website here for that you can link to go to the Catalyst Quarterly. Anissa Hemming, who spoke earlier, is on our editorial board. We have people across the United States, and we have had conversations about translating the quarterly into other languages. So It is only in English now, but I would love to look for international partners to work with us for translating the issues. So the issues range from net zero schools, and Anissa talked about Discovery Elementary and some of the other schools that are highlighted in our journal articles related to facilities and operations, but we also focus a lot on leadership and curriculum and instruction and culture. And so we believe that students are the best hope for the future, and creating the conditions for them, for students to be able to act and give voice to their concerns about the planet and the communities that they live in are actually critical. So we document the work that teachers and leaders are doing across the country. And so again, we do a wide range of issues, and you can go out onto the website and look at that. It's a really great literature review of what's happening in the United States right now, and we're getting ready for a relaunch and a revisit of the content of the quarterly. So look for some exciting adjustments coming in the future. So as an organization, our grounding principles are that systemic change endures. While we, many of us have worked in environmental education and K-12 schools, that's who we are. We are educators. We know that one teacher and a champion can have an impact, but the impact will not last unless all of the conditions for systemic change are in place. And so we really focus on whole systems, whole schools, and whole school districts. We also believe that equity matters. Most people, when we talk about sustainability in the United States, we don't necessarily talk about sustainable development. And so most people don't understand that equity and equitable education, high quality access to high quality education is critical for the future. So equity is a critical part of our mission. We also believe that everyone in a school system is a leader and a learner, from the schools all the way up to the superintendent. Everybody, faculty, staff, and student, are critical to the change process that is important. And in the last presentation, when you talked about needing a network of schools to be able to do this work, to be able to protect the species that you're honoring, it's critical that everybody is involved. So this network development is also something that's an important part. We have 4 impact systems. We focus on leadership development, curriculum and instruction, culture and climate, and facilities and operations. That language was also used when in Anissa's presentation. You can see that it is something in the United States that all of the green schools community have come around. Those 3, climate, culture, environmental literacy, and operations and facilities. We believe that leadership is also key for the systemic change that is needed for long-term change. And so our research and evaluation, we have a research and evaluation component connected with all of the work that we do in schools. And so the tools that are emerging, again, the network is young, it's only 5 years old, but the tools that are emerging from our research and evaluation will be made available to other schools and school districts as they develop, as we do the fine tuning and testing for reliability and validity. So we are about change, long-term change. And so we're in this for the long haul, and we look for partners who are also in this for the long haul. When we talk about what's happening in the sustainability movement, we believe that, sorry about that, we believe that it is critical that we take action to be able to develop hope for the long haul. Because of the climate issues, because of the pandemic, because of the global issues that we're facing and that our students facing, we believe it's important to unleash a radical, an increase in radical ideas. And so we know that the young children, the kindergarten children, actually even the high school students that we have, are actually shaping the 22nd century. We've been talking about 21st century learning for the last 25 to 30 years, but it is time, we believe it's time to start talking about the 22nd century and how our students are shaping the 22nd century. And so as we look to the future and think about the future, we understand that we come from and we live within competent genius. So the planet is the competent genius that we have to learn from. Biomimicry and the concepts of biomimicry are things that we look to. We look to ecosystems to understand how human systems work. We look to organisms to understand how we can design more effectively. But in reality, we're in an evolutionary hothouse that we have created as a culture and as a human species. And it is up to us as the adults in the room to create the space for our young people to work with us to resolve the issues that they'll be facing as they grow. So it's critical to evolve quickly, to fit in, and to create the future that is healthy for our young people. So we do focus a lot on the Sustainable Development Goals. We use them and to help our schools and school districts to understand that equity is a part of sustainability. Oftentimes when we ask this question in the beginning, it is only at the center is the environment or resources. Very rarely do we see the equity issues and the people at the center. By using the Sustainable Development Goals in a very different way, we are able to move our communities. And again, this is leaders, faculty that teach in schools, and the adults, the leadership. We move them to help them understand that sustainability is not just about protecting the environment. In reality, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, there are only 3 planetary support systems that are a part of the model of the 17. When you look at the next level, there are actually 7 that are related to equity and justice and equity. And there are 6 that are related to a healthy economic future, a sustainable economy. And that a part of making all of those happen is creating partnerships and networks. And so this conference, as an example, is an emerging network that's created to share best practices. The Green Schools National Network is that, as well as the Center for Green Schools. In the United States alone, there are 14,000 school districts and 133,000 schools. And we believe that every child in every single one of those schools has the right to a healthy, equitable, and sustainable education. So you can see here this diagram with the labels. So when we talk about solutions and the systems, the impact systems that we work with, again, we talk about facilities and operations, leadership, climate and culture, and curriculum and instruction. And we collect data and help our schools and school districts look at data that can help them understand how to shift and change each of these systems to allow a more equitable and healthy learning environment. So again, it's whole systems change. It is not just one teacher or one leader in a district. We work to build the capacity for everybody that understands that the future is about the young people in the schools, and that through collaboration, through education, through creating a learning environment, and through collaboration, our young people will be at the center of learning and center of this movement to transform the way we do education and the way we view ourselves as members of the more than human community for the future. And so when we think about deepening sustainability at integration, I loved what Anissa talked about related to setting goals, looking at the data, setting goals related to the data, and then creating an action plan. And that's the process that we use with our schools and school districts. Some of the metrics are not hard, numeric. They may be qualitative data that we look, or qualitative measures that we look at to be able to measure progress. But we believe that whenever you set a goal that has some sort of a measurable related to it in any of those 4 impact systems, you can create very positive change with strategic planning, with collaboration, and integrating everybody, students, parents, faculty, staff, and leadership, all being a part of the change process within a system. So we are really focused on, change. And we also know that change does not happen in a straight line. These are some of the projects that we've had our teams map, and you can see that there is uneven progress often when we go through change, even when we collect data, numeric data. Projects and sustainability initiatives can move forward quickly, and then they can die if a key leader leaves, or if you hit a barrier when it comes to policy or administrative decision makers. And so what we teach is a process, and what we do with our schools and school systems is a process for breaking down the silos, because as humans, the way we've created our institutions, we've hardwired our institutions for silos to be able to function in silos. But we identify ideas and sustainability initiatives, and we help our teams develop a plan that understands the interface between what we call complementary operating systems. So our adaptive operating systems, so our communities that take on initiatives, and then the hierarchy or the command and control systems that are a part of every school system, every institution actually, that are designed to sustain stability, to maintain stability within a system. And so to create change, you have to maintain that stability, but also provide for innovation within that system. And so our coaching and our work provides this process. And again, the key shifts that we believe are critical are that we want to create sustainable goals, connect and focus on those goals over the long term, not for just a short period of time, but for a long term. So, thank you very much.
Jennifer, muchas gracias a ti por compartir todos estos conocimientos en sostenibilidad.
And I'm waiting for interpretation.
Queremos comenzar con la...
Thank you very much for these great comments and presentations. We want to have, to begin this session of questions and answers, we have 5-1. What goal did you want to comply with when you founded these national network of green schools?
So our initial goal, and the goal that we still focus on, is that educators learn best from other educators doing the work. And so we wanted to be able to create schools and school systems who could tell people how they did their work, how they created the systems change and the long-term change that they have created, and who are comfortable bringing others in to be able to teach them how to do this work. So it's a systems change process by creating replication hubs. We call our school districts and schools replication hubs. They're ready to do showcase seminars and to be able to talk about their work and share how they've made the changes that they've made.
¿Cómo hicieron para que más colegios
How did you manage to incorporate other schools and motivate them to become green schools?
So in our early stages, we selected schools that we had come to know through the development of the national conference. Schools that we knew were already committed to this work. We felt we needed to work with those groups, those schools and school districts first, so they could inform us and help us understand more deeply how they did their systems change. And so in the early stages, we selected the leaders to work with us. And now what's happening is we are being sought by others who know that they want to do this for their students and for the future. And so they are seeking us. We actually don't market. It's all through word of mouth right now. And we're super excited about the results that we're seeing and about the expansion of the network.
¿Qué formas y estrategias usan
What
para
forms and strategies do you use to involve students in this process?
Great. All of our partnerships start with a leadership summit. And in that summit, we bring together students, parents, school board members, leadership, teachers. So in the room, we have a large group. We have everybody in the school ecosystem represented at the table. And we, at that point, begin to lay the foundation and help them understand and create a shared definition of sustainability for their community. And so in that sustainability summit, once we have created this foundation of a shared definition of sustainability, we then move them and facilitate a process of goal setting. And most schools, most communities know what they want for their future. And so through a facilitated process, we help them identify goals. And then once those goals are set, we collect data to understand where they are and create a plan, an action plan to move them forward to achieve their goal.
¿Cómo expandir esta red de
How can you expand this network of green schools at an international level, for example?
Opportunities like this are perfect. We would love to be able to work with Rochester School and help them understand our process so they can share their work. This conference is perfect, is a perfect example. I also think translating, finding the partners to help translate the tools and resources that are available that we've created to be able to share those internationally. I think that's one step. But based on Anissa's presentation as well, we know there are schools internationally. We actually have some work that we do in Taiwan and Shanghai. And so, but we haven't spent much time in South or Central America. I think it's time, don't you?
Es verdad. Estamos a tiempo.
That's true. We're just in time to contribute our grain of sand also. And the last question to conclude. What would be your recommendation to start working to become a green school?
I love this question because I think every school on this planet can be a green school by deciding that the future of humans and the planet in balance is something that is critically important. And so whether it is looking at your curriculum to determine where best at every grade level you can have a significant experience for each student, that's a place to start. You can begin a study group with teachers and leaders. You can attend the Green Schools Conference. You can begin, by building community and joining, having a summit yourself to help your own community define what it is you want for the future and how you want your students to give voice to the future that they desire, which is a better quality of life over time, with less conflict, with less environmental degradation, with less global health issues, better education for everybody. Everybody wants those things. And that's all part of becoming a green school. So in many ways, I think every school is already a green school. I think setting some goals and focusing your work wherever it is you want is how you become a green school.
Pues Jennifer, muchísimas gracias.
Jennifer, thank you very much for your words and for your great presentation, which surely be useful for everyone. At this point, we will have our first morning break with some inspirational videos that we have prepared for you, and it'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer?
Yes.
And thank you. Great speech. And same with Anissa. Great, like always.
Yes, great. Anissa, Jennifer, Rosamira, great presentations. Thank you.
Rosamira, I loved learning about the little squirrel. It's so cute. Anissa, great job.
Same to you and Rosamira.
Jennifer, thank you very much for the presentation. And of course, we're very, same with Anissa, we're ready. We're actually ready to help and, work with you guys and create a partnership somehow. We'll figure it out.
We will. I think you're ready as well. I think this conference is an example of what needs to happen in every country, and it looks like you're positioning yourself in the leadership role. So that's a good thing.
Great, Jennifer.
Yes.
And I actually agree with you in that, in a way that, Colombia is needing this more so because of the peace deals, and the riots and the protests and the young people asking for things. I think it would be a vehicle, a way to channel that energy. The green schools would be one way of doing it. Thank you very much for that idea.
Absolutely. I think it is. It brings together everything that they want for their future. And, the education system for so long has been designed around a future that, the past generation wanted. And it's time for the generation to design the education system that they want for the future that they want.
Great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Juan Pablo, can I chime in for a minute? This is Tom.
Yes, please, Dr. M.
Anissa, in the course of your presentation, obviously LEAD has gone fairly deep into how to work with the physical structure of schools and how to renovate and build those kinds of schools.
And operate.
Yeah, it sounded as if you stumbled a little bit when you got to the question of educational assessment that was posed to you. And that happens to be the primary area that I've worked in for the last 30 years, including work that we did with the National Environmental Literacy Assessment Project in the US.
Yes.
Now, I realize that the environmental literacy framework that we utilized in, and I've worked with national assessments in Turkey, in Israel, in Korea, and wrote about those in a chapter in a book. And some of my graduate students have designed those kinds of assessments for work in Saudi Arabia and mainland China. But the framework that we utilize is a little different than the educational vision and framework that's used in the green schools sector. And yet, while I wouldn't claim that the environmental literacy work that we do is all encompassing, I think it adds an element, or has the potential to add an element in the area of environmental education and potentially even sustainability education. So I am very glad to meet you and would be happy to talk with you about matters of educational assessment when, you know, in another context.
I'm very familiar with that work, and I know of several other efforts to assess and define sustainability and environmental literacy. And I am glad to be connected with you and all the work that you've been doing, especially internationally. We don't aspire to be the voice around assessment of environmental sustainability literacy. It's not our area of expertise, but we do aspire to know what's happening and be well educated so that we can point our school district network and our professional development networks to the people who know what they're talking about. So I'm very happy to be connected with you.
And Jennifer,
and I know
Dr. Marcinkowski is a professor at Florida Institute of Technology. He was one of my professors in one of the courses in educational, environmental education. So great that you can meet and get to know each other.
Yeah, and I know some people that Anissa works with. I've known Jim Elder for decades. I mean, from the time that he was working back with the School for Field Studies, long before he morphed into his next life. And I'm familiar enough with Jenny's work with the Green School National Network. I mean, because when we were working on the very first phase of the National Environmental Literacy Assessment, we reached out to that fledgling group of green charter schools in 2007, 2008 to try to engage some of those schools in, well, we didn't move then, but when we ran the second phase, we went to the green charter schools to see which of them, if any, might be interested in participating in the second phase of that assessment work. So and I've been to the conference, and Susan has talked me up enough that I know enough to be dangerous. So and I know that there are dimensions of of green school work that goes broader than environmental literacy per se, but this is one of the nuggets in the pile, and it's certainly it's good to reconnect with you, Jenny, and to meet you, Anissa, so that we can have opportunities to talk further.
And I know, Tom, that I have referenced a number of our schools to your work, and they struggled with implementing it, and so we might need to want to revisit that to see what and how we might be able to leverage that tool in schools that would like to be able to use it. They found it a little unfriendly. And it's difficult for schools to implement new assessments. So we've been working with them on some portfolio assessments.
Excuse me 1 second, please, because we're about to begin and I wanted to explain to the ones who are here. Estamos ya con todos los de experiencias pedagógicas. Carlos, les presentamos a Juan Pablo, nuestro presidente, está también Ángela del ministerio. Bienvenidos. Acuérdense que deben quedarse hasta el final de las experiencias para poder recibir las preguntas que son al final de los 4 presentadores. ¿Listo? Entonces, Carlos de Universidad de La Sabana, bienvenido. José María Castillo, que está por aquí. José, de la Universidad Javeriana, excelente.
Aquí estoy.
Perfecto, y está Luis Camargo también, que viene más tarde, pero bueno, estamos
La
todos.
red de jóvenes también por ahí lo vi.
Perdón, porque iniciamos con Felipe Suárez, ¿no? ¿Felipe está?
Sí, Felipe está
también.
de la piloto.
Sí.
Listo, entonces un recordatorio para todos, se quedan para las preguntas y vuelven, obvio que están invitados. Welcome to the first International Summit, Green.
Inspirando líderes para la sostenibilidad del mañana. Hoy y en este momento damos inicio al segmento de experiencias pedagógicas de universidades. En este espacio ustedes van a poder preguntar todas las inquietudes que tengan. Así que para iniciar, invitamos
to ask all your questions. We invite Felipe Suárez Alarcón, professor of the Environmental Sciences at the Piloto University in Colombia. He's going to talk about curriculum sustainability at the Colegio, at the Jonathan Swift School. Felipe, welcome, and start your talk. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm here trying to share the screen. Okay, I think you can see my screen now. Yeah. Okay, I first want to begin by thanking the invitation of the Rochester School, the Ministry of the Environment, and also thank the Jonathan Swift School that has allowed us to develop this activity that we will be showing you today. The director, Diana Marquez, Jose Miguel Ramirez, the coordinator.
Siempre dentro de las actividades que hemos podido desarrollar. Lo que quiero contarles hoy, la experiencia que queremos
compartir. No escucho. I want to tell you today, no, I can't hear the microphone. The sound is very low. I'm sorry, but I cannot hear. No se escucha. Está muy bajito el sonido.
De lo que proponía esta agenda o lo que
I'm sorry, I cannot translate because I can't hear. I don't know, he doesn't have a mic or something happens, but I cannot hear him.
diseño una estrategia que nos permitiera llevar a los colegios, a las instituciones educativas, la idea de que podíamos actuar en torno a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, que teníamos la posibilidad de generar cambios a futuro con el proceso de formación de nuestros
Sorry,
estudiantes.
there's no way that I can translate it because I cannot hear what he's saying.
Lo primero que quisimos hacer fue acercarnos a los estudiantes, llevar esta información de los ODS, aterrizarla desde ese contexto de la política pública y empezarlo a bajar dentro de la sociedad para que empezáramos a entender cuál era el papel de cada uno de nosotros dentro del cumplimiento de esta agenda. Así, durante el año 2017 y 2018 estuvimos dentro del diseño de unos talleres pedagógicos, didácticos, muy basados en la lúdica e incluso en juegos de video en computador para tratar de que
computer to try the students to understand what was the role that they could play.
Esto nos permitió también hacer una validación de esos talleres y empezar con proyectos de investigación en torno a los ODS que nos permitieron también ir viendo cómo durante el camino, durante este proceso, podíamos ir mejorando toda la información que podíamos llevar a los estudiantes, cómo podíamos vincular otros actores, otras instituciones, otras universidades, porque también hemos tenido compañía de otras universidades. Y finalizaba esta primera etapa, digamos, de planificación en el año 2020 con la articulación de los ODS y los PRAE, que fue una apuesta que hicimos también con algunas instituciones educativas, buscando que los ODS fueran esa hoja de ruta que también permitiera, digamos, que alimentar estos proyectos educativos ambientales dentro de las instituciones y buscar de alguna manera que las instituciones educativas aumentaran ese impacto que podían tener sus proyectos ambientales. Esto nos permitió a nosotros como universidad en este proceso de validación no solamente conocer y darnos de pronto un poco cuenta de cómo era la visión que tenían los estudiantes al respecto de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, pero también el concepto que se tenía de sostenibilidad, el concepto que se había venido trabajando y se había venido desarrollando alrededor de la educación ambiental, y empezamos a poner esto también en conocimiento de otras instituciones, en eventos académicos, para escuchar también el punto de vista de otras personas, el punto de vista de otras instituciones, de otros profesionales que en este caso pudieran aportarnos para el desarrollo y la consolidación de estos talleres y de estos ejercicios. Fue muy positivo para nosotros como institución, como programa de administración ambiental de la Universidad Piloto, poder llevar a nuestros estudiantes que siempre han hecho parte de estas iniciativas, de estas estrategias, llevarlos a eventos académicos de tipo nacional e internacional para que pudieran mostrar esos avances, para que ellos también en ese proceso de formación como profesionales asumieran ese rol de ser formadores también en sostenibilidad. Entonces nos permitió a nosotros también darnos una idea de pronto un poco más aterrizada de cómo veían nuestra idea, cómo veían nuestra estrategia desde otro punto de vista en otras instituciones. Así también nos permitió que nuestros estudiantes dentro del discurso, dentro de escuchar a otras personas, dentro de la asesoría que podían brindar muchos de los asistentes a estos eventos, pudieran ir mejorando todo este proceso de aprendizaje. Bueno, estos 4 años, empezando ya este 5º año de trabajo, nos ha permitido identificar unas problemáticas que digamos que han sido comunes dentro de las instituciones con las que hemos trabajado. La mayoría de las instituciones tienen y aquejan un impacto reducido dentro de sus proyectos ambientales escolares. No siempre se obtienen los resultados que se habían planificado. Se planean estos proyectos con de pronto muchas expectativas, pero a medida que se van desarrollando empiezan a ver que el impacto se queda muchas veces dentro de la institución y pocas veces empieza a ir más allá, a vincular a comunidades, a vincular a poblaciones cercanas. Muy difícilmente estos proyectos llegan a impactar a su entorno cercano. Y esto parte también de una problemática que identificamos en la falta de articulación de los contenidos de sostenibilidad dentro de la estructura misma educativa del colegio. El PRAE de alguna manera siempre quedaba como un elemento suelto, como un elemento tal vez digamos que pegado, añadido dentro de la estructura académica de la institución, y esto no siempre era una buena estrategia y no siempre daba los resultados esperados.
No oigo nada.
Muchas veces esta articulación también empezó a determinar que en los contenidos curriculares, en los contenidos académicos, en el mismo proyecto educativo institucional, el tema de sostenibilidad era simplemente o era solamente un elemento adicional dentro de toda su estructura y no hacía parte como un elemento directriz, como un elemento que pudiera, digamos que dirigir todo lo que se requería en torno a la sostenibilidad. Obviamente la falta de conocimiento y participación en los ODS, cuando nos acercábamos y muchas instituciones educativas, muchos colegios nos decían, los mismos docentes y directivos asumían su participación en los ODS como algo demasiado grande para ellos. Como yo, siendo una institución educativa pequeña dentro de una ciudad como Bogotá, dentro de una ciudad como Pasquilla, una ciudad cercana a Bogotá donde también estuvimos trabajando, nos decían cómo puedo yo incidir realmente en el cambio de un problema que se ha venido desarrollando desde que existe el desarrollo social y económico de una sociedad. ¿Cómo podemos nosotros como institución educativa aportar para algo tan grande, un objetivo tan grande como el que se traza la Agenda 2030? Y esto fue también un proceso de cambiar esa forma de pensar y de decirle a las instituciones si podemos cambiar y si podemos ser nosotros agentes de cambio a través del proceso de formación de las personas que van a tomar decisiones en el futuro. Esto obviamente conllevó una baja participación de la comunidad académica en los proyectos ambientales escolares. Esto pues obviamente se centraba más en un equipo de trabajo más bien reducido, en ejercicios que se adelantaban con docentes que estuvieran vinculados a las áreas de biología, de ciencias naturales y generalmente a grupos reducidos de estudiantes que estaban interesados en adelantar este tipo de actividades. Pero no, insisto, no había una participación.
No oigo nada.
De toda la comunidad académica. Posteriormente, encontramos que había una orientación biocentrista en la educación ambiental, que posiblemente el concepto de la educación ambiental estaba más, digamos que definido desde el punto
Perdón,
de vista.
Felipe.
Sí, señor.
Lamento la interrupción. No hay traducción al inglés. Entonces, permítame, resolvemos esto, ¿ok?
Ok, claro que sí.
Lamento la interrupción. No hay traducción al inglés. Entonces, permítame, resolvemos esto, ¿ok?
Ok, claro que sí.
Lamento la interrupción. No hay traducción al inglés.
ambiental urbana, magíster en gestión urbana, con experiencia en coordinación de proyectos.
Management, and he has emphasis in environmental performance, urban sustainability, and territorial planning, and university teaching. So once again, welcome, and please excuse us for the inconveniences. There's no problem. We are always subject to this kind of inconveniences, no problem. So I was saying that in the problems that we identified in the different institutions, we always found a biocentric orientation of environmental education. So this has led us to think that the conservation of the environment and the use of resources was just to have an environmental stock in our planet in order to have biodiversity and take care of the natural resources. But we never found analysis where we could reach a deeper point in the discussion, that we could say that the care of the environment and the environmental protection is what allows us to exist as a species. So there is always a problem or some points that were common within these process of learning what was the participation in environmental topics of educational institutions. So what did we propose? How did we start looking for solutions that we could bring to educational institutions? First, we started thinking that we had to redefine the traditional environmental education. We had to go into education for sustainability that allowed for educational institutions and the teachers and students would understand that the education for sustainability went beyond the conservation of resources and biodiversity, that it was looking for a larger objective in our planet logic. We are in an environment that if we don't have the possibility of manage our resources correctly, we as a species have no opportunity further ahead in time. So we also thought that we should redefine the way in which we analyzed environmental problems and that we should bring this to the institutions. We always managed the idea of being those who could understood environmental problems, disaggregating and rebuilding that environmental problem. Not necessarily that was the best way to approach it. So we had to bring this to the institutions and to place in the context the systemic nature and the complexity perceived that is behind all the environmental problems. There is an interconnection in all the activities that we carry out in our society, and that is what generates a greater complexity in environmental problem, and it should be understood under that context. It was necessary to change the institutional personal responsibility from the point of view of the teachers, the students, the directors, but also the institutional responsibility vis-a-vis change. We have to see that we didn't have the capacity from the institutions to change what had been constituting a problem in the human development. We had to change that paradigm, that we are enclosed in an environment where we have no incidents or very little incidents in our environment. So that was one of the things that we did in this strategy. And also to bring to the reflection about what is the nature of the current development model and how are we in the planetary limits, thinking that development and the current development model cannot be subscribed only to the way to measure the economy and progress as we have always been used to see it. Development could not only be thought of the amount of economic benefit, but a country or a nation, they should have to be thought as from the point of view of human development. So this is what sustainability gave us very good contributions in order to change all these mindsets that we had in our institutions. So we decided to use education for sustainability as a pillar from which we could start on a curricular sustainability process. And we started to think about sustainability should be based on values and oriented in a change of the scale of values would allow the students to have a critical uh, mindset around what surrounds them and everything that has to do with the environmental problems and the decision that needed to be taken. And this changes also this concept because it's more oriented to action than to knowledge. Knowledge is necessary, of course, but we needed to know or also know how we could use that knowledge in order to act or how we can use it to generate changes. Understand also, or another of the bit for the students and with the teachers is that participation in decision making was a way we could change and we could have incidents in local and global decision making that could lead us to be in time to be one of the most or the strongest values for sustainability. And we had to work here with the concept of education for sustainability and the bid for the solution of environmental problems. From the discourse of different disciplines, we could build real solutions so that we could move forward as a society. And we also found that it had multiple resources, didactic resources. It not only the specific knowledge of sitting a student or a teacher saying, what is the environment, how does it work, and the way to keep it, but we should also look for alternatives and ways in which other people or other students or at different ages or different types of education or even different models of education in the institutions could converge somehow to understand education in sustainability. When we started with this program and when we started to talk with institutions, we had an ally, which was Colegio Jonathan Swift, through the workshops that we had carried out in previous years and also through the coordination of Mr. Ramirez, who also forms part of the educational table of the location of SUA. He was very attentive to listen to our proposal and he was interested in participating so that from the school we started to look for a way in which sustainability had a greater relevance in the educational process. And this is important because this is something that from the Piloto University we thank the school because it's not easy that an institution in a specific point in time says that they want to change and that somehow they want to redesign the way they are educating or redesigning the way in which they are preparing their students. So they wanted to start this process thinking also that this is a way to improve the quality of education vis-a-vis or look for a differentiating factor. So they were able to analyze critically the educational process from the page. They started to look for a way in which they could have a shift in the process and to see what were the factors and the possibilities for improvement for education for sustainability, and they were looking for internal coherence in their instruments to articulate the PRI and make it part of an institutional policy for sustainability with a coherence for the educational process in the curricula, and that they could also generate an impact, a significant impact in the communities that were nearby that formed part of the school. Collective construction of sustainable lifestyles is a bit also that is in this methodology that we have been developing because what it seeks, education for sustainability seeks is that the teachers and the students assume the role not only from the discourse but from their life, from their daily life, that they can generate changes in all the processes and activities that they carry out daily. And the school also wanted to assume the active participation role in order to achieve this Agenda 2030, identifying in their curricula what were the issues that they could be articulating. And also, the school wanted to potentiate a surrounding or an environment in the city that was very valuable to make the students sensitive to the environment. And it allows us to generate the first step, which is more difficult, which is generating or making the students sensitive to these environmental needs, so that they see these, from the institutions, what is the environment they want to protect and the environment they should work on in order to make it sustainable. So the start point for this activity was that we had been working for several years with students, and this way we wanted to make a change, a radical change in what we were developing. So we thought that the best way to do it was to work with teachers. So the impact of educating educators can lead us to not only as an institution to generate and install capacity to work on sustainability, but it also allows us to send a message through more people. So as a university, we always have a limitation of a lot of workshops, a specific time of work with the school. But when we finished the activities and we left, there was always like this concern: can we continue working at the school without us being present as an institution? So this is what we also wanted to work with through this strategy of curricular sustainability, because we always found that sustainability didn't form part of the initial education that the teachers had. The teachers are not educated in sustainability, and those who are usually in the same areas, natural sciences and biology, but the other teachers were not linked to the process in the institution. So we also tried to have reflections in order to be able to understand the phenomena that are behind the environmental problems. And in this discussion, we could sort of like give feedback to find solutions that could be applied and that were coherent with these environmental problems, understanding that if we have a holistic vision or multidisciplinary vision, was easier to contribute to the solutions. Why the teachers? And so why did we decide to do this through the teachers? Because the scope was larger for the strategy. We had a greater strategy because we were able to be with the students every day, and through the knowledge of looking for practical skills, they could generate a construction or restructuring of a value scale with regards to sustainability environment, that the teachers and the students could restructure their scale of values so that they could bring sustainability at a higher point, to dimension the way in which they live on their daily life, that they could transmit attitudes and emotions and change the value scale and modify it in order to be able to impact not only locally but globally through these educating the students that have a critical capacity for decision making with regards to sustainability. Felipe, I'm sorry to interrupt. We don't have too much time left. Okay, I'm closing my presentation now. So basically, we had some lessons learned. What is it that we have been able to see so far in the process? This is a process. This process is not something that has like a beginning or an end. It just is an installed capacity that will leave at the institution so that they can continue working on, so that they can start building an internal or an institutional policy having to do with sustainability, so that they can use it in all the different spaces for learning in the school. This is something that we will see in the medium or long term. We don't expect that this is going to be seen in a few months' time, and that it will have some impacts that can be measured, or an easy way to show what the process has been like. It is difficult, and although it has taken time, we need to change patterns and behavioral patterns in institutions, and it also requires institutional assistance to be critical in this teaching work. And then I wanted to share with you the vision that we've had in my work team. Nicolas Leon, one of the students that has been accompanying the process for many years, And in 30 seconds, he will share with you his experience in the work that he's been doing with the teachers at the school. Through the development of the project carried out at the Jonathan Swift School that was started by the teachers, an active participation and collaborative work, and we are really eager to learn about the topic. They have been able to relate and to link the subject with the objectives of sustainable development, and they think how to implement sustainability in their curricula, transmitting and promoting knowledge towards students to contribute to the transformation, cultural transformation along children and adolescents to grow in a more sustainable way, providing solutions to environmental problems that we are living right now, being the teachers, the agents of change, the true agents of change. So basically, the results that we have had so far is that we have been able to work together with the school, and this is a strategy that is being developed, and we have been able to have a good practice in sustainability. We've had the participation of the teaching body and the directives to review the prize, and there is interest to start articulating a sustainability policy between the prize, the curricula, and the teachers' education. That this is a process that needs to be done continuously. Thank you very much for this space, and this is my contact data for any suggestion or question that you may have. Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. We will have the questions at the end of the forum. Don't leave.
De la Universidad de La Sabana en Colombia. Carlos nos hablará sobre el proyecto Territorio STEM Sabana Centro. Carlos, bienvenido a este encuentro de Generación Verde y queremos saber de qué se trata esta experiencia.
Juliana, muchas gracias. Primero que todo, muchas gracias también por la invitación a este importante evento. Digamos que es importante reconocer el esfuerzo y la oportunidad de poder vincular a muchas personas para aportar a la solución de problemas concretos, en este caso sobre la sostenibilidad. Esperen un segundo, aquí tengo la presentación ya, listo. La tenía súper lista. Y aquí, listo, ya. Juliana, ¿me confirma si se logra ver, por favor?
Sí, te estamos viendo perfecto.
La pantalla, perfecto.
Sí, la pantalla.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, entonces yo voy a compartirles sobre lo que es el Territorio STEM Sabana Centro, que es una propuesta que tenemos liderado por la Universidad de La Sabana, dentro del marco de Sabana Sostenible. Primero que todo, contextualizo a las personas que nos acompañan. El Territorio STEM Sabana Centro hace parte de la provincia de Sabana Centro de Cundinamarca, en el que hacen parte de estos 11 municipios. En estos 11 municipios se espera generar toda una promoción de una educación STEM sostenible que nos permita la formación de ciudadanos responsables activos y una cohesión social para el desarrollo sostenible. Entonces, lo que esperamos y en el marco de la Universidad de La Sabana, tiene la zona de influencia el territorio Sabana Centro. Y en ese territorio Sabana Centro es donde empezamos a generar diferentes oportunidades y vinculación con diferentes actores para la promoción de la educación STEM, especialmente en el aporte a la educación del desarrollo sostenible. Bueno, entonces voy a acá hacer una síntesis de qué es lo que estamos haciendo y voy al final organizando para llegar a unas propuestas y a unas investigaciones de las cuales pues los invitamos a todos para que nos acompañen de estas iniciativas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hemos logrado generar en este territorio STEM Sabana Centro? Pues hemos logrado la vinculación y la participación de diferentes redes, actores públicos, privados, fundaciones, instituciones universitarias, colegios, sector civil, para que podamos cumplir ese objetivo. Inicialmente tenemos el Observatorio Sabana Centro, en el que es un muy buen aliado porque permite recoger información, recoger datos, tener diálogo permanente con los diferentes actores, generar propuestas, hacer seguimiento y acompañamiento a los planes de desarrollo y poder dar de alguna manera orientaciones a situaciones específicas que se estén presentando. Señor.
Carlos, ¿me escuchas? Qué pena contigo interrumpirte. Tenemos nuevamente problemas con el módulo de inglés. ¿Me regalas un minutico, por favor? Qué pena.
Vale, no hay problema. Vale, no hay problema.
We're having issues with the translation into English. Hold on.
Español, canal de español. ¿Sí?
¿Cuánto tiempo llevo, Jorge? ¿Me ayudas? 3 minutos, 4.
Sí.
Señor.
Shall we try the English channel? Can you hear me in English?
Perfecto, te escuchamos perfecto.
Okay, so I'll keep on going. Sí, ya. Ya. Ya podemos seguir. We can continue now.
Adelante, puedes continuar.
Yes. Okay. So I am recapping on the project of Sabana Centro that forms part of the Sustainable Savannah Project. We have 5 large public sector articulators, foundations, university institutions, the academy, where we can have a look that in order to cover all these territory, it is necessary to have cooperative work and permanent articulation between the different actors, especially with the citizen in general. So we have 5 large players. The first one is the Observatory of the Sabana Centro, where we do the follow-up of the different sectors, education, health, employment, entrepreneurship, environment, where we collect the information, we analyze that information, and it is the input to work with the mayor offices in the different municipalities. And we have the other ally is the Red Stem Latin America, where we have about 70 institutions where from the work that we're carrying out, we generate academic articulation and social articulation with other Latin American institutions. It is important to highlight here that in the STEM network, there are some specific alliances and all these dynamics in the STEM networks we have at the ODS's framework. We have a third group, which is important, which is a study group in education, in sciences in Sabana Centro, which is a group that we meet every month voluntarily. We do training processes, we share experiences, and we communicate the work that has been performed. Something important that we have is the network of directors of or principals of the main schools of Sabana Centro, which allows us to many of the activities and promotions that we do, they bring it to their communities, not only to the teachers and students, but also to their families. Then we have other important allies, like as the Stifton Foundation and the mayorships, secretaries of education, etc., amongst others. as the big framework that we have in STEM territory, we have some objectives in sustainable development. So we start doing the education of the teachers that are in formal spaces in exercise, and this has been generating a network of educational challenge in Latin America where we are working on sustainability. We have an articulation with the Siemens Experiment Program. These are open accesses. And we also have the STEM Resources Network. And we also have the interregional cooperation with educational institutions and the STEM network with projects that have been financed between the universities and the different situations. And Siemens have generated, or we are developing some projects that we hope to generate all over Latin America. This is 14 projects where we have sustainability topics, health, teacher education, amongst other. And we have the articulation with schools and nearby areas. Here I put it as some aspects in the radio programs where we have worked in order to promote sustainability, productive families with rural schools, amongst other things. Now to finish, I'm going to highlight some of the big landmarks that we've had in this process. The first one is the first educational program, STEM, with the Natural Sciences Diploma Program. This forms part of the Natural Sciences Academy. They're exact and difficult. In the program, we have clear that we need to educate teachers because we know that if we can educate teachers, the impact is going to be larger in each one of the institutions. We have been able to track back with the 60 teachers that we have been working on that it is we can have an impact of around 20,000 students and their families. So this is where we have the element. Why is it so important to work with teachers in these kind of educational processes? In this case, the STEM process, we have 20 students in initial education in 25 schools. So this is the way we can show that by working between the academy, foundations, the university, teachers, official schools, non-official schools, we can generate a very large architecture that will allow us to give continuity to this work. This is another aspect that we have, but I think it is important, the participation of the principals of the schools, because these are the leaders, the motivators of the students so that they can start working directly in their classrooms. And here we see an integration or a way to be able to articulate this with the STEM education. So here we have three large lines of action that we have. We have one, which is education. The second line will be research, and the third one is projection. So in the light of each one of them, in the formation process, we are educating teachers and directors, teachers, the initial education. We have done work with some actors from the mayor offices. And the big achievement is that in some development plans, we have the sustainability in the educational plans with clear indicators. And in the investigation or research processes, we do different kinds of work from different approaches. And there is one topic that I think is important to highlight, which is the experience education as an access for articulation to promote education for sustainability based in two large axes, which is education based on challenges and the other one based on services. So it is based in recognizing the problems found in the territory to link this to the classrooms in some of the subjects, stating it not only from the teachers or students' point of view, but linking this to other subjects with other teachers in a specific point. What we are analyzing here, which are specific topics of our daily lives and the region, so that they can be that we can start generating solutions so that we can scale at a certain specific moment to the public sector and then move on to action with actions in the short and medium term. So where are we headed to? We have five large focuses here. We're working. The first one is in educating teachers in STEM capacities and different actors. Another fundamental element is identifying the problems of the region, because these problems are the ones that we're going to work later on once we get to the university with the different actors and sectors, articulation with different academic institutions, disciplinary projects, and something that we are building on right now, and we can evidence some data which is measuring the impact of what we're doing. And then finally, we are doing two research processes, one on conceptions on STEM from the different actors, the teachers, students, the principals, and the citizens in general in this territory, Sabana Centro. The second one is to have the characterization and the recognition of school experiences of STEM of Sabana Centro. In this line, the sustainability topics and thinking on how this is viewed from the territories. It is done by one single person. It's not done by the sector. So if we need a consolidation in the short or medium term of the education of different people, the citizen in general, the person that is working in the different public sectors, and of course also in educational institutions like schools and universities. So in the short term, we hope that this will generate an impact that will lead us to uh, providing solutions where we all place our own grain of sand. Thank you very much. Carlos, thank you very much. Very interesting, your topic. We will have a lot to learn from that. So now we will continue with Jose Maria Castillo, who will talk about his experience called Transversal Integration of Sustainability in Curricula. Jose Maria is a teacher of the Ecology and Territory Department and coordinator of the Ecological and Environmental Plan of the University Javeriana. Jose Maria, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Juliana. Cordial greetings to all the people that are listening to us right now, and especially Dr. Juan Pablo and Patricia Aljure and Jorge Quintero. I'm going to share my screen with you, Juliana. Can you confirm? Yeah. Okay. I am going to start my presentation by telling you a story of more than 40 years in about 12 minutes, because I want to show you how the Javeriana University has incorporated ecological and environmental dimension. By the end of the 70s, we have here a background stage. This was born like in 1978. We had a research committee for the rural sector at the Faculty of Economic Sciences. So this was the beginning, our beginning on environmental topics. In 1982, they created the Interdisciplinary Studies Faculty or school, and there are two programs, very important ones, were born. The Masters in Urban and Regional, the first postgraduate programs dealing with environmental and urban issues. Then the story keeps moving forward, and I want to get to 1990, where we incorporate the environmental topic in the economic sciences and administrative faculty, or a school in engineering, architecture, and design, and of course in our science school. We then have a consolidation stage with the creation of the IDEADE. This is the Institute for Development, one of the first environmental institutes in the country. And around 1997, the Environmental Studies School and Rural Studies was created. Then we start with a development stage. In 21, we create work groups between the students, teachers, and administrative personnel to look at waste, water, energy, landscaping, bioclimatic architecture, and noise. And in 2004, we create the environmental management system in charge of the campus administration. But there is a big milestone here that around 2013, this issue about the environmental management of the campus goes to the vice directors of the administrative of the university media. So this is the decision making of the directors. And then we have the projection stage. In 2015, we formulate our ecological and environmental policy where we established 6 principles. On the first of it, or the first one, is the principle of our policy that says that we have to incorporate the ecological and environmental dimension in teaching, in research, in the service, and in the university campus and in the university medium. And we have to be, or we have to bring the institution towards sustainability. And on that same year, we had in the encyclic of our Father Francisco, which has become our inspirator to bring the Javeriana University towards sustainability from integral ecology. In 2016, we created the Javeriana Symposium, where we start to permeate all the integral sustainability development and the advisory committee. And from what was established in the policy, we created Cosmos. This is the environmental and ecological management plan. So what is the structure of Cosmos? Cosmos has 5 programs. The first one is habits, behavior, and social practices. We want to have the Javeriana community, which is formed by 30,000 people of different perceptions, religions, interests, approaches, and ages. We have human beings from 14 years of age up to 90 years in our campus with different religious interests and cultural and political interests. But we have to have an incidence on these big behaviors and social practices in the consume and responsible management of our natural resources. So these 2 programs that are pointing to culture, they aim to sustainability and culture. Then we have another program, which is the Ecological Academy, where we have 3 main functions: teaching, research, and extension. And then we have our 4th program, which campus, Sustainable Campus. Here we approach, we have like water, energy, solid waste, but we want to expand this to the environment, talk about mobility, the quality of our campus, sustainable infrastructures. We have a sub-program that is called Green Story that has been operating for 14 years, making our campus a garden. And we have another program having to do with osmosis. So this is the structure of campus, which points to the academic culture of the campus, but they are all integrated in a symbiosis. They're all articulated. So now I'm going to talk about the academy. How are we articulating education for sustainable development in our learning ecosystem? How are we impacting 18 schools, university schools, 246 pre-graduate and postgraduate programs that impact the students, a population of 25,000 students. So we have different levels of education. The macro level, where we stand on the trends of higher education, supported by emerging pedagogy observatory and a committee for sustainable development, education, the role Javeriano experts, and from universities, other universities, national and international universities, we have a process of analysis in order to appropriately the Laudato Si encyclical on our common home and the Fertilitubes encyclical also. So the Javeriana is part of the educational impact sponsored by Pope Francis, and we're also trying to develop social dialogue spaces or social environmental dialogue spaces, and we also have the analysis of the environment with an observatory for the development of academic offer and some networks with educational institutions on education for sustainable development. Now, this is being articulated mainly in our main functions by the academy, the teachers, then the extension in the framework of bringing Javeriana outside the country in near and far environments, connections that we're having with the indigenous people, entrepreneurs, everything having to do with a sustainable campus. We in our university campus, we see it like a live laboratory for learning and a place where we are all a part of. And here we have the different communities for learning that we connect with 5 models: the development of academic offer and the teacher's body, a student's body, digital transformation, and education. And recently we articulated to the ecosystem of entrepreneurship innovation. And we have established the most important axes in 3. One is curricular innovation with 2 projects, the learning route, and the second one is a pedagogical innovation to accompany the teachers in EDSs. And I really like what I have heard from my friends of the other universities, where they highlight the essential role that teachers play in this educational project. And the third one, we call it the accompany to students with a project for spaces for students. But the 3 of them are articulated. Each of them has some very specific activities. For example, in the curricular part, we have an incidence in the formal education, pre-graduate and postgraduate education, and we're working on the profiles and the educational objectives, and we are transforming the across of those subjects in social environmental topics on sustainability. And recently we're creating learning routes in sustainability for the faculties. Here now or today we have 10 faculties working in these learning routes, and we have been innovative. Okay. So these 3 levels have joined our environment. So I want to make emphasis on this slide, integrating approach of the entire institution. This is the point of arrival for all the institutions so that they move towards sustainability. At the Javeriana University, we don't have one single environmental department. Our environmental topic is not in the hands of one single person. We had like a network. In blue, we see the academy, ecologic academy, where we have the faculties and the research groups. The purple color, this is the university campus where we have all the people there with the energy, good behaviors, etc. In green, we see the connection networks of the university environment where we have the participation of student groups, administrative groups, etc. And in yellow, we have our communication network. So we are bringing to the entire university towards sustainability. So we have a context which is the objectives of sustainable development, especially number 4, which refers to the goal 4.7, where it invites us as an institution to approach education for sustainable development, to contribute to a culture of sustainable culture, human rights, gender equality, the promotion of a peace culture and no violence in this crisis that we're living in Colombia, the evaluation of cultural diversity. What are the big bets of this education for sustainable development that I want to bring to you? First, it proposes an inclusive, an integrative approach using pedagogies and experience that are applied and oriented to the future, that are critical and participative. It adopts a strategic vision oriented to change the principles and priorities of education, review certain courses or set up new courses, and have an influence on the curricular system at all levels. So here I want to make a call to all of those processes for the education of our teachers as the backbone, which is so important for the transformation of our educational institutions. And we have to build a series of competences that are key on sustainability for our teachers. So the competences of systemic strategic thinking that is critical and of a proposition, the interdisciplinary work and problem solution, the cooperation, planning, empathy, solidarity, and compassion, and to learn to be, to learn to coexist, learn to do, learn to transform yourself, and learn to transform society. If we have our teachers obtaining these competences, we're going to be able to bring to the classroom to work hard in the competences of our students. The reflection here that I already heard Felipe mentioned and Carlos also is that education for sustainable development, we have to bring the real world to the classroom where the students will identify the social environmental problems and formulate a problem resolution approach through whatever and visit the real world and explore the sustainability problems that have been discussed in the classroom without bringing the real world to the classroom, etc. Bringing the actors and carry out studies of applied cases. And the last reflection that I have here for the implementation for sustainable development is that the implementation of the EDS and climate management, which is one of the purposes of this meeting, should include the entire institution of higher education, not from discipline approaches, or sometimes you think that environmental issues are just like in a compartment. No, this is an approach, an interdisciplinary approach in the schools. So this is another emphasis that I want to show you in this slide, that we have to look for learning all along your life. And I want to say, Paulo Ferris is mentioned, he says, education does not change the world. It changes the people that are going to change the world. This implies then that learning for sustainable development requires a, a different approach. We have to include elementary, high school, and higher education. We cannot continue to be disconnected. We have to try to learn this learning and sustainability along our lives. And this is what we have been working with the Rochester School to achieve this articulation, because our neo-Javerianos, the students that come to the first semester in our university, they question us. They say, they do this at my school. Why don't you do that at the university? So we need to articulate all the different educational levels. But we also need to take into account that education for sustainable development is not limited only to the school, but to, or it applies at all the levels of education, the formal education, non-formal education, and informal education as a comprehensive part of that learning throughout our lives, where the schools are one link point that is substantial in this bet that no one will remain behind. Therefore, my proposal, the proposal that we have been discussing with the Rochester School, is to build some learning communities, more than networks, because the network has a problem. The network is supported on everyone. And if that is supported or that is in charge of an organization, and we don't have the node, so it can break. Here, the proposal is to create learning communities. The first change of paradigm is that we have to look for a general change of the education focused on the teacher to education and training focused on the environment. The other paradigm is that you have to establish a new learning perspective based on the inclusion of students in the entire process, not as passive entities, but that they form part of the decision making of the learning processes, and conceive the students as co-creators of knowledge and as guardians of the community and leaders of the change that is necessary for sustainable development. We have to avoid one of the main obstacles of the EDS, which is that we see there is a trend to see our students as empty glasses, ready to be filled with ideas about sustainability from the experts that surround them. No, today, the students, even the children, boys, girls, adolescents, they have a big participation. They have an incidence in decision making. We see student groups working on climate change, mobilizing 40 million students and questioning decision makers. So they are not empty glasses. The goal is to prepare a learning community at the Javeriana. It has taken us 4 years of work where we have integrated teachers, students, administrators, and directors, but we can do that at all levels of education. But the learning community has to transcend institutions. We have to continue building learning communities at all the different levels of education, schools, universities, but considering that there are other actors that need to be in this synergy, in this learning community, the communities, the mayors, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of the Environment, the productive sector. We have to build learning communities, because what is at stake is not only the life of people or guaranteeing the life of the generations, future generations, and the need to generate synergies here in order to improve the quality of education. Education for sustainable development is a factor of quality of education today, and the education along our lives to create awareness on the role of universities and schools in that transition toward a sustainable future. So I would like to invite us to use this meeting of Green Generation to build learning communities. Thank you very much. Jose Maria, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us from the Javeriana University. Now, to continue, I want to introduce two women that represent young people in the environment. One is Mila Cecilia Caravaquero and Nuri Tatiana Cruz Jimenez. Mila is an environmental engineer. He's co-founder of the Operadora de Turismo agency and coordinator of the National Network Environment Jóvenes de Ambiente. Tatiana, on the other hand, is a professional in environmental sciences and a specialist in education, and she is a voluntary and general coordinator of the National Network Jóvenes de Ambiente. Milay and Nuri are going to talk about their experiences in education in climate change. Milay, welcome and go ahead with your presentations in order to share the experiences. Thank you very much to all the people connected to this line. For us, it is an honor to be here representing the young people in our network. So we want to share with you.
Un cordial saludo para todos.
Greetings to all of you. We thank you. Thank you for this space. We thank you for this from all our territories. So let's start. Our presentation is called Vivencial Experiences in Environmental and Climate Change Education from the Red Nacional Jóvenes de Ambiente. To begin, we want to tell you a little bit about what our organization is all about. In this national network, this is a space of young people between 14 to 28 years of age, which promotes dialogue and participation, because we are convinced that from communication and the leadership of young people, we achieve the purpose to contribute to sustainable development from leadership. For us, it is very important for young people who are at this organization now continue educating as leaders in the different areas in pro of the environment. That this process begin. We have been working for 12 years already in the country as a volunteers program that started in 2013. From an exercise that was quite important from the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development in 2003. We constituted ourselves in 2008 in Bogota. We had the opportunity to be in 23 of the 32 departments. We have been betting on the environment for 13 years. Started as an environmental promoter where 80% of the people that participated were adults. Only 20% of them were young people. So at the time we decided that it was important to bring the children to work in environmental part for the country or on this subject. Our mission and vision, our mission is that this network will allow to promote these spaces for juvenile participation, being agents of change and multipliers of this information. Our vision in 2025, we want to be a self-sustainable network for decision making in the country. So as I was telling you, we have the advantage right now. We are in 23 departments of the 32 departments that make up our country. Right now, we are 2,558 young people that are betting for the environment. And what is more important is that in the organization, we have 5,000 young people who have educated themselves in environmental topics in their country, in the departments and municipalities where they come from. I want to show you something here that is interesting. We have an horizontal structure. We are the national coordinators, and the most important of this is that here we see the diversity of territories and all the multicultural issues that we have in the organization. We have people from Bogota, Meta, Willow, Cesar, Cundinamarca, and territories that are very important that make up this coordination. And the most important of this exercise is the diversification and the participation of territorial context, regional and local, that make us up.
We are regulated by the law of youth. We have young people from 14 till 18 in this process participating. And we want to tell you something that is very interesting and important. It's the topic of our strategic allies. Over the 12 years, we've generated different actions with different institutions, public and private, foundations, autonomous regional corporations, different environmental entities, which has allowed us to make progress in very important topics, like, for example, environmental education in practice and in action. And we're also fortunate to be in international spaces because we want this network not to be just Colombian. We want to cover Latin America. We want to cross borders and invite more young people who are doing the same thing we are doing to get together. That's why we've been working with the UN and different international institutions where we've been able to share our experiences. And now, we wanted to tell you about what this network is about, the network of young environmental people. And what do we do? This is something very important. This is something that needs to be disseminated. That's why in our exercises of action, which are our roadmap, since 2016 until today, we've given priority to the topic of climate change. In 2016, our priority was for young people to get trained in topics of adaptation to climate change. We had to understand what was happening with respect to climate change. And in this process, more than approximately 900 young people in the organization were trained, and it started making us aware of what is happening, and we translated it into our territories. Since 2017 until 2021, our action plan is focused on promoting strategic lines and policies of conservation for the adaptation of climate change over the years that have been regulating us. So for us, it's very important to continue in these plans with the territory. Therefore, in the network of Jóvenes de Ambiente and in our action plans, we know that we need to have action or take action vis-a-vis climate change. And what is this look that we have, this perspective vis-a-vis climate change that we have today? Well, we have two very important things. The first one is knowledge. If we are not aware, if we don't understand the situation vis-a-vis climate change in our country, well, will hardly be able to generate or adopt these actions. And this is framed into something that is very important, which is participation and advocacy in these scenarios. We're convinced that what we promote today needs to generate action. She lost her microphone. She disabled her microphone. I cannot hear her. Additionally, we have also an important exercise, which is to make it a regional, local, and national context. We know that everyone around the world is talking about this, but we need to close the gap and be able to understand what is happening in the country, in the regions, and also what is happening, especially in our local environments. Why? Because people in the high area of the country compared to the lower part, the people in the lower part, they understand climate change in a different way. That's why it's important to train communities in environmental education generated from, based on strategic alliances. So for us, young people, it's important to become aware of these, to ground it to earth, to the territories. Our role vis-a-vis the topic of climate change is based on three very important premises. First of all, we're convinced that we need to be the voice and action. Everything we learn in the academy and in our organization actions needs to be translated into action. And number two, be the generational link. We're convinced that we have a very important commitment vis-a-vis climate change. And what is it? Join generations, the generations that are above us and generations that are below us, to talk about climate change. And our third role, to be the communicators of realities and problems. It's very important that in our local and territorial actions, we can recognize and generate communication, that we can tell others what is happening so that they know that we are being affected in climate change, and that can only be done if we generate effective communication. These taken into account that we are political subjects, and this is very important. We as young people need to understand that to be political subjects is an important exercise. What for? To make decisions. Our premises are framed into four main aspects. One, young educates young people. Education is practical, and young people work with young people. These four premises have allowed us to generate and act, generate our role in a clear matter, the role vis-a-vis climate change. It is important to acknowledge that we today, young people, don't raise our voice just to raise our voice, but to make real decisions vis-a-vis our territories. We have macro actions that we've been able to achieve in this exercise. First, the training of young people in conceptual basis vis-a-vis climate change. Number two, the National Summit of Young People in this network. 2,000 young people got together for the National Declaration for Environment and Peace. Number three, technical participation together with conciencias in the third communication on climate change and the ONDAS program. Number four, participation in the framework of the 22nd period in sessions of the Conference of the Parties, COP. We need to learn to cross borders and understand that this is a global exercise, and that should not be only understood individually or dealt with individually, but collectively. And the most important thing, the goals that were established for the DNS. Last year, we were able to participate as young people within the climate promise, the climate challenges of the UNDP. And we have very clear goals. Those are set and aligned with those of the country. In the planting of 180 million trees, we as organization also have very important goals as far as tree planting. Today in the national territory from 2020 till 2022, we want to plant 20,000 trees. We have already planted 13,000, and for us it's very important because the country's goals, we kind of translate them into our goals as Jóvenes de Ambiente in our network. Thank you, Nuri. Thank you very much. So we continue with our presentation. Now we know what this network is all about, the Young People's Network in the environment, and how we relate with climate change through the experiences we've had along these 13 years as a process. And at these precise moments, we're going to tell you about those experiences in climate change
that come through our voluntaries in each one of the territories of the country. So as one of the great examples or one of the great projects of markets in climate change, we have a very important, interesting project in the municipality of Cartagena, Department of Bolívar, called Guardianes del Mar, Guardians of the Ocean. The objective is to train young people and turn them into leaders. These young people between 10 and 14 years of age, and turn them into environmental leaders, specifically in topics of climate change through the methodologies related to environmental education and learning by doing. Cartagena, the Cartagena node has been working with the insular area, especially the island of Tierra Bomba, which is composed additionally by 4 communities. We have Punta Arena, Caño del Loro, Boca Chica, and Tierra Bomba. The community which has participated in these workshops, led not only by the network of young environmental people, by also by the Beach Hotel, has trained not only 80 guardians, but additionally 150 people of different ages. So we here have a clear example that our projects and our objectives not only cover in some occasions a particular population, in certain occasions, but also the feeling of communities with the environmental problems identified in the territories, make them get involved in these processes, which is something satisfactory. To have this opportunity to declare guardians of the ocean, not only these young people, but also the community in general of this area in Cartagena. Another project of the markets in climate change in this network is the project Adopt a Tree and Let's Plant Water in this department of Boyacá in Tunja. The zone benefited by the actions developed together with the network of Jóvenes de Ambiente, and this movement as one of the promoters, Uniandes, Corpo Boyacá, and the National Army of Boyacá. The objective is to recover this forest reserve, El Mármol. It's called the El Mármol Forest Reserve. It's a zone of hydric importance for the municipality of Tunja, and it consists practically in the adoption of 170 trees which have already been planted by the community, and that's just a small portion of the 1,000 trees that have been planted over the past few months. We have an ecosystem which has been highly benefited in this case, the Andean forest, which covers the department of Boyacá. Boyacá is one of the departments where we find the largest territorial presence in zones of moors in the country. So we already went from one ecosystem that we have in Cartagena to another, which is more towards the interior of our country. Additionally, we see a project which is more intergenerational with pluricultural interest, is the project Ara Militaris, carried out by the young people of the Nodo Valledupar. It's very beautiful. They want to preserve the degraded areas, degraded because of the forest fires taking place over the past few months at the snowy mountain of Santa Marta and the Serranía of Perijá, which has been affected by these fires. The communities participating here are the indigenous communities belonging to the Arhuaco community and the Afro-descendants who inhabit this area, and also those who have suffered the armed conflict throughout the history of our country. Very important to mention also that the methodology with which we're able to reforest this area is the methodology of the bombs of seeds. They come to these places, they gather and collect the seeds of the trees that are present in these areas, and through the process of generation of organic compost and the high coverage and they are able to create these bombs or balloons in the areas identified. We also have the participation of strategic allies, because to get here is not easy. I mean, the National Army and the leaders of the Arhuaco community have allowed young people to work with the community, because, as you know, it's not easy to reach the indigenous communities. You need to follow processes to establish their trust, gain their trust, to carry out the projects. And we also have other municipal organizations like the Environmental Committee. In this project specifically, the highly benefited ecosystem, one of them is the dry tropical forest, which is the second one most threatened ecosystem in the country. And additionally, the native trees with which these restructures are carried out correspond also to trees with the benefits of which have also been ancestrally nutritious for the community. Another of our projects is carried out by the Young Network in Bogotá. It's called Curso de Educación Ambiental y Territorio, Course on Environmental Education and Territory. Why is it important for the young people in our country and in other regions around the city of Bogotá? Well, since we are now in a new normal with virtual events, we've developed a virtual methodology allowing people from other places that are not Bogotá, to be able to train themselves in focusing on the different situations arising in each one of the territories. One of the components of this course makes emphasis on climate change, where one of the results obtained so far is that 30 lessons have been given by the network of Jóvenes No de Bogotá and those who have wanted to participate. So the main objective of this course is to develop a methodology of education as a permanent process of education, practical education for the construction, recognition, and appropriation of the territory. It's important here to talk about the role play in the participants of these courses who have come from Barbacoas Nariño, San José del Guaviare, Ibroja Santander, with the participation of the inhabitants of the rural areas, peasants, indigenous community members, and students of the schools at these three places, in the country. So we are crossing borders here. We are not just engaging in local actions. We know that there are needs for environmental education in other places in our municipalities. So how good it is to have those people in the network and those who are being trained to have the practical opportunity and the experience, the life experience, so that they can start aligning their knowledge with the communities. Another project that we have for today is the project for the branching of urban lungs, carried out by the people of the National Network Jóvenes de Ambiente, together with the Autonomous Regional Corporation of San Jorge and the Valle del Sinú. Through the organization in a specific area corresponding to the left margin of the city, where we had the presence of lakes, they had been affected because of the high heat waves in these areas for the communities who live close to these organizations or urban areas. So what we want to do, or what we want to achieve through these planting of seeds, we want to reduce the heat in these areas of the city where around 30% of the total population of Monteria live. These also, as ecosystems, we have the dry tropical forest and the community who lives in this area of the municipality.
Y bueno, ya como vamos cerrando y contándoles,
So
pues,
now that we're closing and talking about these projects that come from the different young people of the country, we deem it interesting to know that with our presentation, we can assume some challenges and commitments. What if every time we travel, I know that everyone who travels, they like to, I mean, what if each one, for every kilometer we travel, what if we plant a tree? For every kilometer that we travel, we can reduce the carbon footprint and we can be more in contact with nature, making an exercise of observation and relation with it. Or what if we, every time we see it, and go to the park of our municipality or our neighborhood, what if we observe these native vegetation of the place and recognize it, recognize what our parks are composed of? That will allow us to somehow protect this biodiversity that compose these places and recognize the multiple benefits that the fauna has in each one of our regions. So I believe these are challenges that we can apply in our day-to-day or implement
Es interesante que
daily.
pudiéramos meternos en
Every time we go out, it would be interesting to
un
kind
poco
of put
cómo podríamos
ourselves in Mother
simplemente con
Nature's
ella.
shoes to see how
Le
we can live in a
a que
sustainable
cada
way,
vez nos
coexist
sigan
with it. So that's a special invitation
en Facebook como Red Nacional Jóvenes de Ambiente,
for media, in Facebook,
como Red
Twitter,
Jóvenes de
Instagram,
Ambiente,
as Jóvenes de Ambiente,
cada uno de los
where you can become more familiar and
de ambiente en todo el
become
país y pues lógicamente para
get
que
to know us better, how we work throughout the country, so that if
pues
you're
eso,
interested in
muchísimas gracias
having us work together with you, we can
al
do
Jóvenes de Ambiente
many things
por los
together.
jóvenes
Thank you very much.
del
As we say
ambiente
always at our
país,
network, por
Nos
los
abogamos.
jóvenes, for young
todas.
people, for the environment, and for our country, we bet on
Gracias,
all
Vilay
of
Nuri,
this.
por jugársela toda con nosotros y
Thank
con
you, Vilay Nuri, for,
comparte.
betting on all of us
Nuestros
and the
ponentes de
knowledge
este segmento que termina,
that you're sharing with us. So to all our speakers of this segment,
preguntas y
thank you very
respuestas, así que
much.
los
We now
invitamos a
have
que no se vayan.
the
Y si alguno de ustedes no ha participado, pues
10 minutes, and
o
if
sus comentarios
any of you has not
muy
participated,
pendientes.
please
Entonces,
write your doubts and your chat and your
Carlos Barreto.
concerns. I'm going to start with Carlos Barreto.
Carlos, ¿estás ahí?
Carlos, are you there? Are you here still?
Bueno. Felipe Suárez.
Felipe
Señora, te escucho.
Suárez.
Listo, Felipe. Tenemos
Are you here? Yes,
preguntas
I'm hearing you.
para ti.
We have 2 questions for you. First of all, how would you expand and promote this project, not only as a curriculum to be followed by the other educational institutions, but also at home? Well, the idea behind the initiative of this project is for you to be able to reach homes and the environment around students so that they can replicate these types of initiatives, so that they can change their habits, their way they live, and so that they can transmit this to, to their friends, to their family members. That could be one way. Another way, after this validation process, the idea is to look for associated institutions, maybe groups of schools which would like to participate in this same initiative. I think after the validation of this course, we have the possibility to replicate it in many places. What strategies can you use to motivate and incentivize interest in environmental matters? I think we need to know what is it that we can do for environmental matters, to the extent that people understand that we have a co-responsibility within this scenario called the planet, where we need to coexist and we need to preserve what we have, our resources. Then to that extent, it'll be much easier for these initiatives to generate more impact. I think the formula has to begin, yes, the knowledge, but you also need to establish a different way of approaching environmental matters, not only via the conceptual ideas or the theory, but also from the emotional standpoint and the standpoint of values and what it might mean to take care of the environment. Thank you much. And now we continue with Carlos Barreto. Carlos, how can we include curricula and topics of natural sciences? Well, when we look at natural sciences, we not only look at this from a disciplinary standpoint, we look at it from biology, physics, and that's a challenge at an institutional level to be able to articulate the different disciplines forming natural sciences, which will allow to generate more interactions. And the important thing here is more motivation to students and also include science, astronomy, science of earth science, amongst others.
Vincular las ciencias naturales, creo que dentro de la
One way within the dynamic that we've been working with is identifying the problems that you see in the territory, the problems that you find outside the classroom or within the students in your neighborhood or in the news, in the different networks that the students might use, to be able to identify these problems and these needs and be able to start analyzing of these problems, how natural sciences can contribute each one way or another to the solution of this problem. It is also important to articulate that it's not only for the solution of the problems, but as I was saying before, I think it was my prior colleagues, they were saying it also, it's also about the involvement of other disciplines, social sciences, humanities as complementary element. Natural sciences contribute to the solution of this problem, and that's a way to
un aprendizaje basado en el servicio.
From the experience and learning based on service, it's a way to give meaning to what we're working on in the classroom and at school so that we can also have an implication and be able to understand that what I'm doing is not only useful for an exercise in class, but it is also generating, first of all, critical thinking. I'm contributing to my family, and most important, I'm contributing to a community more concretely. Thank you very much, Carlos. Now let's continue with Jose Maria.
Bueno, José María, ¿cómo se puede
Jose
incluir?
Maria, how can this curriculum be included in schools also?
Mira, yo considero que esto hay que...
I consider this needs to be... It's comparing it to those concentric waves that when you throw a stone on the water, in the water you see these waves expanding. It's this way. As Carlos was saying,
departamentalización del ambiente.
Need to remove this departmentalization of the environment. Understand that all the areas, the science area, social studies area, they each play a fundamental role in the achievement of sustainable development. So we need to remove those obstacles, those barriers, and have an integral systems approach with interdisciplinary action. That's the first thing you need to do to be able to make the change. Within that context, need to work with teachers and the area directors to be able to identify how to affect those objectives of training, the expected results, and how to start generating these skills in our students so that they can become agents of change. Just think of Milay and Nuri. They're such leaders that they're transforming communities. So if we're able to identify where these results expected are, that allows us to include sustainability as part of our curriculum. and then transform methodologies and pedagogies oriented towards the option for sustainable development. We need to take our students out of the box, as they say, and take them to different types of teaching environments. How the school can become a live laboratory, a live learning lab. How can I meet with the physical environment, with other areas, and with other students to build all this learning? But all of this has to be harmonized, from the upper level, the directors, to the lower levels, and from the lower levels upwards, from the students towards the teachers, etc. We need to train teachers in skills for education for sustainable development. We need to break those departmentalizations, change our pedagogies, our approaches, because we cannot continue educating like we used to educate 50 years ago. The world changed, generations changed, and we're seeing sadly that life is now at stake, not only humans, but also species, animal species, etc. So we need to make. Jose Maria, thank you very much. What a beautiful reflection you're making. Now, let's go with Nursi Cruz, Caicano. By congratulating you first, young people who are leaving your example, leading by example to make this world a better place. How can you incentivize from education what happens around the world and what has to do with climate crisis? Well, thank you very much to all of you. I think it's very important to talk about two aspects, formal and non-formal education. And it's about this. To talk about climate change, well, that has to become the language of everyone. It has to be the language that we all can chew about. And it's not only for environmentalists or experts to talk about it. We need to take this information to communities so that from significant experiences and their realities, they ask themselves this question, and so they can understand what climate change is really about. Someone very close to me always tells me environmental education has to become education for life, and it really has to be institutionalized this way. And it has to be a flag for all processes. It cannot be limited to just some few academic spaces. So this invitation and this question that you're asking all of us, I want to say something first. First of all, recognize our position and know what is happening around us. Number two, generate communication with the people that we have around us if they feel the same way. And number three, generate work alliances. And these work alliances need to be focused from environmental education. Young people have to participate in exercises like this one and like the network, which allow us to take realities and problems where we really need to take them in the country. And now I'll give the floor to my friend so that she can complement what I said. Of course, Nuri. I also affirm that this is one of the ways we can also bring communities together, and especially teenagers, in these topics of environment and climate change. For example, when I was studying at school in elementary many years ago, not about environment. We did not talk about problems caused
en un lugar. Entonces, nos hemos quedado quizás en algunos colegios del país en eso. Hemos
in some countries, in some schools around the country, we've talked about the topic specifically corresponding to teachers, but we never open a space to students so that they can become familiar with their realities. We've always said it. I mean, people listen to this as volunteers in other organizations where they tell us that he who doesn't know what he has will not defend it or protect it. And this is totally true. So when take a boy to connect with the forest within a pedagogy, having the opportunity to have them connect with their historic roots, their natural heritage, their cultural heritage, you can be certain that they will be able to protect what is the identity of these young children. And additionally, I wanted to share with you a sentence that I've always have in my mind. It's from Mother Teresa. You, he who doesn't live to serve is not useful to live. I don't know how to, translate it into English. And it's about this. All the knowledge we receive in our classrooms, we are excellent students, we receive the best grades, but when we want to know how the other lives, when we want to put ourselves in somebody else's shoes, we realize that our realities are very different from those of others. And when we talk about malnutrition of children in Africa, we have it here in Colombia, problems associated to the counting of water here at the village. Our communities have health problems, enormous health problems, and we as professionals and volunteers are willing to find solutions, even if it's very primitive, because we have those spaces where we can defend ourselves with what we have at hand. And that's one of the best resources of young people, innovation and being resourceful in each one of the environments where we are. So it's basically about this, what Nuri was saying. Let's translate some concepts into technical language that can be digestible so that people in general can understand what global warming is, what climate change is, and what are the environmental impacts associated to the actions of human beings, but always knowing and recognizing what we have and how all this is important currently. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Now we have Andrew Tabor, the leader at the Forest Division, silvicultural. Is going to talk about lessons learned and a framework for action in forest education to meet global needs. After his presentation, we'll have 10 minutes for questions and answers. Andrew, the floor is yours. I'm so happy to be here. Been fortunate enough to have worked in Colombia many years ago. I am going to see if I can share my screen. Can you see?
Ok, muy bien. Bueno,
okay, so I thank the organizers of this event for this kind invitation to talk today, in particular, the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia, Rochester School, to the environmental experts, participants, educators, and especially young people participating. Unfortunately, many of them are in English, and my tight agenda did not give me time to translate them. However, I'll present it in Spanish, and I hope this works fine for you. Although I think I'm creating a problem impossible to solve for translators. No, we're okay. We can do so.
hablaré sobre varios temas. En particular, voy a hablar sobre un trabajo que estoy.
I'm going to talk about a work that I'm leading regarding forest education, and I will talk about some results in particular. I will also talk about plans for an international program that we are developing to support forest education and satisfy the needs around the world. I know in part I'm covering aspects of environmental education, but I'm also covering topics, specific topics on forest education, environmental education. Obviously,
Obviously,
like
as in
environmental education,
environmental education, you will allow me to show you that the forestry sector will comply with the environmental hopes nationwide and internationally. It is interesting to achieve 11 of the objectives from my point of view. At the beginning of my career, 2 decades ago, working in developing countries, especially in Latin America, in the field, my work managing natural resources, environmental policies, etc. I had 70 projects in 17 countries. While I was investigating, I was helping the governments to design protected areas, political solutions, etc. But in reality, I was really convinced that the most important thing was to educate the coming generation, from future scientists and politicians, even to indigenous young people that manage their natural resources. None of the efforts that I participated would exist if we didn't have inspired young people that would be recovering the forest and the nature. And they also saw a way to build a full life from these resources. So I can I want to congratulate the organizers of this summit. Of the project itself, it has different aspects. The main objectives are to catalyze, accelerate, and enhance forest education. This started in December 2019 to September 2021. In reality, the FAO that I work for has a long history supporting forest education since 1945. And that is a very important step to strengthen and build on this historical basis. The project is financed by the government of Germany and is being executed by FAO with the International Union of Forest Research Organizations, IUFRO, and the ITTO and other several global and institutional partners. In Latin America, we also have other partners on forests. The results of the project are a world survey on the status and the needs of forest education. We are organizing an international conference on forest education to take place between the 22nd and the 24th of June. We are about to launch an online platform to exchange information and to create networks about forest education that is going to be prepared for IUFRO. And we also financed a course, an online course on legal and sustainable supply chains for tropical timber and forest products, and a joint initiative to continue working in that area up to 2024, and we hope that it will continue until 2030. So we have some very important goals in the time that we have set for this project. So one thing was really clear: there are major challenges facing this forest education. Some are changes in global society's expectations with regards to goods and services from the forests and trees. There are also changing trends in forest-related employment. Also, although I am very enthusiastic of young people that are participating in that meeting, there is an interest of the young people to have careers that are forest related. We also have an aging workforce in that field, so we need to rejuvenate the the people that work in forest related activities. There is insufficient inclusion of women, indigenous peoples, and other vulnerable communities, and there is a concern for the loss of traditional and indigenous forest related knowledge. The pandemic, COVID-19, is not helping us at all. There is a need to integrate the latest science and traditional knowledge into forest education and training. Okay, some challenges that are important. To try to understand the current situation, we run several global surveys and regional consultations. So from July to October 2020, we had surveys on the status and needs of forest education for primary and secondary school, university, technical and vocational education and training. We tried to contact teachers, students, employers that were specifically related with forest. We gathered information on curricula, teaching methods, student competences, digital readiness, etc. Since December 2020 to February this year, we did expert consultations in 6 regions, including Latin America. 500 experts participated, including 192 from 22 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. There was important representatives from the governments of Venezuela, Mexico, Nicaragua, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, and Guatemala. The findings. Allow me to start. This is just observations by saying that our findings are quite concerning. But we must say that there are many teachers that are highly inspired, excellent courses, and they are wonderful examples that we can use in order to improve the general negative image that I'm going to present in the next 2 or 3 slides. So this has a lot of challenges, but it also has many good things. The first thing, examining where we are with respect to the primary and secondary levels. One thing is that the coverage of forests and trees is insufficient. Also, there are some lagoons in the knowledge of many teachers with forestry topics in order to be able to comply with these topics in an appropriate way. There is an increase, or there is a need to increase the possibilities for outdoor learning, and the possibility also to increase the knowledge of young people about forest related careers and the possibilities that exist in this area. Now, looking at the universities and the technical schools, there are similar factors. The social and cultural dimensions are insufficiently covered in the curricula and in many homes. Not all, some are great. There is lack of access to digital tools, and there is a poor digital readiness of students. There is inadequate educational resources also, and also insufficient development on hands-on experience in forests at university levels, and low availability of a part-time forest-related employment and internships for university students. For Latin America, the findings, one of the challenges is that there is a vision of the forest as wood suppliers, not recognizing the very broad environmental benefits they have, and broader means of life, and the field experience, and the result is lack of interest of the students in many homes to follow forest careers or forest related careers. There are many of the same type of problems that I already mentioned in with regards to the studies and the content of the studies, etc. However, COVID-19 had an interesting impact because it increased the use and appreciation of digital learning, which could fill some of the gaps that we have identified in the curricula. The lack of linkages among higher education institutions and actors, there is a need for a broader dialogue with stakeholders and to promote input in forest education related policies to better include the forest aspects, and the need to create or strengthen links between universities and NGOs and to offer non-formal education programs that could contribute to enriching forest knowledge and practical skills. I have a few more slides, so I'm going to go a little faster so that we have time for discussion. I already mentioned that we are planning a conference, an international conference in forest education. You can have more information about this through the link that you see at the bottom of my slide. We think that about 9,000 people are going to work, all the people that work, like educators, teachers, students, etc. Our goal is to focus attention on the need for robust forest education and knowledge systems to achieve forest sector goals and the SDGs, to exchange the results of the findings that we have carried out on this project in order to collect input for further development of platforms to facilitate information sharing at different levels and to build communities of interest in forest education. There is a link that you can see in this page. That's where you can get more information. I've already mentioned that we are developing a program at a longer term in order to build a forest education fit for purpose at a global level. And for this, we are working with members of the Collaborative Partnership on Forest, the CPF, with a vision of a world where we have the knowledge and skills needed to manage forests and trees for sustainable livelihoods and sustainable landscapes and the educational and knowledge sharing systems that underpin them. Mission is to catalyze the action and generate increased awareness and support and foster partnerships to build and sustain robust, holistic, and inclusive forest-related education of the food some of the things that we have in mind for this program that it hasn't started in Colombia is to implement an online platform to facilitate access to resources for forest education and the creation of related networking, support improvement of curricula and training systems to ensure forest professionals and technicians and extension workers have the knowledge and skills that are needed for the workplace. Support integration of traditional and indigenous forest related knowledge into forestry education, vocational and training system. And also to establish a forest education partnership amongst the stakeholders with links to the broader education community, especially for environmental education. And there is a big challenge on communications as exists in everything having to do with environmental education in order to improve the acknowledgement of the world about the importance of the forest and their contribution. But basically, the importance of education from elementary schools, high schools, up to local and rural communities, and even for professionals that are working on forest-related topics. We need a lot to guarantee that forest education can meet the needs of the world's forests and those people that depend on them. Forest education will contribute to the global education agenda as presented at UNESCO's World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development and the ESD for 2030 that UNESCO organized last week. But as I said before, the forest diversion has a lot of challenges, but a lot on what to build on. And I hope that the links with this community in general will help all of us and the forests. I am very happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking to you today. Andrew, thank you very much, and thank you for being here in this forum. We want to invite you to be here this afternoon and help us answering some questions at 3 p.m. Right now, we have some questions. The first question is, how can we from the schools incentivize the interest of students on environmental topics, such as deforestation and forest protection? There are two aspects, or several aspects on this. One of them is I really don't know very well the situation, but it is very important. It's clearly important that there should be cooperation and acknowledgement of the importance of the forest and what they provide us with, from small children in our schools, in elementary schools, all the way up to those that are in high school or at the university. So we need to review and make sure that the study plans or the curricula will incorporate this material. Now, something else that is important is that it gives the young people possibility to visit the forest, even in the cities. There is a lot of information showing that the contact with the trees is very healthy, mentally, psychologically, and for health in many ways. I know it is important within the possibilities that are difficult. It's difficult for a school that doesn't have many resources, but they can do visits to forests and recognize the trees and to have experiences in the forest would be great. I used to work in the United States in the poorest schools in the country, and we realized that the field programs for these poor kids were great, were wonderful, very important. And many of those children who were able to participate in forest visit programs or it played an important role in their lives. Cannot hear you. Okay, I'll repeat the question. What programs can the schools and universities implement to improve culture, citizen and environmental culture? The policies? An important aspect of this is information. So, for the for the citizens, it is important to have programs for journalists so that they can cover this type of information through the media. And would be very important that the idea of linking the young people or connecting young people, because many young people, because of COVID-19, etc., they're used to working with networks and internet even more. And if they can connect amongst them to give ideas about the ideas of the importance of forests, that would be an aspect that could help. I don't know if I'm answering the question correctly. Yes, it's perfect because the next question is similar. And it says, what programs, no, what can the government do to help people who depend on deforestation? Well, I know they economically depend on deforestation because this is the means of life they have. This means that this is something that we all know. We're thinking about climate change, etc., is that we need to find another way of development. I know that the governments have to look to the incentives that may exist that could favor deforestation and try to find ways to improve the policies so that they would rather incentivize the forest protection, the existing forest protection, and their recovery and restoration of these forests. In many places of the world, they're talking about recovery and restoration of natural ecosystems. And that is a field where we young people could work in. And if you prepare correctly, could be a source of employment for those people who do not, or those who are working now in topics that end up in deforestation. So we have to find better policies and better economic models. We have to look for options that will disincentivize deforestation and that look for economic alternatives for people that may be more sustainable in the long term in economical and ecological terms. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your passion with this information. Yes, this is my passion. So this trip is very important for me. I will be back in a couple of hours. Yeah, I'll, I'll be ready. It will be an honor for us to have you in our forum later on. Thank you. To continue now, we want to invite Luis Guillermo Linares, the director of the Manantial Foundation, Manantial Alaja. We'll talk about participative monitoring of the Andean bear in the Natural Alaja Chingasa Colombia Reserve. Hello, Juliana. Can you hear me? Great. I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Yeah. First of all, I want to thank the Rochester School for the invitation and the Ministry of the Environment. This is a very important space for all of us to be able to share the different experiences that we have around conservation and sustainable management of natural resources and education, and how in the policies and in the academic programs, the conservation processes and biology and conservation are clearly implicit in these programs, so that we improve the conditions under which we are facing this situation. So we want to share with you, and I'm going to present this with two students of the Rochester School, Gabriela Orjuela and Juan Felipe Duque. And this is a project that we have been working on with the Colegio Rochester since 2015, that is called Participative Monitoring of the Andean Bear at the Natural Reserve La Laja, and how these Andean bear as a species, as an umbrella species, has become a strategic alliance for these dynamics and to mitigate with different strategies the topic about climate change. First, some data and some important numbers that we need to know. In Colombia, Colombia is a biodiverse country and very exuberant biodiversity. We're the sixth country in richness and diversity of mammals, of more than 528 species, but around 70 of those are threatened by different anthropic pressures and are in the red list of the National Union for the Conservation of Nature. We also find that about 89 species are found or are used for illegal trade. So this has affected the integrity of these species, and we find that the Chincasa Park presents about 101 species of mammals in the protected area and in the area of influence where we have the natural reserve. When we do the field trips with the students of the Rochester School, which is equivalent to 19% of the mammals that we find in the country. Of these species, we find the Andean bear, which is the only bear species, because you have the oso perezoso, the oso palmera, but they're not really bears. The Andean bear is related with the 8 species that we find worldwide, and we have the privilege of having these single species. But the Andean bear is in a category that is vulnerable and it's threatened, especially for several factors that have pressured and threatened their integrity. The loss of habitat, for example, on one side. This is a species that, although they have a broad distribution in 5 countries, is found in a vulnerable threatened category. So we only have about 5,000 to 10,000 individuals all over in the provinces of Salta, Argentina, where there is this bear is no longer a Andean bear, but we also find them in Venezuela. In Colombia, we have the species very close to Bogota. You never knew that only 2 hours away from Bogota we have the Andean bear in the natural park in Chincasa. And as I said, in the nearby areas, nearby to the park. So, however, it is threatened because of retaliation, hunting, because although the diet of the bear is 95% plant, 5% they eat meat also. And there have been attacks to domestic cattle, and that has increased and maintained a negative interaction between farmers and the species. And so we're working on this, and this forms part as a main axis of this project. We work with the community that is nearby the park. So around La Laja, we have different conservation figures. We have a natural park, Chincasa, forming part of the 62 protected areas of the national parks of Colombia. But we also have other public reserves like the Rio Blanco y Negro Reserve, and we also have a category that is a private category, the only one we find like any Colombian, anyone in the world can have a natural reserve. For example, a farm can be a natural reserve where they found or they you can find different models of conservation according to the dynamics of the property without changing the traditions of these places, but now in a more responsible way with a more sustainable environment. And this is what happens in La Laja. We have been implementing several activities there focused on citizen science that we have discussed in these spaces. And this is also a rural area because it's no use to bring the students of the institutions that we work with to do the photo trapping uh, activities and changing cameras if we don't involve the most important actors who are the farmers and neighbors that constantly interact with these species, and it's important for them to be there. The picture that you see to the left is a male in the reserve in La Laja, in the Paramo zone, and to the right you can see an Alto Andino forest, the last part of the forest that we find before La Laja. So as general objectives we can describe through the participative monitoring some ecological aspects and bioecologic aspects of the species in the natural reserve that will contribute to their understanding and conservation of the species. And within the specific objectives, we have field visits with the students of the Rochester School and other allies have connected like Fontana Schools, Javeriana University, WCS, and other allies that have been doing several projects with regards to the bear. What is the idea of these activities that are framed in these objectives of conservation and sustainability in the school? The students can receive this training and then they can actively participate in the installation of trap cameras and all the information that we have in these cameras. And they can also identify in the activities of photo trapping, we can identify the largest number of species and design different strategies, educational. Juana and Gabriela are going to touch on that later. This is part of the methodology. Three main phases. The first one, which is student training. So prior to the visit, we go to the school and we give some training about the activities and the objectives of the visit or the field trip. This project that started in 2015, and it's very important when you do monitoring of species, is how with time you can assure how the species fluctuate their populations, how that the population improves or not, what strategies can be implemented or not. So the students that receive these trainings, the generalities or overviews of the bear, biology, social topics, social dynamics in the territory, and then we go to the Paramo and we go to these places, to these stations where we have installed, well, in advance, we see what the pathways where we have the stations because since the bear is so big, it's like a tractor. As he walks, he opens up the pathways. Those are the ones that we look for. We look for the stations where they set up their marks. They scratch themselves there, and that's where we install the cameras. We also carry out these field visits with the students. And as I said, we do the installation of the trap cameras. And we also recognize the universe of the signals that the bears carry out in their habitat.
And
digamos, las similitudes que tienen con nosotros. Y ya después una última fase, que es la fase de recolección de datos y sistematización, que las llevamos a unas bases de datos, a unas carpetas donde guardamos toda la información que tenemos y que recopilamos, no solo del oso. Hay mucha información de otras especies, son alrededor de 30 especies de mamíferos los que hemos registrado en la reserva, pero claramente nuestro objetivo es el oso andino. Bueno, La Laja se encuentra ubicada en el departamento de Cundinamarca.
La Laja is located in the department of Cundinamarca, Fomeque, in Vereda Atoviejo. It's part of the area of influence of a park, which is the park you see to the left in the form or the shape of a butterfly. It goes between 2,900 in elevation 2,900 meters, hectares. It was the first reserve established in this western part of the natural Chingasa Park. And priorly, this reserve was a farm, so the location of the land was very agropastoral. Now I mean, most of its territory is focused on conservation issues. They kept around 200 animals between cows, horses. Now there's less than 10 animals because we want the main objective to be precisely to guarantee the conservation of these natural spaces or ecosystems. And it guarantees something that is very important, which is the permanence of these species, which are dynamizing the procurement of environmental services, mitigation of climate change, because the Andean bear, we know him as a guardian of the moor because he spreads seeds, he renews the architecture of the forest, so that allows the park to be renovating constantly and providing resources. Precisely in the reserve, there is a very important affluent, Quebralca Quinal, the Quinal Creek, which provides water to the municipality of Fomeque for districts of irrigation, so that allows to guarantee the procurement of this resource, which is so vital for all these communities. That was the information on the reserve. As far as significant results that we've had for the past 6 years with Rochester School and the students, I want to highlight the ones that you see here on the screen. Approximately 700 students at school have participated in this project. The outings and the camps, the projects that Gabriela and Juan will show you. Many of these students have also chosen environmental careers, ecology, etc. These has kind of marked them in for their future decisions. Support social processes, as I was mentioning, this is a community topic issue. It's participatory, so there are several communities participating in this monitoring. These are people from the countryside who grew there, and they train students at the time of, to know how to place the cameras and value they see in bears that they wouldn't see before, that they did not see before because they did not know all this information. With these photo traps plus all the other activities, they've identified other benefits of the Andean bear. We so far have identified 15 bears visiting the reserve. Rochester School has for the project 7 photo trap cameras. Oh, right now we have 12 of them around the entire reserve precisely for monitoring, and each one is each bear has been identified with their face. We also have the use of habitat, corridors for the bears that come in and out of the reserve or the park. The park is like the place of spreading and some other areas of conservation in La Laja. A topic also of anti-predator strategies, complemented with social patterns and strategies of dissemination and communication, publication of booklets. We're working on the publication of 2 scientific articles where Rochester School and other actors and players are participating. Well, that was to show you kind of a general idea. I will have to give the floor now to the students. And why Talacuna? There is a female bear visiting us for 4 years now, and she always chooses the place to have her babies. So that's very important to create this environment as a safe environment for the female bear to find food, and she finds there the minimum requirements to be able to breed her baby bears. Here you see it, it's already 10 months old, and those little stains that you see on the front head, it's the ones that we use to identify each one. They come close to the cameras, you see the adult bear scratching. They can identify food at great distances. That's why their eyes are very small, and their most important sense is that of smell. So she's scratching, leaving her aroma, while the baby bear is attentive to what mama bear is doing. So those cameras allow us to go into the world of the bears and study them. That on the one hand. And identification, as I mentioned before, each bear has a little spot on their front head or the neck, so that allows us to identify them. So very quickly, a short video here um, showing the bear approaching the camera, looking at it. And as I also mentioned, we have different conservation strategies. The land planning in the reserve has been environmental planning, mainly with that approach. So we have there like a posada or like a hostel where we receive students. It's self-sustainable. It's got solar panels, different construction techniques. And as I mentioned before, around 70 or 80% are now conservation areas. Here we find a fog forest, a mist forest. What would happen if we did not have these forests? Unfortunately, forests would disappear. If the bear would disappear, these forests would not be able to have dynamic as far as the succession of plants and trees, and this would be reflected in the environmental services that the most important cities receive. Bogota receives 80% of the water from there, from Quincasa. So the bear is strongly related to Bogota. And many other important cities in Colombia receive these important environmental service, which is water. So the bear is a guardian of the water, of the mountain, and other species for other ecosystems. So to maintain its integrity allows us to guarantee the resources that are needed in our cities, our municipalities, but we also need to be aware of the importance of preserving all these. And then this is my last view graph before Gabriela begins. And effective conservation of the natural resources or ecosystems cannot take place if there isn't social inclusion or inclusion of the communities interacting with these species. This way we will make sure that actors in the cities, at schools, in the countryside, that way we can guarantee that they will have, these important services, water, oxygen provided by the forest, etc. And this was more or less everything I wanted to share, and now I give the floor to Gabriela. So I will stop sharing and then we'll come back to the forum and to the questions and answers.
Tardes, como estudiantes del
Good afternoon, as
como sabrán, pues
Rochester School students. As you know, we're physically closer to these spaces, these important ecosystems, such as the reserve that Lucho is talking about. So, as individuals, we are aware of the responsibility we have, but even so, we're not able to figure out how important it is. And if this is what we think as students. Can you believe what citizens in the city of Bogota or as Colombians in general can figure out? We're not aware of the impact or the benefits that in the end are privileges. The fact that we have such an important ecosystem providing us with all these services and having it so close. I mean, it's half an hour away by car. As Lucho was telling you, every year the school goes over there with 12th grade students. We collect information, we set up the cameras, all these photo trap process. This year, well, due to the pandemic,
Como promoción hemos
we as
decidido
a class decided to focus on the collection of all this information that our colleagues had in all these pictures, and we're going to focus on social media. We want to reach the largest number possible of hearts and people with these great projects. So the bear and I coexist is here summarized in a blog.
Buenos días, yo soy Juan Felipe Duque y de una vez les voy a presentar lo que fue nuestro gran producto de este año.
What our great product was this year related with the great project of the bear and I coexist. We carried it out as a joint project of the class, but it's not only the class. Several classes before us had their contribution, so we continued and built upon it. And this is divided into three parts: news, basically informative texts on the bear, videos on the bear, and also finally a brochure which has mainly the purpose of taking care of the ecosystem, making communities aware, generate awareness because of the importance and the close relation we have with it to make the change. The blog that you will receive has lots of information to find it in a way where you can understand the project, not only what we do as a community or what we do as students, but also as a community. And one of the products that we were able to produce was this booklet in order to generate awareness within the communities. As we can see here, well, there is a technical problem here. It's not downloading. We can click on the link. Oh, there it is. Okay. So in this booklet, you can find awareness as far as why the bear is so important, and you find activities for the nearby community so that they can find usefulness in all this information. As we mentioned it throughout the presentation, this is very important for all of us. In the end, although we do not see the direct relation, we depend on them. Thank you very much. Ya terminó.
Aló. ¿Ustedes me oyen?
Sí, Juliana.
Listo, ahora sí. Queremos continuar entonces con la ronda de preguntas.
So we will now continue with the session of questions and answers so that you can decide who will respond.
Proyecto de
What was the process like of articulating the conservation project led by Rochester School in Chingasa? What was the process like? Do you want to answer this question? Yes, of course, here I am. Well, we Together with Jorge Quintero, we began this process already in 2010, thanks to the relation we had with Universidad Javeriana. That's how we met. And then we started dreaming a bit about what we wanted to articulate as far as these educational processes of students at that area, in that area, knowing why a species, beyond having just a mere scientific name, is it's a species which plays a very important role in this planet. So we have the fortune of having one of the most important moors close to Bogota. That was what motivated us to begin these project, which has transcended over the years. How can an educational institution participate in this project? What can they do? Yes, of course. Well, you can write to us, you can write to Rochester School, you can write to us at La Laja Chingasa. That's how you find us in social media, La Laja Chingasa. We Fontana School, which is also located in Chia, also dreamt about this project 4 years ago, together with other environmental organizations working on this project. And clearly, local organizations and local institutions. What significant experiences can you mention around the project? I don't know if the students would want to respond. Let's ask them, representing the other students. Yes.
Bueno, ya si hablamos de la
Well, if
experiencia,
we talk about the experience we had in this project, I think in general, and everyone as a class feels, close to the topic. The aspect of awareness and information collection um, allowed us to learn a lot, and especially we feel much closer to the environment. We had an interview with Lucho, and it was a beautiful experience because more than just, a simple formal training, it was a conversation that we were having, and it was truly about getting involved and learning on our own and being able to visualize why is that so important and what else we were able to do. That's why then we got involved with the community. We designed products like the booklet in order to, well, review all that information and have everything so close to us. Results have you had so far with this project? Well, we already mentioned those during the presentation, but just to mention a few also, topic of bear identification, those bears which visit this area of influence of the Chingasa Park. As I mentioned before, it's 15 bears. Each one is identified by the spot on the forehead, and that is giving us, I mean, the bears, the female bears are arriving there to have their babies. So that somehow is indicating that we're along the right path. And something that is very important, which I think has been mentioned in other presentations here, is the inclusion. When you are just informed, maybe remember a bit later, but when you get involved into the processes and the projects, what we've done with the field trips with students and the messages generated after all these learning is truly interesting. I mean, they are kind of, marked and it touches them. That's how they get impressed, and that's what I would like to highlight. Well, then, thank you very much, Luis, for sharing all this knowledge with us. I think with what you're showing us and the students at Rochester School is that climate change is a challenge for all of us. We all have lots of things to do. Hope this knowledge can be expanded to other students. Thank you. Before going in, for our lunch break, I want to introduce Diana Monsalve. She's a teacher. She's part of the indigenous community of Onik, and she's going to talk about Guardians of the Water, revitalization of Mother Earth. Diana, welcome. Thank you very much. How are you? Special greetings to everyone. I am here with my indigenous community members. Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Acevedo Beza. I am part of the program of Water Guardians. I'm sorry the sound is not very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Luis Zabaleta. I am a student of Mother Earth, an indigenous member of this indigenous community. We had prepared a presentation. We had not, I mean, we just want to give you the context of where we are. So we prepared um, a, a bit of a presentation about this area where we are located.
Mm. Diana, the presentation have sound? We're not hearing anything. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you now.
También una recomendación, cuando vayan
A recommendation, when you speak, can you come closer to the mic so that we can hear better? We would like to show you about La Mojana, what do we produce, the food we produce. This region in the map, the Mojana, is located north of Colombia. We have the rivers of Magdalena, San Jorge, and Cauca cross our region. It has 12 municipalities of 4 departments: Sucre, Córdoba, Antioquia, and Bolívar. So I'm going to get closer to the microphone. It is a zone with very fertile land. It has very good landscape attractions also. It works with the fund of adaptation because it has water wealth, a lot of land. Look, we have about 152 main creeks. So water is a main element in our tissue, in the culture, and the connection we have the territory with the Mother Earth. As we have focused our meeting in art and music, we find everything that water represents for these communities. We are not recognized as a physical culture, so we brought on this slide a representation of our student, and on the logo that you find to your right, they did a pedagogical exercise. How do we recognize ourselves in the region? They identified a series of elements having to do with water, the canoe. Although we are an amphibious culture, this exercise is an exercise that the students are carrying out, but it also shows all the construction that we have, and they recognize themselves as an amphibious culture. This gave them the understanding of these ways of lives and how important the river is. So they did a lot of techniques considering the water and the earth. And it also has to do with a situation that happens very often in La Mojana, which is flooding. The relationship with water is an ancestral relationship. In the periods before colonization, the Senu peoples was located between a social they had a social organization. I'm sorry, the sound is really bad. They had this connection with water, respecting the drought periods and the flooding periods. And so the government did some intervention, but anyway, the water comes in during the flooding moments, and they try to make them a fertile land for planting their crops. So we have the culture that where they are very close to the territory, and the territory is conceived as the Great Mother. So with all these educational processes that we have been working with in this area, with the water, with the territory, there is respect for nature and for the land, where you keep watching it, but there was also an important organization because we decided to have big channels here. So this relationship with the land, which is related with the community collective mindset and how the water affects other people. So this collective work and of respect for the land, with this we could reach this kind of construction that we're seeing on the map. I'm sorry, the sound is not good. So there are some spaces here, life spaces that are natural spaces that provide balance, ecological balance, and a good structure for these amphibious cultures of La Mojana. And they generate a way of life that are related with these natural spaces, like the rivers, the creeks. So we're seeing different representations of these spaces where the people generate a relationship in harmony, or they show respect for their own natural areas for the restoration. And one of the important elements that we have here is my colleague Gabriela. She's working in what we call the atarraya, the net. This is one of the learnings, and this is, we have known that the culture of fishing generated a relationship in harmony with the water, because each one of these nets has a shape and a relationship with the river, with the fish, and the knowledge that we have in this culture. So we have also identified certain harmony in the relationship of the territory, and for the indigenous peoples, even for climate change, for them this climate change, we have done practices based on the how we conceive the earth. So there's a change in that relationship with the earth to understand it, because we form part of it. This is what we call the Mother Earth, and to understand it as a resource. And what the earth does is to respond, providing more. And in the region, we have a strong climate change, but we have also understood that this is because of practices inside the region. So I'm going to read the what we call the disharmony and disbalances in the climate change. This is an interior ocean. This is a space that is free for everyone, but the community needs this land. And in other words, the river culture. So when we're talking about the observation of the objects, or the fishing net, they've always said that those that are built or here, they respect the life of the river. So you have one special, this is what we call the atarraya, the net, the fishing net. So they're built in different ways. So these practices are the ones that we say that are generating a disharmony with the territory. And we also have external practices, electrical, and what we where there is no real close relationship with the earth, you can enjoy the earth. And probably in the region we will have some climate changes that are occurring in the different areas where they live, and they have been changing the territory. I'm sorry, but the sound is really bad. And this generates an alteration in the mode of life, affecting the direct relationship with the territory, and it interferes in the way of living, or the mode of living. So they look for other areas, and they set up centers outside the area. So with this kind of problems, we are the ones who are affected. The population of the territory is affected because the economic activities responds to the agricultural activity. And so with this organization, we are working hand in hand, and walking with them and learning from them. And in the indigenous, what we call cabildos, there are some cabildos between San Marcos and Mitu. So we are we are talking about the indigenous cabildos that exist in San Marcos and San Benito that follow a consultation process to help in the Mohana program in order to correct the problems that they have had in the territory because of climate change. As the people and as a organization, we have to reestablish or revitalize those spaces of life and concentrate in the environmental part and in the amphibious reality of the zone. So we have set up two important processes having to do with ecological actions, the ecosystems, and the early alert system. We work on the route of water and the program to protect Mother Earth. The program is very broad, but as an indigenous organization in Colombia, we are accompanying them. For the information processes, we have made alliances with indigenous and non-indigenous universities that help assist us with these proposals for these spaces of life. And the proposal has to do with spirituality, setting out the culture, social web, and the building of comprehensive proposals. And that has been our proposal. And to revitalize this new culture and to recover the mode of living and in connection with these spaces, we have four fundamental axes. One is to go back to the practices. I lost her. And this is what allows us to create relationship in the territory with this the culture. There's a new culture connection with the water allows us to revitalize these ancestral culture, but we also have to recognize practices of today, which are the ones that are in balance in the territory and which will generate unbalanced risks, so that we apply the best practices on the territory. And finally, we think it is important to learn so this is why we have an alliance with the indigenous people for the program that we have here. We have all the people that accompany us as guidelines and teachers in the space. They come to the territory or they belong to the territory and they are familiar with it. They know about the culture of these peoples. And so we think it is very important. These elements allows us to configure pedagogical actions with the objective of the revitalization of these life spaces. So what we do basically is that we recognize the life spaces and we recognize what has been the footprint here and their contribution to build this culture, but also recognizing their contribution to life. We always have a dialogue with fishermen, with the farmers, and because they have the understanding of this place, and we learn from them to see what are the practices that they follow in the territory and we strengthen exercises that allow ancestral memories and the stories of life. And this reminds us all the time where we come from. Or how can we review our actions to generate a relationship with the territory that can help us? So women work on the environmental issues, generating a dialogue with those that we recognize as the people that have the way to interpret this. And we think this is essential in this educational process. What has happened with the zone? What does the tissue have an implication on the laws that we have, and we have strengthened exchange with other cultures, indigenous cultures, non-indigenous cultures, and we have a dialogue with these peoples so that we get to learn about their knowledge. And there are other alternatives that have been stated in the group to strengthen the territory. So basically, when we took the route of water, we have 115 indigenous women from Senu and San Marcos and San Benito. 16 of them are replicators and 99 are canal women. So they replicate the information that they have to other women that we call channel women. The objective of this basically is to revitalize the territory and the life spaces to improve culture and acknowledging the water cycles. We have the revitalization of the Mother Earth also. We follow a program of the Universidad Autónoma. The whole program has some actions that have to do with ecological balance that generate a series of knowledge. And what we do is to bring this to bring the students through our tissue of knowledge and to this program. We have 42 student dynamizers that are adscribed to 11 cabildos, indigenous cabildos from San Benito Abad. I would leave here the general part of my proposal, and let's see if she can tell us what has been her space and how does this work. I'm sorry, but the sound is really, really bad. I have had a wonderful experience because I have known of different businesses. I worked to El Oaco Cabildo in Palo Alto. And we have had a wonderful experience because we have met different colleagues that we didn't know before. And we've learned about water treatment. I didn't know that the water is a spirit. So we have had a lot of wonderful experience, many things that we didn't know about. So we have the net in order to use it in the rivers to fish. And we also do some handwork, like these bracelets that I have on my wrist. We do that. And these earrings also, this is something that we also do. And we have learned about this. We don't give any importance to that, but thanks to that, we have left this footprint, and we have developed some very wonderful projects. The Totumo spoons, we have developed a lot of experience manufacturing earrings and everything, and we're very happy because we have had the coaching of the Ruta del Agua people. Thank you very much. It is time for questions now, Diana. I don't know if you're ready to share the questions. We are running out of time, so we only have time for 2 questions. Why is it important to take care of water systems? Why should we educate students about this culture and how to take care of these resources? The way we stated it, in general, water for us is vital. If we don't have water, we couldn't exist. But in this case, the relationship with water gives us some knowledge, and I think this is important. There is a series of situations that go against the water being there. If the water is not right, we are not well either. So this is why it is so important to take care of water for the life of the species and for ourselves also. In this case, we have construction of the knowledge that go in balance with this understanding of water. I'm sorry, but it is impossible to translate. Now we do this more frequently. I think this is where it is important to strengthen this idea. Thank you very much, Diana. We have a final question. How has the environmental crisis affected the communities and indigenous cultures? How has the environmental crisis affected the ways of living for you? In the community or way of living, the environmental crisis has affected us because here in La Mojana, we live from the water, where we coexist with the water all the time. And the environmental impacts cause a crisis because during the dry season, we don't coexist with the water, and we need it for our culture, that are ancestral cultures like fishing and other customs of the La Mojana region. I would like to add to the answer there was a guy in the group in La Mojana and he told us that he had been a fisherman all the time. And then we started to see the different shifts, like a dry season, a rainy season. And he says, now I have to learn other things in order to survive because I don't really want to do that. For so many years, he needs to have a quick resource. And he says, I am finishing my cycle of life and now I have to go out and look for something else to make a living. So I think this is very important These climate changes affect them not only with the disappearance of fauna, flora in areas where there used to be trees and animals, they're no longer there. So there is a disbalance, and it has been affecting not only the environmental part, but also has affected them. And people have to start to look for other ways to make a living, and the territory takes different shapes also. Diana, thank you very much for sharing this experience with us, and thank you for being with Diana and for telling us about your experiences. So right now, we're going to have a lunch pause. Do not disconnect. We will leave you with some marvelous experience videos, and I'm sure you're going to love them. See you later.
second day of Green Generation Summit, the first international summit on education, sustainability education, inspiring leaders for the sustainability of tomorrow. At the end of the session today, we will calculate the carbon footprint generated over these 2 days, and we will compensate it by planting trees next May 29. So it's 2 p.m. and once again, welcome. I have the pleasure to introduce to you John Dee and Isabella Callao. John Dee is the director in Australia of One Tree Per Child, and he will talk about the initiative of One Tree Per Child in school and how it has been implemented in 10 countries. Isabella Callao is co-founder of One Tree Per Child in the United States, and she will talk about how voices of young people can create the future. She will be accompanied by Samantha Tavares and Laura Garcia, 12th grade students in our school in Manizales, Colombia. So welcome, and John, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will now start my presentation. Here we go. Let's, and I will just check that the video is working at my end. 1 second. Up to my video clip. There we go. All right. So basically, One Tree Per Child was started by myself and Olivia Newton-John. And this is my daughter, who also got involved in helping us to get it underway. Let me just get the next slide. And so as you can see here, this is the very first tree that we planted in London back at the start of 2015. Now, the aim of One Tree Per Child is to have every primary school student, or if that's not possible, every school student, to plant at least one tree as part of a school activity. We've got some very well-known people around the world who have been helping us to promote One Tree Per Child. And this, for example, is Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, I would encourage every village, town and city to adopt the simple but far-reaching One Tree Per Child policy. And that's really what we're trying to do with One Tree Per Child, is make it a policy for schools where a school will say to parents, every child that comes through our school will plant at least one tree as part of a school activity. Now, as was just mentioned, One Tree Per Child is now planting trees in 10 countries, including Colombia. And Isa will talk to you shortly about what we have been doing in Colombia, which has been very exciting. I've been to Colombia twice now to take part in plantings, which has been very, very exciting. Now, let me tell you how it works. So One Tree Per Child is rolling out internationally in partnership with local councils and schools. Now, many councils are helping their local schools to plant trees, and I'll give you a couple of examples of that. So the very first city that we got on board was Bristol, the city of Bristol in England. And that city has 36,000 primary school children and 136 schools. So our aim was to try and get every single kid in Bristol and every single school involved. And we managed to do that. Now, these are just some pictures of the plantings that we did in Bristol. We had every single school involved. And I'm very glad to say that, we managed to plant more than 36,000 trees in the first 18 months. So we planted 39,000 trees, as you can see here. It's now carried on every single year, and Bristol has now planted 65,000 trees, just Bristol alone. In terms of the potential of One Tree Per Child, here in Australia, this is a an image of Olivia Newton-John, my co-founder of One Tree Per Child, on Australian TV talking about the initiative. And just one council here, Greater Shepparton Council, has involved every school. And they are, next month, will be planting their 100,000th tree just in that one city. And again, they got every single school involved. And so this is what we are trying to do in around the world, is get cities involved. In Colombia, as Isa will tell you, we've also got Rochester School involved. So we also work directly with schools. And as you'll hear shortly, Rochester has been doing amazing things over in Colombia. Now, the way it works is that the councils and schools work with local tree planting organizations. They work with community and commercial nurseries. They work with community groups that local businesses come in and help with any costs. So it is actually quite easy to get involved with. Let me tell you why. I'll leave it to Olivia Newton-John to tell you why we are getting schools involved.
I think there are many reasons that primary schools should get involved. I think creating that interest in the environment and that connection to the environment in young children is very important for the future, and that's when we can impact them the most, when they're really young. And by getting all the schools involved, we're going to plant a lot of trees, and we need them.
Are you hearing that at your end, by the way? I'm not sure. No one's talking to me. You can hear that? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm having a technical problem. So what I want to do is now show you a video of one of our main front people in Australia. He is a gardening TV host. So he has a very, very popular TV show. And basically, so you'll see him, he has a huge beard, but he's a lovely, lovely man. And he will explain for you how One Tree Per Child is working here in Australia. And this is very much the way it works around the world.
One Tree Per Child is a project that embraces a worldwide vision with local action. Here on the ground today, we've had a local primary school combined with their local council, and by morning tea, they've planted out more than 40 trees. This is the essence of... One Tree Per Child is a project that embraces a worldwide vision with local action. Here on the ground today, we've had a local primary school combined with their local council, and by morning tea, they've planted out more than 40 trees. This is the essence of the project, bringing existing infrastructure, the knowledge of council, together with the enthusiasm and excitement of schools. Throw in grandparents, throw in elders, throw in aunts, uncles, principals, put them all in there, mix them up. It's happening around the world as we speak, and the goal is, let's plant one tree per child. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, tip it gently. When you look around here and you see the kids surrounded by a swamp, looking at frogs, looking at dragonflies, looking at butterflies, getting their hands into the soil, I think that's the most important thing.
Let's get grubby!
Okay, and then turn it upside down. Beautiful.
Mrs. Costa Jr. Frog Katoomba. Oh yeah!
1, 2, 3, per child! This is a special day for you because it's your final day of primary school. You've planted more than 220 trees in your role as co-founder of One Tree Per Child. What message have you got for people out there?
Well, get your local councils involved, your local schools involved, because we want to have every child planting a tree. We want 1 tree per child.
I think the most important thing that the kids learn today is that their actions matter. One, two, tree. Oh, I love it.
There we go. So that's one tree per child. And I will now pass you over to Isa so she can explain more about what's happening in Colombia and what's happening in Pittsburgh as well.
Thank you very much, John, for your presentation. I am going to share my screen right now.
Okay.
So thank you very much. As John was saying, my name is Isabella Cajiao Angelelli. I'm Colombian, and I am a pediatrician in the city of Pittsburgh in the United States. My passion for the environment and the connection between environment, trees, and health moved me to become part of this project in Colombia. And the best part of this One Tree Per Child program is that it can be implemented anywhere. And in any way it can accommodate to the resources of each place. For example, for the planning of the program in Pittsburgh, we run a pilot project by planting several trees along different places in Pittsburgh, and we got together with the main NGO in charge of managing trees in the city. So after the success of these first plantings, we established formal collaboration with the public schools in Pittsburgh to plant trees in parks close to the schools or in areas where it would be available. And the truth is, to plant trees with kids is a wonderful experience. To listen to the things they say when they're planting trees, it's incredible, because you realize that the message that is getting through to the heart of these kids, and that they're contributing to communities. And for many of them, planting a tree is the first voluntary act to contribute to their communities. There are kids who are planting trees, and suddenly they stand up and say, "I'm so proud of doing this." We're not only helping, we're also having fun. It's spectacular. So one realizes that really you're generating an educational impact on kids, and these are kids that will grow, who will grow to become our leaders in the future. And I'm sure a kid who has planted a tree is a kid who will make different decisions and and is taking into account the environment and nature. So as I was mentioning, after doing this pilot project, this proposal and this program was really attractive for the foundations and the big institutions in the city. This is how we were able to receive economic support from the Heinz Foundation and the health department in the city of Pittsburgh. Likewise, we've received economic support from local departments and some associations of parents and teachers. These alliance with One Tree Per Child in Pittsburgh, the organization in charge of managing the trees in Pittsburgh, has been fundamental because they adopted the program officially, and with them, we are in charge of supplying or providing the trees, native species. They help us coordinate the logistics in the planting, and it goes from the places and the holes that are dig and maintain the trees. We in fact have now more than 90% survival in those trees, and so far we've planted more than 3,000 trees and worked with more than 2,000 kids in schools. The case of the region in Bogota is led by Rochester School, with which we've established a very valuable alliance. To begin, we signed an agreement with the mayor of Chia, and since Rochester School had an infrastructure already existing and a planting of trees, we immediately linked and made an alliance, and we've already carried out some tree planting activities. And it's worth admiring this example, and we're very proud of this collaboration. We are also working currently with the Ministry of the Environment and the team of Sembraton to continue expanding the program in Colombia. So any person, any institution interested in One Tree Per Child can contact us because we can start working together immediately. The case of Manizales was different, but equally inspiring. We approached initially the mayor of Manizales in 2019, and he immediately showed interest in the program, decided to support it. So we made an agreement with the mayor, and we started working immediately with the collaboration of the Secretariat of the Environment in Manizales and the Secretariat of Education. Additionally, the University of Manizales decided to provide support to the program. So I want to also highlight right now the work of Laura Garcia and Samantha Tavares. They are students in 12th grade at the school Nuestra Señora Los Ángeles in Manizales, and they are the founders of a program of education in sustainability called TAWU. So it has been an honor for us to work with Samantha and with Laura. They've led the foundation of two big organizations. Each one has planted more than 400 trees. Even during the pandemic, they've continued to plant trees. So they are unstoppable and an example for everyone. So I leave you now and give the floor to the founders.
Por esas hermosas palabras. Ya vamos a presentar aquí.
Thank you, Isabella, for these beautiful words. We cannot see her, so we will share with you the presentation and open your cameras, please. Yes, yes, yes. 1 second. Can you confirm if you're able to see the presentation? Okay. Thank you very much. So my name is Laura. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And as Isabella said, we will present our TAWU presentation with how young voices can create the future. Let me explain what TAWU is. It's basically an environmental and social project which through education seeks to generate impact on young people in Colombia in aspects of sustainability and in social aspects, so that they can this can generate a generational change in their families and within them. TAWU is an acronym and is equivalent to Take Action, Wake Up. And this project was founded by us in 2019 to incentivize the importance and motivation vis-a-vis environmental issues in young people. As a result of all this process, we wanted to give an order and a name to all this, and we created a method that we call the TAWU method. It's consists in 4 steps, and we as young people can also train young people for the future vis-a-vis the areas of sustainability and social areas. So as I said, it's 4 phases. One of them is knowledge, then research, empowerment, and actions. Empowerment, inspiration, and actions.
Del método
In
TAWU
the first phase of this method, we have knowledge. As you all know, for everything in our lives, we need knowledge, just like you will be able to see in the next view graphs. Are because of the pandemic, our seminars and workshops are virtual, and this is where we contribute and exchange knowledge. Everyone learns from each other, and we at the same time correct each other.
Tenemos nuestra segunda fase, que
We
es
also
la-
have our second phase, which is that of research. And in this phase, in the prior phase, young people and kids go beyond, and they, as you can see in the example, they research. There's a clear example that we see here. We were analyzing plastics in the ocean. So the research part about it would be to go beyond and see how our hydric sources in Colombia are operating and how we can provide solutions. So it's like take charge of the topic and go beyond. Then comes the third phase, which is very important because we call it empowerment, empower knowledge. It's for them to feel sure of what they know and what they have researched. That's why we created this research team with 30 students of ages between 8 and 17. And the objective of this group is to transmit sensitization of the planet to other people so that they can make others aware and spread this message and transmit it to their family members, friends, etc. And the fourth step and the last one and the most important one is the phase of actions. We're always looking to try to take everything into practice, something that is different as and innovative, and that allows young students to feel more attracted in the phase, I mean, of after they saw and they went through all these phases, we always seek to have actions so that they can put everything into practice and realize that they're learning in a different way. For example, one of the fundamental approaches for us is education very early in their lives, education about problems, climate problems. Since we did not acquire knowledge when we were so young, the idea is to begin the process when they're very young, very small kids, and so that they grow with this awareness and taking these styles of life that we don't impose, but which they adopt. It's healthy. We want them to know and we want them to apply all this knowledge in their lives. Amongst other actions, before the pandemic, we had a collective tree planting activity in Manizales. 400 trees were planted, and our team was present, and it was very enriching for everyone because for some of them, it was the first collective tree planting activity or the first tree they planted. So it was very interesting for everyone. And also during the pandemic, we established like a news portal into social media to maintain this inspiration and the love for these tree planting. We also carried out a virtual tree planting, which was very innovative for everyone because no one had attended a virtual tree planting activity. So together with the University of Manizales, Corpo Caldas, and other institutions, around 500 trees were planted, of which 100 were adopted by the Tawu group. And so together, each child at home, we sent them the certificates of the tree planting activity. Some of them wrote letters. It was beautiful. And the next day, they received the pictures, the evidence in pictures of the planting of all those trees. Well, and to conclude all this process that we were explaining, then comes the pedagogic tool or educational tool, which was created in August last year. And it came about precisely because of the pandemic, because we were not able to reach other places where we would have liked to carry out this activity. So we wanted to synthesize in all these into a method, a guideline tool where people could work from different institutions and to foster all this part of education, environmental education. Well, as we can see here, the front page was designed by our team. This is a unique tool because it allows the person who uses it to choose the activity they want to carry out. For example, if you like to compose poems or songs, you will find activities to, for example, write a song about climate change. But if you are more about storytelling or if you like storytelling, you will have the option of write a book or a story without having to write a song. So we give the option so that everyone can feel at ease in their own way of learning and doing things. This booklet will also have two modalities, a virtual one and a physical one. The physical is for any person who doesn't have the internet connection can use it and not miss this great opportunity. And the digital is for anyone who has internet connection. And to conclude, we want to give our conclusions on how we work, what our method is, and responding to the question at the beginning, we consider that young people can change the future and raise our voices and everything is based on education. Our main principle is education, but applied in different ways, in different forms, in what we like doing, and in order to develop our potential. So here we have our social media, our telephone numbers. Thank you for your attention. And thank you, John and Isabella, for allowing us to participate in this great event. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you very much to all of you for this great initiative that you're generating in young kids. And let's go now to a session of questions and answers, John D. First, we have 3 questions for you. You're there?
Yes, indeed.
Great. First question. What do you think has motivated children to be part of this project?
As Isa was talking about, for many children, this One Tree Per Child, when they get involved, it's often the first time that they are planting trees in their community. And there are 2 big benefits from that. The children love planting the trees, and as they grow up, their tree also grows with them, and that sends them a message that they can create positive change, because children are hearing nothing but negative stories about the environment. And I think it's very important that we inspire them that they can create positive change. And the other benefit, I think, is, and we have seen this in 10 different countries, regardless of the children's background or when the kids plant a tree, it is often the very first time they take part in their community. And that is very important. The children are literally putting down roots in their community and with the planting of their tree. And so when kids come back many years later, when hopefully they have their own children, they will be able to show their kids the tree that they planted as a kid. And so it retains for the children a connection back to the town where they were brought up. And I think that's a lovely thing.
Muchas gracias. ¿De qué forma se
Thank
puede
you very
involucrar?
much. How can people get involved at home and in regional communities in this project? How can they get involved?
If they're not able to, actually, the first thing I will say is a good way to go is to try and get your local council involved and get the council to take the leadership role in your community. If that's not possible, the next step is to get your local school involved and have the school have a One Tree Per Child policy. So they tell parents that when the child starts at that school, they say to them, okay, by the time your child leaves our school, they will have planted at least 1 tree as part of a school activity. If that's not possible, the easiest way to get involved in One Tree Per Child is to go down to a local store, like a local plant store or a garden center, and get your own tree. Sometimes one of the best things, we encourage people to plant native trees to help wildlife, to provide habitat. But sometimes a good thing to do is to plant a fruit tree. So the child understands that trees aren't just giving us oxygen, they're not just providing habitat for wildlife, they're also providing us with food as well. And so often we find when you plant fruit trees, kids appreciate trees in a different way. In the city of Bristol, we actually planted a community orchard, which now is already providing a huge amount of fruit to people in a poor area of Bristol. And so we are also encouraging communities to plant community orchards as well, especially in areas where people may not have access to good quality fruit. So that is something that we are doing as well.
Durante este proceso de
During this process of tree planting, it's important for the kids to kind of be there present during the entire growing process of the tree?
Look, I think it helps because if the children can go back and do the maintenance of the tree to make sure you get rid of any weeds that are around the tree, I think that's important because then the children can see their tree or their shrub growing and providing a contribution to the environment. I think that's very important. But I think one of the things that is important is if a school is doing a big planting where you have hundreds of trees going in the ground, it is often very good to tie up with a local organization, a local community organization of adults who can look after the trees, because sometimes the children plant trees far away from their school because it's a day out from their school. So it's always good to get a local community group to volunteer and help you to look after those seedlings to ensure that they're able to grow. And we have found that community groups, local councils are very happy to take on that role of maintenance where the children are not able to do it.
John, ¿cómo podemos adquirir esa
John, how can we acquire this booklet for institutions?
So if you go to the website, onetreeperchild.com, we have information on there. We are about to create a new website, which will also have information in Spanish. So that is our next step because we're now in 10 countries. So we need to update the website because it's just in English at the moment, but we are planning to also have it available in other languages. But information on One Tree Per Child is there at onetreeperchild.com.
And I just want to add, I don't know if they were asking as well about the guide, the study guide that we'll put together. You can also reach out to us and we will directly put you in contact with Tawu and Samantha and Laura, because the materials that they have developed for schools are truly, truly amazing. Kids love it. They have had an amazing response from the students at their school. And I was going to say something else. it's the material really, you know, what's best about this, it is from kids and to kids. So Laura and Samantha have experienced firsthand being in an environment where they can actually teach the kids with the things they want to hear and in the way they want to see things being taught to them, in a way that they actually end up learning while they play. So they don't even know that they are doing an academic activity. They're actually following those passions that they are helping them discover and helping them discover their connection to nature and environment and learning at the same time. So yeah, please reach out to us about any of this. One Tree Per Child, Tawu, the study guide. We are super happy to work with everyone. And as I shared on the examples, it's really quite simple. Trees are a no-brainer. Whatever you go and you offer trees, I mean, I've never had any school say no. It's always yes. It's so positive and so beautiful. It's really a joy and it's not that hard. So join us.
Así es, todos nos uniremos a estas iniciativas que...
Great, we will all join in these initiatives that
Ustedes por estar con nosotros.
Do so well for the planet. Thank you for being with us. Stay here for our forum at 3 p.m. And now we give the floor to Luis Camargo from OPEPA. We will talk about education based on nature, activating our regenerative capacity. So get ready with your questions, because at the end we will have a session of questions and answers before the forum. Thank you very much, Juliana, and thank you, Rochester School and the Ministry of the Environment. I think this event, this two-day event, has been really, truly incredible. I'm amazed at the number of inspiring examples looking at what is being done around the world and in Colombia. Today, I want to share with you the concepts behind this sentence, nature-based education, which is something that we have been doing for more than 23 years. We truly began working on environmental education as such, but the concept has evolved over the past few years as we get in touch with new topics. So as I was saying, I'm the founder and organizer at OPEPA. It's the Organization for Environmental Education and Protection. And the objective of our institution is to connect human beings with our land, with our earth. And part of the concept of education based on nature is to realize that there is a big disconnection generated between man and nature, especially in countries like Colombia, where surprisingly, I was thinking, well, it used to be a rural country, but in the end, it's one of the most urbanized countries of the planet. More than 80% is urban. That means 80% of Colombians live in cities. And this generates a rupture of relations between kids, children, their process of growth, and nature. Without this meaning that we cannot work to try to establish or re-establish this connection. And finally, inspired on everything I saw over the past 2 days, I want to go to this basic concept, and everything begins with this blue sphere, which is where we live, our planet, in the end, our home. It's a place of incredible magic, I would say. It's a place where life has co-evolved for millions of years, where cells and chemical elements have transformed in this complexity of life. We have everything around us and a planetary system that supports it. So it's incredible. First of all, I truly need to be thankful and be grateful at the richness in the life of our planet. And it is something that we should remember more often, because for everything that happens every day in so many species and so many systems, this is incredible. However, over the past few years, we've been taking the planet to a very difficult moment, and it is not something new for us that we're experiencing a planetary crisis, which is very complex. Topics like climate change.
En el Caribe, eso es algo que nunca había ocurrido. Y realmente es el planeta diciéndonos algo está pasando en los sistemas, pero hay una crisis, o sea, hay un daño, una lesión a los sistemas de vida en el planeta. Pero por el otro lado, vemos alrededor del mundo y en Colombia, especialmente en estas semanas que hemos vivido tan difíciles, que la crisis no es solo del planeta y de la salud del planeta, sino también tenemos un problema social increíble en el planeta. Hay una desigualdad muy grande, hay personas que no tienen alimento, hay personas que son desplazadas, personas que están viviendo situaciones muy difíciles, que adentro de un planeta tan abundante y tan mágico como en el que estamos y en el que vivimos, y más aún en un país como Colombia, en donde tenemos, yo creo que somos de los más privilegiados en el mundo, con la biodiversidad que tenemos, es increíble que esto esté pasando. Entonces, en estos 23 años, la reflexión que siempre nos decíamos es ¿por qué? ¿Por qué pasa todo esto? Y llegamos a una conclusión. La conclusión es que realmente la crisis está relacionada con una crisis de relaciones, más que cualquier otra cosa. De base, lo que hemos perdido es la capacidad de relacionarnos respetuosamente en diferentes ámbitos. Y esto está generando pues que los sistemas no estén sincronizados, no estén armonizados y no estén creando pues el efecto que queremos. Y con esto recordamos, en este caso, Mitakuye o Nasin, que es una palabra en Lakota de los indígenas norteamericanos, pero hay indígenas en todo el mundo que tienen palabras como esta. Y son palabras que representan la forma
have this kind of works, and this is the way they start to work to speak when they speak in a group. And they talk about all relationships, and I'm talking about relationships because here they recognize that they are related not only with other people but with all the other elements, living elements in the planet. And we think, how can we really bring this concept to education? And education based on nature finally is how do we think about recovering this relationship, bringing nature into the classroom and bringing the classroom to nature. And this helps us to reestablish some levels of relationship. The first one is the one that we have with nature, which is maybe the worst.
Procesos que cada vez nos separan más. Muchos de los niños no
And
saben.
many of the children really don't know where food comes from. Food comes from the supermarket or from a plant or from a brand. But most of the food that nourishes us comes from the ground and from natural processes that the system is giving us. On the other hand, we have our relationship with other people. This is a topic where the schools, with the education for the 21st century, has started to have a lot of emphasis. Sí, yo estoy en canal de inglés.
Ya se encuentra normalmente.
So I was saying the other topic that we are taking more seriously is the relationships with other people. And the last one is the relation that we have with ourselves. In this case, how do we relate with nature or with other people and with ourselves? So one thing that is clear here is that we shall not have a future as human beings if we don't have a healthy planet. And this is something that there's no doubt about. So we are representing the system, and the planet limits show us the vital signs of the planet in red. It's like when a parent says, I have a pain on my child, I have a high pressure, I have fever. What do you usually say? You say, if it's your father, you say, let's go to the hospital because it's your father. And that's what is happening to the planet. And we are not moving fast enough. We don't see the emergency there. And we, in the scientific knowledge, we have been there for more than 30 years. And this brings us to a very important paradigm, which is development and how we're working, how we think about development. So there is a development that is degenerative, and it sort of like accelerated since the Industrial Revolution, when we started to see nature as an object to be used by the human being, and we started to transform all the systems, injecting energy and injecting other elements, but we never valued the intrinsic value of this nature. And we have to start seeing that if we really want to progress, we have to start changing that paradigm and see or realize that human development makes sense when it is in synchrony with the life systems. And this is what we call regenerative development. This implies that we cannot just go to sustainability, but we have to go beyond that, one step forward, and start building a regenerative culture that will allow us to do this. And this is where children play a role. They're fundamental, just like adults, but we have to think about this a little bit and about the situation of the planet. We have created several mechanisms. One is education for sustainability, and you've already heard about this on these 2 days, but there's also a series of problems with regards to this education for sustainability and sustainable development. If we take them as independent elements, we repeat the story again. So we're working on one single element, but we forget about connections and the flows. So we have to change the approach and have an approach based on life systems, which work through interactions and the different reactions and energy flows. And this is important, but we can turn ODSs into this. So for all the schools that are working with the ODSs, think about each one of them as a window of opportunities in order to connect with all the rest, ODSs and many other topics. But if we think about ODSs as connection windows and opportunity windows, we change the perspective of fragmented blocks to a more systemic perspective, a perspective that is better. And and here we can start creating an approximation of education using projects or also based on places, as we've seen in these 2 days. But it belongs to the real world, and it tries to have coherence in the actions of the children, the school, the curricula, and what we're doing. Something that we must consider is that 70% of the young that are studying in England, they realize that 70% of these young people have no hope. There is a word that is called eco-anxiety, which deactivates children in their actions. And 75% of the teachers feel poorly prepared to teach this topic or this subject. So they feel sort of like unactivated, or they have difficulties to approach this topic. And on the other hand, 26% of young people know how to contribute to solving these climate crisis. So here we have a problem that creates a lot of anxiety, and we have to transform our education towards processes that allow us to use it in action or activate action. And it has to do with activating the teachers and give them tools, regardless of what they teach, arts, mathematics, whatever. They all play a role when we talk about life systems and relations. And this is where we break the paradigm that each teacher is in its own area. And so this connection is the thinking of systems of life and the relations that we have. Think about the students at school. An 8-year-old now can see this urgency and this emergency, what is happening when the ODS goals are fulfilled. They're going to be like 17, these children. In 10 years, it's not a long time. Many things are going to happen in the planet. But if we think from there on until that little child has grown and is 87, we're talking about 2000 or 2100. And we have a different world here, a world where we have to have vision to build it and to create all the necessary transitions required. But this is not that easy. Why? Because this implies taking this Horizon 1, which is in red, which is where we are right now, and start to disassemble it to try to go to Horizon 3, which is the emerging world or the emerging future. And with that, we're going to have to create a lot of bridges to have a transition in that direction. And there we have several challenges. One of it is to think outside the box. As you can see in this image, there are two people in the box, and they're afraid, and they have anxiety, and they don't dare to be the first one to think outside the box. We have to dare. We have to act. We have to think outside the box. And to think outside the box, we need something else. In this cartoon, it says, I was looking at the news reels, and something is missing in this world, and it generates crisis and violence every way. And the cat says, the oil? And she says, no, empathy. So this has to bring us to the basis of the essence of education for the future. And it has to be based on how we come in with empathy, but empathy not only in your relationship with someone else, but in the empathy of these three levels of relationship: empathy with myself, empathy with other people, and empathy with nature. And so that we can form a part again of a planet life system that is called Earth. And if we want children to prosper so that they are really empowered, let's allow them to love Earth before we ask them to save it. This is said by David Sowell, who is a very important educator that has worked a lot on education based on the place and the nature. But this is a very powerful message, because if we don't love our Earth and we don't understand and we are marveled by the magic of the Earth, we won't have hope active that will allow us to transform and build the future that we want. And that's what we're looking for. And to be able to achieve this, there are three things that we have learned. These are criticisms that all schools should hear. The first one is to help the children to connect deeply, to build their relationship with nature since they're very young, where we accentuate the empathy. and this sense of Buddhism where you start recognizing that I am one with everyone. I am nature because we are nature. And second, it is fundamental to help children to learn how to perceive, to feel. I call these awakening the naturalist in each one of them, because if we only give the children information, they will not learn how to discover what they have around them, what is visible and not visible, what you see like plants, etc. But the invisible part is the patterns for relationships, this kind of energy flow. And finally, as we are deeply connected, we learn to perceive our surrounding. We can think in a regenerative way, and it helps to change the way we do the leading to a culture of care, what I call the planetary citizenship, because it allows us to connect with the systems. And as we have seen, like planting trees, those steps allows us to synchronize, to feel, to smell, and to live this relationship with Earth. On the other hand, I wanted to introduce this concept, the regenerative capacity each one of us has, which is associated to these three levels of relationship that I was mentioning. So it has to do with being able to educate so that you are in the right relationship with yourself, with others, and with nature. And there we activate the regenerative capacity of people, because we provide them with the tools for children and young people and even adults to start seeing the world from a perspective that is better connected. So this brings us to the end and the conclusion of my presentation, which is that the paradigm has to be changed. In the last decades, we have been talking about a paradigm based on the ego, where the human being is the head of a pyramid that is dominant and that transforms without thinking of what is below. He thinks that as a human being, he is the center of the world. And this is transforming to sustainability in a paradigm where we start to understand and we see the importance of being part of the system. So we start to see ourselves from that side. But this is not enough. We have to go one step forward, what we call in Sanskrit seva, which is being in the service of. And if we can educate in order to be in the service of life or to the system of life, we are going to be able to be powerful as educators using educational techniques based on the nature that link our way of educating. And that way we can fall in love again and make children fall in love with earth and nature. And I think that by focusing on this aspect, we're going to be able to transform the way we learn. And we have seen examples of this yesterday and today, which have been amazing. Thank you. Luis, thank you very much. Yes, that's what it is. You have to fall in love again with Earth. We have two questions for you. The first one, why is that important for children to have an education about relationships, and what is the positive impact does this have on climate crisis? Education in relationships is fundamental. If we look at the climate crisis, it's a relationships crisis because we have lost the capacity to make decisions as individuals, as companies, as governments that benefit being in the right relationship. So when we use or when we destroy a forest generating emissions to the environment, we are in the right relationship with the forest? I wouldn't say so. When we consume, thinking that everything that we consume can be left aside, are we in right relationship with that waste or with the consumption and the impact it has? No. So I think that relationships are fundamental, but relationships from understanding how you really relate the life systems and the different environments that generate health in the health systems, the health for the planet and individual health. Is it easier to educate children or adults? What is your reaction in this situation? Well, there are two answers for that. adults, if they educate children, we inspire them. And I think that part of the transformation is to not think that you're educating a child. I am providing the opportunities for the child to discover and learn and relate and becomes intelligent. The child learns as I give it the possibilities to learn. And I think that teachers have to move from teachers that provide information to teachers that assist the discovery. I think that those adults that are more attentive in their way of being, well, we do have to educate them because we have to give them arguments to change habits that are already set down. But not if we want to educate for the future, we have to build a vision that goes beyond the present, and we have to inspire them for them to build a different way to relate with life and with the planet. Thank you very much, Luis, for your intervention. We are coming to the end of our second journey. It has been a pleasure to have your participation in this first Green Generation meeting, educating leaders for sustainability of tomorrow. We have seen some experiences that will be motivating to be better people and better human beings, and also for the planet. So we will begin with the forum, Climate Change, the Challenge of Today for the Education of the Future. Here we will have some moderators. Wonderful. We have Pilar Rosa, Natural and Environmental Sciences and Director of the Rochester School. We have Alejandro Alcalá from 7th grade and Valerie Villegas from 9th grade from the Rochester School. And we will have the panelists that participated in today's presentations. So all of you, welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. It's so nice to see you here again. Thank you for being in this fora of a climate crisis. I want to start by talking about the carbon footprint. So in 1 year, we, each one of us, each one of you have an average 415 kilograms of CO2, each one. And one tree in 1 year can fix 23 kilograms of CO2. So we produce 415, and a tree is not enough in 1 year. Therefore, that is our first challenge. What is going to happen? People continue to be born. About 7 million people are born in 1 year. So this starts increasing. This number of CO2 starts increasing. In other words, in 1 year, in average, we have 415 divided by 23 kilograms of each tree. In 1 year, we have to plant 19 new trees. How many of us plant 19 trees in 1 year? More or less, we can say that every month we have to plant 1 or 1.5 tree. And that is a challenge that we have. We have to start self-evaluating ourselves and see how we are achieving this. And we also have events like this one, which are additional events to the daily activities that we have. So this event, for example, is a virtual event that we wanted to generate very low footprint because we're not traveling by plane from one country to another. We're not increasing the CO2 production, but we are causing some impact anyway. So in this case, we were talking about that in average, throughout your life, one tree must capture 4,000 kilograms of CO2 throughout your whole life. Depends on the species of the tree, the place where it is planted, how much does it grow, all these kind of things, temperature. Some trees grow more when they are in an early stage. Others fix the CO2 when they're more adult or bigger. But in average, a tree captures 4,000 kilograms of CO2 in its entire life. So let's say that a tree in normal conditions can live more than 100 years. That would be the life expected from a tree without any intervention. This would mean that we that have about 323 people connected in this event. This is a significant number. We would need to plant 17.36 trees only to compensate this event. How many are we each one going to plant? Roger is going to plant 3,000. So how many more are we going to plant, each one of us? That is our question. I just wanted to invite you or begin the forum with this reflection on the carbon footprint. Now we will start with Valerie and let's see the questions that we may have. So based on what Maria Pilar just said, we have a question for all of you, all the panelists. From your organizations and for those that you are representing, what strategies have been implemented to reduce carbon footprint from your operations or projects? What have you done? Could you please participate? Anyone who wants to participate, raise your hand and give an answer. Okay, Valerie and Alejandra, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation. I am Ana Maria Zambrano. I am the director of the CCCS. And this morning you had the opportunity to see the presentation of our executive director on part of what you are touching on in this question of what we're doing. Well, we in the organization, what we do is to be the leaders for a series of initiatives oriented to the industry of construction, which is highly impacting, has that important role of initiatives, as you saw that Viviana told you about mobilizing a national project to go to net zero buildings. And this is to have these net zero buildings is like not enough to being efficient, but we need to go beyond that in an industry that has a big or long chain incorporating many industries that generate a high impact that have also made good commitments. So I would like to leave you with that reflection so that all the others can participate. Thank you very much for this invitation, Valerie and Alejandro. Thank you very much for being with us.
I'd also like to give you an answer as well. Here at One Tree Per Child, our offices are fully powered by solar power, and at night time, the office, if we're working in the evening, it's powered by solar batteries that are storing the daytime solar so we can use them later in the day. So that's one way in which we ensure that we fully run on solar power. And I'm glad to say also we have an electric car, so any spare solar power, all that energy goes into the electric car, into the battery. But one of the things that I am running here in Australia is RE100, and I would encourage everybody to look at this. RE100 has got 300 major companies around the world to agree to go 100% renewable with all of their electricity use. And so we have many of the world's very, very biggest companies joining, people like Apple, Facebook, General Motors, Kellogg's, Lego, you name them, they're all members. And many of those companies have already gone 100% renewable. And in the case of Apple, they have got 110 suppliers to agree to go 100% renewable as well. So I think one of the important things that I think this project shows us that, on one hand, at the personal level, we should try and get solar into our own homes, into our own offices and organizations. But also, I think we should be encouraging businesses whose products we use to get them to go 100% renewable as well. And I'm glad to say that many of the global brands that are out there are going 100% renewable and getting suppliers to do the same. So I think we are seeing more leadership from businesses than we're seeing from governments in terms of creating the kind of change that we have to see. And I thought I'd drop that in as an example of not just what we can do, but what other people can do, that we are, that we as consumers are working, are giving money to these companies, and we need to ensure that whoever we give money to, we need to make sure they make a commitment to go 100% renewable.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. So now, José.
Vamos a darle la palabra a José María Castillo.
Muchas gracias. En la Universidad Javeriana
now we give the
tenemos
floor to José María Castillo from the Javeriana University. At Javeriana University, we use two approaches to reduce our carbon footprint. One has a technological approach. So we have a photovoltaic farm, we have buildings which consume only renewable and non-conventional resources. We incentivize mobility with low carbon. We have a policy of green purchases to consume products with low carbon footprint. We've reduced our residues. We have no plastic glasses or forks, or that's one approach. We have computers which save energy. That's one approach. It's not technological. But we especially work on habits and behaviors. What does this mean? What is it to have, I mean, what's it good for to have a building with photovoltaic energy and light when it's 9 a.m. and I have the lights on? So we are affecting the habits and the behavior to such end. We have an avatar. An avatar is an advocate. Our avatar, it's called Jardinero Javeriana, Javeriana gardener. And these are people who dress like a
sitio de la universidad, a cualquier reunión. Imagínense 10 de la mañana con todas las luces prendidas. Este avatar entra sin decirle nada a nadie y apaga la luz.
We want to affect or exert an influence on those habits and behaviors. A teacher who leaves the office without turning off the computer, then comes the avatar and reprimands him, kindly with love, but reprimands. So we have those two lines of work. Technology helps, but if we don't change ourselves, if we don't change our habits and behaviors, we won't be able to have awareness to save our planet. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Now we want to give the floor to Darío Mejía. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Special greetings. I am Darío Mejía from the National Indigenous Community of Colombia. I would summarize this in one word, the response to your question. What are we indigenous communities doing? Well, I would say resist, withstand and resist what? Well, we're withstanding and resisting the expansion of the agricultural border, taking care of rivers, promoting dialogues, chatting with you, letting you know about our cultures. And I think at the center of the debate, curiously enough, also in our little towns, we have the youth, just like you. I think it's a good moment in history where the youth is giving great examples regarding the way we need to
Finalmente,
create awareness
nuestra
on
casa
what we call
es
the great
nuestra gran
Maloca, the big Maloca, because finally the earth, the land is our home, is our big home.
tierra.
And
No te
where will you go if land disappears?
Venezuela, si te vas para Estados Unidos, igualito vas a tener los mismos problemas como especie, como sociedades.
We won't
Y hay que cuidarnos todos.
see the problem. We need to take care of each other, all of us. And we could say that there are
Las cuales
three great
los
struggles
pueblos indígenas.
that we are striving for, we as communities. The first one is the struggle and the fight for epistemic justice.
Que los
They've made us believe
del ser humano
that intellectual
son finitos,
knowledge
que por lo tanto,
of human being is finite.
Pero también nos han hecho
Therefore,
a
they're worth a
creer
lot. They're worth
son
a lot.
naturales,
But they've also made us
son
believe that natural resources are endless, infinite. And that's why they are worth very little. And in this equation, ever since the 19th, 18th century,
justicias en el
we've
mundo.
had lots of injustice. We've seen a lot of injustice
Sistémica. ¿Por qué?
throughout
Porque se han
the
dejado
world, and that's where we're, that's the fight we're seeing. Why? Because we've set aside many valuable knowledge, not only Latin America, but in all continents. We've set them aside. That's why in the experience that we presented to you in the morning, we were saying we need to plant trees. Yes, but first you need to put seeds into the consciousness of people. If you don't have clear conscience, you might, plant trees, but then come other people who will destroy that. It's just like the person who just presented. If you don't have habits, you're going to end up doing half of the task. The second great struggle and fight is, or has to do with the structures, economic structures, the redistribution of resources and usefulness, the benefits for education, for example, and to count on these type of scenarios shouldn't be just a privilege, but a right for everyone. That's fundamental. And finally, what we need to expand is the spaces for participation, strengthen democracies, and reduce vulnerabilities in societies. And in this, indigenous communities are profoundly committed. We believe we have lots of knowledge, and we have a lot to learn, of course, of the new technologies and all these scenarios. But I think we're taking the path. We're taking the path. We're getting there. Thank you very much for your answer. Let us remind you that we need to be very concrete because there are many participants, and the idea is to be able to listen to everyone's opinion. So please take maximum 1 minute. Now we will give the floor to our principal at Rochester School, Aletia Bogoja, and congratulations for this event. Alejandro, lots of thanks to all the people who participated in the Ministry of the Environment for supporting us, and all our panelists also. Thanks to all our panelists over the past 2 days. I would summarize this very much in hand with what Jose Maria was saying. First one, infrastructure. So we have, for example, photovoltaic panels. We have the LED type of lighting. We also have sensors so that according to the occupation of the place, the sensors can be in charge of putting off or on the lights. And in the administrative area, the sustainable purchases for us are very important. And then the third front has to do with the educational and pedagogic aspect through our virtues development program, through our sustainability projects, and working in sustainability in an interdisciplinary way. with different subjects, we create awareness in students, because the most important thing is to create those habits, those relations they have between their peers and with the environment, and understand that sustainability is to be able to guarantee that future generations will have a space where they can also live and satisfy their needs. So it's very important to think not only about the present, but also the responsibility we have towards the future, and evidence to the extent possible. That's why our campus is a live text, so that they can learn from these. In the planting of trees, we planted more than 4,200 trees. On May 29, we will plant 3,000 more. So it's a way of inspiring and having students fall in love with these and become agents of change, and believe that it is possible to have a sustainable planet, thinking always about the present and the future. Thank you.
Y como Jennifer, ¿qué tienes para dar?
And as a last intervention, Jennifer, you have the
Thank
floor.
you. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to be able to be following the principal of the school, of Rochester School, because one of the things that we do, which we believe is absolutely essential, is that we help the leaders of schools and the leaders of school districts understand that to have a sustainable future, to have humans on this planet and have a quality of life, we need to think beyond reading and writing and math in our schools. That traditional ecological knowledge and connecting our connections with the natural world are as important as any one of those academic skills for the future. If we are leveraging and using those academic skills to create and recreate the mess that we're in, that's a problem. But if we have articulate leaders, like the leaders of Rochester School, who understand the importance of this to their students, that's the change. That's the lever of change that we work to make. And so really looking at the leaders and how we can connect with the leaders and help them open their hearts to the natural world and understand that their role is to prepare their students to create a sustainable future. We're a decentralized organization, so we don't have an office. We don't have, we do as much of our work virtually as possible. So we work on a regular basis to decrease our footprint. And we're exploring ways to support our staff in their own homes to engage in more sustainable behaviors and practices. So it's decentralized, but our focus, the lever of change that we really work with is how do we reach all of the leaders of all of the schools so they understand this critical component of preparing for the future.
Thank you very much. Really interesting all you do. Ya como última intervención, vemos que Rosamira tiene
We
la
see
mano.
that Rosamira has her hand up. Okay, very short, very short. Yes, we in our work at the Cotton Top Tamarind Foundation, everything is directed towards counteracting the loss of biodiversity. And we think that as leaders in our teams, the best way to give or set an example is with your own behavior, as sustainable as possible on the day-to-day. Reduce the use of, what is disposable with our team. We try to motivate these in our staff, being very loyal to everyone should bring their own thermos of water, walk or use the bicycle to the extent possible to get where you want to go. Zero use of disposable elements, and be very conscious of the use of resources. I believe sometimes we lose motivation because we think that as one person we cannot make all the change, but each one can be a multiplier at home, at school. And those of us who are involved in this topic have this responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Muchas gracias por la intervención. Entonces, ahora tenemos una
Thank you very
pregunta.
much for your intervention. So now we
And
have
this time
a
we're going to do it in English. So,
question for Andrew.
you is that
Faber.
how can, what strategies can we use to make education cover how unsustainable and how ecologically damaging agriculture is, and teach students in what ways it can be sustainable?
You're muted.
My most eloquent when I'm muted. No, this is a
yo soy muy
very,
elocuente
very
cuando
good
estoy
point, and it's a major challenge.
en mute. Oh, muteado. No, ese es un punto muy, muy importante. Es todo un reto, claro, para las organizaciones. Y llega directo al corazón de algunos de los asuntos que estamos tratando. Y hay muchas discusiones sobre cómo abordarlo. Yo, desde luego, vengo del lado de los bosques, soy ecologista, estos temas pues son más fáciles para mí. Pero en la FAO lo que nos emociona mucho es ver cómo podemos lograr mayor concientización de estos temas, a la atención, cómo podemos generar más atención para mejorar las prácticas de agricultura, teniendo en cuenta toda una serie de aspectos. Una de las cosas que nuestro grupo está trabajando, estamos analizando los granjeros pequeños en lugar de los grandes industriales y estamos viendo cómo pueden a la vez llevar una vida decente, con calidad y que puedan mejorar y proteger mejor su medio ambiente. Esto por una parte. Creo que las políticas más amplias de la FAO, analizando el comercio, los incentivos comerciales, ya la cosa se vuelve más complicado porque la FAO está regulada por estados, naciones y gobiernos y tienen sus propias, cada uno sus propias prioridades. Sin embargo, me siento muy complacido con la forma en la que la organización se ha movido hacia adoptar mejores medidas en términos de agricultura. Este año tendremos una cumbre sobre temas de sostenibilidad y todo esto es parte de esa discusión en la FAO. Entonces, para mí, bueno, llevo manejando estos temas mucho tiempo, creo que levanta el espíritu, eleva el espíritu ver los cambios. Si yo tuviera su edad, yo sería muy impaciente. Creo que me pondría muy impaciente porque no veo que los cambios se están dando tan rápido como quisiera. ¿Cómo podemos, y este es un aspecto de temas, digamos, de la sociedad más común, lograr sistemas de producción?
And then there are a whole range of things that we can all do individually, which is making the choices about where we buy our food, local agriculture, those kinds of things, and try to figure out. One of the problems in some places, it becomes terribly expensive, but not always. And so how to build policies and so on such that agricultural production from smallholders living near cities and so on, so you don't have to take the food so far, can make sense in terms of both giving high quality, organic or other kinds of foods that are very healthy with lower carbon footprints. So I think there's the choices that we make in our families about which products we buy that we can make individually. And I think working through your governments to continue to push on the broader international agenda and be supportive of those of the parts of FAO, for instance, that are working very hard to figure out how to make agriculture more sustainable, more green, and so on. I don't know, I've probably talked a good bit here, but I hope that's been helpful. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Yes, thank you very much. So now, Mr. Luis, so we see that you have your hand raised. So if you want to complement anything or add anything to the
Yes. Thank you, Alejandro and Valerie. I was thinking mainly in, schools as a hub. If you look, or if you count the number of schools around the world, it's thousands, millions. So the power of schools to affect systems of production is incredible. So I do think that there are three things schools can do. One is look at the way they do their procurement. The other thing is curriculum. And the third one is alliances. And they're all related with SDGs. So if we go to procurement, a little bit what Andrew was saying is, focus procurement to local farmers that are doing agroecological processes, that are improving techniques in agriculture, and start working with them and using, let's say, your provisions locally. That's one first step. And being very conscious and aware and measuring the carbon footprint of those products, and not only carbon, but also carbon, pesticides, and other agricultural additions, let's say, that might be wrongful for the earth. On the other hand, with that, you can also create alliances. By creating alliances with local farmers, you gain a local classroom that's incredible. And that's nature-based education. So if you have a local farmer, make that part of your classroom. Go learn how the soil works, how microbes feed the soil, how, from the soil, how everything emerges into nutrition, and so using farmers as classrooms is critical. And creating these alliances actually, teach students to collaborate, to work with others, speak with others, and work in a broader sense. And ultimately in curriculum, you can include living systems approach to curriculum and include food into the curriculum. Because if you look at it, the school purchases food from someone, so you have an impact there. It transports, you have an impact there. But when it gets to the school, you cook it, you process it, you eat it, and you discard whatever's left over. And there's a huge amount of learning opportunities in that process. First of all, have the kitchens be conscious in conscious cooking, and make sure you have language that relates to that, cooking with love, cooking with care, and cooking in a natural way, providing local recipes that bring the territory to the plate. On the other hand, have students understand what they're eating. When you take, for example, a drop of honey and put it in your mouth, you don't realize the amount of complexity that from microbes on the soil came to create the nectar that the bees, and there's a lot of complexity that's magical in that process. So students knowing what they're eating and where it's coming from through the whole process, it's fundamental. And last but not least is the reduction of waste and the good management of that food that is or organic residue from the cooking process, or the food that's not eaten, how it's processed truly into compost and other systems to generate products that can be fed back into your school garden, for example, where you can learn regenerative practices, or you can start circling. So here we have circular economy, agroecological practices, agricultural knowledge, alliances. So food has the power. And I do think if all food systems or all school food systems were to be intentional in the food they produce and how they consume it, the food system would probably have a difficult time not transitioning into a different way of being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jennifer, we see that you have your hand raised, but before you answer and compliment, we have a question for you. During your presentation, we saw that you said that you want to have more alliances and partnerships internationally. What strategies are you planning to use in your network so that you can expand your network not only nationally, but internationally and globally?
Excellent questions. I'm going to jump to the food topic for just one resource. About a year and a half ago, we published one of our Catalyst Quarterly magazines or journals was titled Food for Thought, Transforming School Food Systems. And in that journal are case studies of a number of school districts here in the United States that have done whole transformations of their food systems Boulder Valley, Austin, Virginia Beach, Virginia, I believe Oakland, California, have gone back to scratch cooking and supporting local farmers and using local food chains and incorporating the food as a critical component in their curriculum. So I think there are some beautiful case studies in the United States. And what I would love to do, and again, it's a matter of building out the network and finding the leaders in each country who would like to be in conversation. As I said earlier, just that Catalyst Quarterly alone is an opportunity where we can move from just a literature review and case studies of what's happening in the United States into an international collection of international case studies. So that is one opportunity in that publication. And we are moving into a revisioning of that publication in the next 6 months. So I think that if we have anybody interested in becoming, in informing us and working with us on the revisioning of that publication, that is one area. Because that, again, is a free resource right now, and we would like to be able to keep that open and available to all schools around the world. And then again, our network is virtual. We have the Green Schools Conference where we come together, but most of the work, the interface work and exchange work that our leaders and our teachers have, and often our students, are through virtual webinars and conferences and meetings. And so it's not much of a leap to expand. I have been so thrilled with the translation capacity here on Zoom. So I think we need to begin to build out our understanding of how we can interface and what other tools we have to be able to translate to multiple languages so we can share stories and best practices in the same way that we've done over the last couple of days. And so we have a board of directors, and we need international members on that board of directors as well. So there are many opportunities. We need to start the conversations.
Well, thank you very much. That was a very interesting response. We hope you can expand. So that's a hope. So now we have another question for John B. And in this case, our question is going to be, how do you find motivation to keep doing what you're doing? And a small follow-up question is that, how do you get to schools and to other organizations, and how do you give them motivation to work with you to help you build what you're building? You're protecting our world. You're helping us build it back up.
The reason I keep motivated is I've got 2 kids, and so I think I have a duty as a father to do my best there. But the biggest thing that keeps me motivated is I run a Twitter channel called Smarter Futures. So if you go on to Twitter and you type in Smarter Futures, you'll see that I monitor and post about all the solutions that are out there. And if you look at the problems the world faces, there are solutions for absolutely every problem we have. And if we don't have a solution yet, it's very near. And so I get very inspired and quite excited by the fact that human ingenuity has all the solutions that we need. The only thing lacking is governments willing to make it easier for those solutions to be implemented. Because my work with business, and I work with the biggest businesses in the world, a lot of them are doing some fantastic stuff to reduce their impact and to take a leadership role, which I think is really, really important. In terms of reaching out to schools, I think governments can play, departments of education can play a bigger role in taking environmental education from theory into the real world. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to get children planting trees, because when a child plants a tree, they're making a measurable difference, and they're learning that even though they're young, they can create positive change in the world. And it empowers them to realize that they can make a difference. The single biggest mistake we could make with schools is not to inspire children to, we need to make sure the children realize that change begins with you as a single person. And if we can do that with trees, then we can also then educate them about all the other things they can do as they grow up as adults to minimize their impact on the environment.
Thank you so much. En este momento queremos hacerle una pregunta a Ana María.
Right now, we would like to ask a question to Ana Maria Zambrano from the CCCS. We would like to know what projects have you implemented in the CCCS, and how does people contact you, like schools, the companies, and how do people know how to communicate with you? Well, we have the traditional communication channels, as you see in the networks and in our webpage, www.cccs.org.co. But we also like close relationships and alliances, and we invite people to speak between us. Although that is a sort of like the pathway or the official pathway that you can reach us, I want to tell you also that the Rochester School forms part of our network of members, and with them we have a very close relationship and a permanent agenda. So there's sort of like a pathway or a route to reach us, to talk to us, to communicate with us, and I can leave you some other contact mails. So if I write through the chat that I have, does everybody have access, or only the ones that were here? Well, anyway, the school has all these contact network, and what we do is to work in this collaborative scheme. So we, as Viviana was mentioning this morning, we are an organization, and what we want to do is to mobilize the initiatives oriented to incorporate sustainability in the construction industry. We have different players there, and for us, educational institutions are key, especially in this joint work that we do. And this is why we have them as part of our network of members. In addition to schools, we also have educational institutions and the universities that allow to expand this knowledge at early ages. So we work basically on that scheme of the network of members, where we start from the collaborative work, because that is how we work on sustainability. I think this is a beautiful message of what we have from this reflection of these 2 days. Thinking of making strong changes, if you do it on your own, it's not easy. This is why so important to add, in addition to the faces that we see on the screens here, all the people interested on these topics, and knock on doors and say, just by saying I want, regardless of what point you're in, you have a good intention to do it. Is that sort of like the first requirement to start working with this? And at the council, the doors will be always open. So we can leave our information in the chat for the contact, and the school also, Patricia, Juan Pablo, Liliana also, they're so active in the work they do with us, and Jorge, we can do the link with them too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a question. Yes, a question. Sort of like a more general question. In this case is, we wanted to ask you, on what basis are you going to build future education so that we have a change in human activities if you include them directly in the human crisis? Well, we see, Carlos, you have your hand raised. tell us, Carlos. Good afternoon. I am Carlos Humberto Tovar, and I represent the Savannah University, and I am the Director of Natural Sciences. Now, to supplement the answer and articulating it to the question asked by Alejandro and Valerie, an element that we have not discussed in this panel is the initial education of teachers. It is given that his teacher in his 40 years of work life has an impact on about 5,000 people. So in some cases, in broad cases, he can leave an impact on about 20,000 people, only one teacher. So right now in Colombia, especially in Latin America, we can see that there is a deficit of teachers. There is a deficit of teachers, and this is where we need to articulate the motivation that we have of children and young people to articulate this to the need of educating teachers so that we can get to supplement all the exercise that we have been carrying out for 5 or 10 years so that these youth can have an option of life in educational processes in a very direct manner. That is the first point. It's a need, and I think we are sort of behind as a country and in Latin America in generating proposals for the initial education of teachers. We do a lot of things for children and to prepare professors that are in exercise, for example, postgraduate activities, but we need to prepare good teachers. Now, a second aspect here, which is in the articulation, is the aspect that we have collected amongst ourselves. We cannot do this by ourselves, these articulation. You cannot say that a single person or one single organization or institution can do this. No, you need the participation and the participation of different actors, especially with public institutions, with governments, so that every time, because we have said that in many cases, the directors or the municipalities need scientific literacy processes where they can understand in a broader way and with a critical view or with a critical thinking, the consolidation of all these ideas to bring them to concrete situations such as development plans and public policies. Another third aspect that is important is that we can do many things, but we have to start, and you have to say, I have to take care of myself, take care of other people. So not forget that all these processes that we mentioned, this integral education is important, and to develop the different dimensions of human beings. Another interesting aspect that we have been working from the university is working with families, rural families, the families where you allow to work with food safety or security to become productive so that we have intervention of orchards, community orchards, and or that we can get to family orchards, so that they can satisfy their basic needs and then they can supplement and satisfy other people's needs. That would be the main ideas. Well, thank you very much. So we see now that Juan Pablo Aljure's hand is raised. What do you have to say, Juan Pablo? Well, a few things, several things. I could say very quickly that the first thing that you think of is to continue doing what you're doing, and you will continue obtaining the same results. In nature, what is happening today with this environmental crisis and environmental degradation and systematic degradation, it's not so. If we continue doing the same, every time it's going to be worse. It's like a progression, a geometrical progression, because we have some matters or a positive feedback every time. So things are more complicated. Now, thinking of that very good question, and I want to congratulate our moderators, I could say something, because before I say what I'm going to say, I'm going to say something else. I have lost my faith in human mass. And I'm saying that I'm telling you the truth. I have a lot of, I have a lot of faith in individual, but not in the mass, because we have so many people in the planet and they've grown so fast. So I think that it is difficult for people to change their way of living. People love changes, but they don't like to be, to be changed what they do. So I think that there is one thing that is very important, which is something that you could leverage the systemic changes to have a less amount of people on the planet. For example, now it's going down to 1.05, the growth rate of human beings in the planet. It has been going down, and that is important. And we have noticed this at Rochester, because now we have less number of families with so many kids. Before they were like 4 or 5 kids 30 years ago. Now it's one and a dog, one child and a cat, and that's it. So luckily these people are becoming aware of this. So one is the conception or the education of the woman is very important in order to help with this process. If women don't collaborate in the process, if they collaborate in reducing population or maintain population, maximum 2 kids per couple, that would be maintaining the population, we will be leveraging. And there are several things, but secondly, to overwhelm population with a lot of additional strategies, legislations, new laws having to do with products, consumption, what is allowed, what is not allowed, the spills on basins, treatment plants, everything having to do with legislation. Structural changes in education. If we continue thinking about basic areas or fundamental areas of languages, social sciences, natural sciences, and all that, we continue to disarticulating the planet. We don't see it as a system, as Luis was saying. And in education, you can do 500,000 things different to what we're doing today, and create a microcosmos of society, and you can do a lot of things there, real life. Other things, for example, I support protests and riots, some things that some movements are doing now, young people's movements, like Beta started a couple of years ago. But I rather use my time in planting trees, generating jobs, offering this kind of seminars or meetings. But the protest is helpful also. So one thing and the other and the other and the other, plus reducing population, I think I could show that. But the bad news, in my opinion, is that the change comes with a delay. So probably we're going to see, we're in 2 decades, we have already been seeing this, but also in the future, we're going to see things that are much better than those we have seen so far. And those that are going to survive, or that are going to adapt to that, are those that have been educated. I don't know what can happen. The best thing is to do as much as we can. I mean, multiple strategies. That's my response. That's my answer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we want to give the floor to Neri Korun. Tell us, how are you? It's a pleasure. Thank you from the National Network of Jóvenes y Ambiente. We think that this answer is very interesting. Very important to change many things from the academic system. Today, the price have to be thought differently in schools, because if we don't go or when don't speak about education from formality, the exercise is going to be very difficult. They have to be focused to a climate change subject, and that in the institutions we teach about the environment from natural sciences or other areas, but that really the content of our schools, both private and public schools, should be changed. And that is a call that we make to the Ministry of Education, and think about the country differently. We cannot continue, in education, like everything, the daily occurrences, but we have to make it more visible and we have to evolve. Today, the country and us as young people, now collecting something that was said by our previous presenter, we are an organization of volunteer young people. We are moving in several things from formal and non-formal education. And I think that these scenarios for education are interesting. Now, what we're doing as young people together, I think they are having an answer which is evidenced in this exercise. Even now that we are here and we're meeting, so assuming also a reality that we have as a country, not leaving aside what is happening in Colombia. Today, those that have been mobilized on different actions in the education framework is us, the young people. So we need this connection of young people and the way that they have raised their voices as young people. We say that this is important, and education has to be a good quality education framed in an environmental education for life. So we cannot leave aside the thing that our young people and our generation is a generation that has to assume different responsibilities now, and that this is a generation that is contributing with things. And we say that this is very important to have different languages in our prides in the schools, but also at the universities. An academic space that is very important. From the universities in all the academic programs, we should have the environmental transversality. Not only environmental careers speak about environment, but also those careers that are not there, like mathematics and physics, having their components, something that has to do with environment, not another subject that we have to fulfill as a university or school students, but rather that it permeates the entire career or the process, academic from the school and academic also from the university. And I think this has been a need that we have been seeing for a long time. But I think this exercise, for those who are seeing us, it's important to continue generating these demands so that from the ministries and the state, we can generate different practices. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we finish, we would like Samantha and Laura tell us how they experience the one tree per child. This experience has been wonderful. We met in the International Congress of SETI, and we fell in love with the projects mutually, and we have not stopped working together since then. It has been a very enriching experience because we have contributed to them and they have contributed to us. And thanks to them, we're here. The only thing I can say is that it has been a wonderful experience. Yes, basically, we're very thankful for the project because in spite of being an international project, it came to Colombia, and especially in Manizales, where we are now working. And of these innovative projects that we're not used to see, all the time, and they're sort of like different in different schools. They're handled differently. In our school, for example, we like to help, but this is where the project came about. And one tree per child really was great that they focused in Colombia, and even it was an international thing, came to this country that is so wonderful and has so many things. Thank you very much. We want to thank all of you. Well, we're going to lead to conclusions now, and we're going to have a parenthesis to know why the panel, we changed the name to climate crisis. This is not just a change. It's something that is affecting us now. And we are seeing how there are things in our planet that are dying. So it is great to do this kind of event. Thank you all for coming. With this, we are creating a community that is defending and protecting and exchanging ideas to make a better world. We know that with what we were born, we're trying to make the world better. It has been a success from all of us to get together and defend our home, defend the place we live in. And we want to invite all of you to think of the future and start working as of today. Let's not wait until future generations will do this for us. We don't have much time. It is the time to save ourselves. Before we finish, we want to greet all the representatives from different places of Colombia who have connected and that are connected right now. Thank you very much. Túquerres, Nariño, Amica Putumayo, Tomarrazón from the Guajira, Puerto Asís, Putumayo, and thanks all of you for being here. And before we finish, we want to ask each of you to say one word of what you get from this event in these 2 days, what you are taking away with you. We will start with union, the word union. This is working as a team, working as a team. Valerie, excuse me. Before we continue with that activity that I think is very important, I wanted to thank you, the two of you, for giving us 2 days of your classes, which in theory you missed 2 days of your regular classes, but you gained a lot, helping us to prepare this event that is so important. In agreement with the Ministry of the Environment and with all the schools, the Green Schools Council, and thank you for organizing ourselves, for being respectful and being so nice with us, older people. Thank you so much. Juan Pablo, what is your word? Admiration.
Valeria, Alejandro, yo quiero regalarles a todos algo que dijo el Papa Francisco en su encíclica Laudato Si, y está ligada a mi palabra, que es unión. El Papa Francisco dice: hago una invitación urgente a un nuevo diálogo sobre el modo como estamos construyendo el futuro del planeta. Necesitamos una conversación que nos una a todos, porque el desafío ambiental que vivimos y sus raíces humanas nos interesa y nos impacta a todos. Por eso mi palabra es unión.
Muchas gracias. Darío.
Diversidad.
Muchas gracias.
Alimentación es diversidad.
Muchas gracias. Misa Letia.
Integración.
Gracias. Ana María.
Esperanza.
Luis.
Inspiración también.
Rosamira.
Optimismo.
John.
Inspire.
Andrew. You're muted.
Always working together. I've been suddenly inspired by seeing the two of you together, and I think that there's tremendous opportunities there. And I think our brothers, the pueblos indígenas, I think have much to show. They still know about things like collective action in ways that sometimes we've forgotten in our modern society. So working together.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Isabela.
Compromiso.
Nuri.
Red.
Gracias. Laura.
Futuro.
Mila Cano.
Juventudes.
Jennifer.
Multiple perspectives. Everybody counts. Everybody's perspective counts.
Thank you.
Samantha,
Cambio.
Carlos. Ah, no, pues,
Um,
no, y pues, eso sería todo. Un aplauso a todos. Gracias por venir acá. Porque en realidad sí, la unión es lo que hace el cambio. Eso es un gran paso.
muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí.
Gracias a todos y recuerden que
Thank
por
you,
el
everyone. And remember, we are betting on the environment and we will make it. Thank you very much to all of you for participating, the panelists, students. Thank you so much for wanting to leave a grain of sand to change the world, because I know we're just in time to do that. All of those who have participated will receive a certificate of attendance and gratitude, and we'll invite you to our next tree planting on May 29. And we extend this invitation to be attentive to the second summit. We will let you know. Thank you very much. And let's all be part of this new green generation. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. Felicidades.